Chapter 1, Ninja Tale, Redfield, True Fragrance. See Circle Calendar 1509. Plot 11 years ago. Undersea prison, 6th floor. In a dark, and humid environment, there are vicious criminals that are enough to make the whole world feel fear. Not to mention the legends of an era like Redfield, Bullet, and Burndy-Wald. Even some unknown criminals who are not well known are super madmen who can slaughter the country by one person. But in the prison next to Redfield, there was a figure that seemed a little out of place. It was a 17 or 8-year-old black-haired boy with a weak breath and not a strong body. He was very handsome, and he was lying on the ground writing something. He also yawned from time to time to warm his hands. No matter how you look at him, he looks harmless. He doesn't seem to deserve a prison of this level. And even more bizarre, he didn't even have a friend, and Redfield, who was extremely withdrawn, was taking the initiative to talk to him. Let's continue with the previous discussion. What is a peach? Is it a peach eaten by gods? Is there any strange effect? You are so annoying, Earl Red. Xiaoyan glanced at him impatiently and said speechlessly, "Didn't you see that I was drawing cartoons? What's so good about a broken comic? Even if you draw it, there will be no readers here." Redfield pouted in disdain. Pirate World even has singers, and naturally there are comics, but they are basically seen by ordinary people. The strong can't wait to split a day's cultivation time into 2 parts. Where can I find the time to read comics? Besides, Redfield knew what Xiaoyan was drawing. Ninja. It's not that he hasn't seen ninjas before. Although there are indeed strange things, they are just average. There are not even top powerhouses, not worth mentioning at all. Therefore, can a manga with a ninja as the protagonist look good? Might as well continue to tell him those fairy tales. Hey, the ninja I drew is naturally not an ordinary ninja. The early stage was not so cool, but there must be a lot of content you haven't heard of after that. Xiaoyan didn't care about Redfield's ridicule and disdain. In the past few years in the underwater prison, his xingxing has improved a lot. Give you. Picking up a stack of already drawn pictures and handing them to Redfield, Xiaoyan said lightly, "This is the content of the first 9 chapters, how about you take a look first?" Humph. Let's see. Anyway, the old man can't improve his strength by practicing now, and he has nothing to do all day long. Redfield snorted, still disdain for ninja cartoons. But he still raised his hand to take it. Only, before reading, Redfield still warned carefully, "I'm going to continue to tell me about the Pantao Club and the Monkey King after I read it. Immortals are much more exotic than ninjas." Alright, let's see." Xiaoyan gave the guy a helpless look. If he didn't have the memory of his previous life, it would be hard to believe. The old man in front of him who likes to listen to stories is actually the legendary pirate who once stood side by side with Roger and Whitebeard by himself. However, that is all in the past. Now, they are nothing more than prisoners without freedom. It's a prisoner who has lost his dignity and can't get enough to eat. Thinking of the word prisoner, Xiaoyan's eyes froze. If he really sinned, so be it. But he obviously did not commit a crime. But because of his relationship with Roger, he was imprisoned in this dark place for several years. How could he accept this? Free. In the past and present life, Xiaoyan realized for the first time how important freedom is to human beings. But if you want to be free, you have to plan well. There are 2 main ways to leave the 6th floor of the underwater prison. Method 1, kill directly. In the original book, Golden Lion cut off the legs that were cuffing Sea Stone, and used the ability of Lion Fruit to escape here. Method 2, wait for Luffy, the protagonist in the original work, to make trouble in the underwater prison and escape while the chaos. Many ordinary pirates in the original work have successfully escaped through this method. However, neither method worked for him. Method 1, his strength is too weak to escape at all. Method 2, he has to wait another 11 years, he can't waste his youth here. Xia Yan originally gave up, and even planned to enter retirement mode in advance. Wouldn't it be nice to tell stories to Redfield, practice taijutsu and haki, and wait for Luffy to rescue him? But, his cheat has awakened recently. Cartoonist Training System. The capabilities of this system are very simple. Extract comics, get the ability to draw this comic, spread it out, and gain fans. When a work reaches a certain condition, a prop in the work can be drawn as a reward. Currently, Xia Yan only knows that the requirement for the first stage is 1 million followers. The point? 1 million followers, not 1 million readers. Readers may just look at it casually and stop paying attention. And fans must at least really like it, want to know the follow-up plot, or be willing to pay for the work. At the same time, except for the lottery of props for the number of comic fans. In the drawn comics, if the popularity of a character reaches a certain standard, he can also randomly obtain an ability of the character. If the character's popularity is high enough, it can even be summoned to this world. The summoned character will be full of favorability and absolute loyalty to him as the author. Although I don't know what the criteria for character popularity lottery and summoning are. But there is no doubt that this is Xia Yan's biggest support in this pirate world. It is also his hope that he can break out of the 6th floor of the underwater prison. It's just a pity that the first comic given by the system for free is not a high-powered worldview like Dragon Ball, otherwise, any character can easily break through the underwater prison. Sighing softly in her heart, Xia Yan looked at the panel of her first comic. Manga, Hokage Ninja. Followers, 1. Popular characters, none. The first stage goal, fans reach 1 million, 1/1,000,000, not reached. What? Xia Yan looked at her fan count in surprise. When did he have a fan? It's a good story. Redfield, who was in the prison next to him, said suddenly. Nine-Tails Demon Fox? Is it devil fruit from the Eudemon's type? That 4th Hokage who died in action is pretty good. Is the protagonist's name Uzumaki Naruto? Very interesting, silly boy, he is the demon fruit power of the Eudemon's type. This old man Sasuke likes it, and it's a bit like the old man's character. Kakashi doesn't look simple. Why does the protagonist's teacher have a Sharingan from the Uchiha clan? Fighting in Mist Shinobi hideout? Aren't these guys observation hacky? Yes. Even using pain to express determination, Uzumaki Naruto is a potential kid. Under Xia Yan's surprised gaze, Redfield continued to speak a long list. Then he turned his head to look at Xia Yan, blushing and said, "Tell me about the story of the Pantao Club first. By the way, is the sequel to this ninja manga ready? ***. Chapter 2, How do prisoners publish comics? Xia Yan has her first fan. At this time, he suddenly discovered that he was able to locate the location of the fans. Like now. He recited Redfield's name in his mind, and then imagined his appearance, and he could know that he was by his side. Of course, this ability is limited. First of all, the other party must be his fan. Second, you have to say the target's name and recall what the target looked like. Only when these two requirements are met at the same time, Xia Yan can perform positioning. If he doesn't know who the new fans are, there is no way to locate them. Unless he can guess the name and appearance of a person, who happens to be his fan, can he find each other. Very strategic ability, but seems useless to me. Xia Yan murmured in a low voice, not paying much attention to this new ability. What he cared more about was that even big pirates like Redfield were attracted by his comics. This shows that Hokage Ninja published in Pirate World, it works. Excellent works attract people no matter where they are in the world. Especially for the world of pirates, gorgeous ninjutsu and pupil jutsu are also rare things they have never seen before. After all, even the lonely red is really fragrant. You old man, didn't you just say that you don't read comics? Xiaoyan couldn't help joking. Hey, am I too boring? It's just to pass the time. Just pass the time. Redfield blushed, refusing to admit that he was indeed attracted to Xiaoyan's cartoons. The assassination ability of water and mist is different from the ninjutsu of Chunin people in the real world, the mysterious pupil technique, and there are obviously the protagonists and supporting roles of the story. In just a few short words, he has already made him look forward to the development of the next story. Ah! Xiaoyan chuckled in her heart. They have become fans on the panel, and they are still here. However, still have to save some face for the elderly. Xiaoyan retracted the original manuscript of Chapter 9, and said lightly, I've drawn so much now, and I'll draw it later when I have time. Oh! Redfield nodded in disappointment, but then asked, won't you take up your cultivation time to draw this? You are still young, unlike this old man, who is too old to make progress. Cultivation is still necessary, especially physique and haki's practice. Xiaoyan hesitated for a moment and said, but the most urgent task is to publish this comic. What? Redfield looked at Xiaoyan in astonishment. What did you say? Publish the manga. Xiaoyan repeated it again. I'm going, you kid is dreaming. Redfield's eyes widened in confusion. Although I don't know why you are being held on the 6th floor, this shows how much Marine attaches great importance to you. Under such circumstances, how could they allow you as a prisoner? Publish comics. This. Xiaoyan was speechless. Indeed, as Redfield said. He couldn't post to the outside world at all, and Marine couldn't let him publish any comics. What is it now? Do you just give up and just wait until Luffy comes to your rescue 11 years later, and then go out to draw comics? This is the safest way, but not reconciled. He has already obtained cheat, and he doesn't even have the most basic freedom. Of course he is not reconciled. Help me find a way. Xiaoyan looked directly at Redfield and said, I have to publish this comic. This is the key to whether we can escape the underwater prison. What did you say? Redfield looked at him like a fool. You're not dreaming, are you? I mean it. Xiaoyan's eyes were full of sincerity. As long as the comics are published so that more people can see them, someone will definitely come to save me. You. Redfield wanted to say it was impossible, but his mind suddenly shook. You mean, someone will recognize you through comics? That's right. Xiaoyan nodded without hesitation. He wasn't cheating Redfield either. Although it wasn't someone who recognized him who came to save him, it was a summoned character with similar nature. Redfield was lost in thought. Xiaoyan strikes while the iron is hot. As long as you help me find a way, I will continue to tell you stories and draw cartoons. Depend on. Redfield was immediately annoyed. Stinky boy, don't you tell me stories or draw cartoons if I don't help you. What do you say? Xiaoyan asked ambiguously, smiling a little smugly. Hey, stinky boy. Rotten, rotten, rotten. Redfield gasped and gritted his teeth. He has developed the habit of listening to stories. If it is suddenly lost, and it changes back to the original boring life, he will not be able to get used to it, and it will be uncomfortable. Moreover, he was also very interested in the rescue in Xiaoyan's mouth. This kind of thing would rather be trusted than not. What if there is rescue? The lunatics on the 6th floor of the underwater prison do not care about freedom, and Redfield is no exception. Well, that's it. After Redfield thought about it, he suddenly said, the old man does have a way. Ah? Really? Xiaoyan looked at him in surprise. I didn't expect that. I just said casually that Redfield was so powerful. Humph. Who is this old man? Lonely Rider. Marshal Sora is a defeated general. Redfield was very proud of Xiaoyan's surprise. He didn't hesitate, and directly explained his method. Lao Zi has a good relationship with Marshal Kong. He has a lot of respect in the world government and marine. The old man can apply for a phone call and call him over. Marshal Sora. Xia Yan's pupils narrowed, vaguely understanding what Redfield meant. That's right. It's Marshal Marine Kong Kong. Seeing the astonishment in Xia Yan's eyes, Redfield smiled proudly. I'll introduce you to someone. His status is definitely enough, but whether you can persuade him to allow you to publish comics in prison is up to you. Eloquence. After speaking, he asked again, how? Are you confident to convince that BD? Must have. Xia Yan gritted her teeth. That's it, I'll tell them when the food delivery person comes. Redfield smiled slightly, but the conversation suddenly changed. Come on, tell me the story quickly. What happened to Pan Tao before? Pan Peach is a peach eaten by immortals. Xia Yan also knew that she couldn't be too anxious, so she immediately adjusted her mentality and continued to tell the story to Redfield. There are 3 kinds of peaches. One is 3,000 year old, and when eaten, it becomes immortal. The second type is 6,000 year old ripe. If you eat it, you will live forever. The third one is cooked in 9,000 years, and you will live the same life as heaven and earth. Hey, what a terrifying effect! Compared with this fairy, celestial dragons are beggars. Just eat a fruit, so precious. Surprised by Xia Yan's story, Redfield felt both novel and shocking. Continue, what about Sun Wukong? Sun Wukong? But he said that as soon as he went to heaven, he stole into Pandawan. In the dimly lit prison, one old and one young, talking and listening, laughed a little from time to time, and sighed to the sky from time to time. Hope already has. Xia Yan has seen the light of freedom. The next step is to convince Marshal Sora to allow his comics to be serialized normally. When he told Redfield about the havoc in the Heavenly Palace, Xia Yan's eyes flashed coldly. A faint aura slowly emerged from him, but it dissipated in an instant, and even Redfield only noticed a trace. Wait, Marine. Xia Yan whispered softly in her heart. Sooner or later, he will turn the world upside down like Sun Wukong. But he will never end up with a failed ending of losing his freedom like Sun Wukong. Asterisk. Chapter 3, The Second Fan, Bullet, Seeking Flowers, Evaluating Tickets. The story of the havoc in the Heavenly Palace tells that the Tathagata Buddha appeared, and the prison guard in charge of delivering meals happened to come down. FK. It happened at such a critical time. This Buddha and Sengoku are a bit like the little devil. The old man is just curious. Redfield directly swears, completely losing his original elegant temperament. Xia Yan smiled and said, I haven't eaten for 3 days, I'm going crazy with hunger. You're pretty good. Redfield glared at him, you are weak, Marine is afraid of starving you to death, so he will give you a meal every 3 days. We people can only eat a meal for at least 10 days, and we still can't get enough. Yeah, those Marines are damned. Don't even give me a full meal, are you afraid that I will escape? Xia Yan's eyes dimmed, and her hatred for Marine increased to a new level. In the past and present, he had only tasted starvation in Marine. This hatred is unbearable. Humph, don't be too sad, if the jailbreak you said is true, we can eat all you can eat every day after we go out. Redfield said to himself, and he had already begun to imagine a free life in his heart. Soon, the guard who delivered the meal came outside the cage of the 2 of Xia Yan and put a little steamed bun and a little vegetable soup on the ground. Because the prisoners are very dangerous, the guards basically do not easily approach the prison fence. Wait a moment. Just before the prison guards were about to leave, Redfield suddenly stopped him. Forward. The guard looked at Redfield in amazement. Every time he came down to deliver food, the pirates on the 6th floor either yelled at him or frightened themselves with weak haki. This was the first time someone called him in such a calm tone. As a result, after taking a closer look, the guard's forehead instantly covered with a layer of cold sweat. Redfield. The guard looked at Redfield in horror, his palm subconsciously pressing down on the phone bug on his body. Whenever Redfield has the slightest change, he will not hesitate to notify the director of prisons. "Don't worry, I'm so hungry now that I can't even use Haki's strength to hurt you." Sensing the guard's fear, Redfield smiled gracefully. "I want to see that old BD Kong, you can ask the above for instructions." "Okay, I get it now." The prison guard immediately agreed, didn't dare to ask anything, turned around and left. "All right." Redfield picked up his lunch and said lightly, "I still have a little face, I guess Sora will come over soon." "Real?" Xiaoyan was a little skeptical. "You must know that Redfield has been arrested for at least 20 or 30 years. I am afraid that Marshal Sora has forgotten who he is." "Humph, just wait, you kid, those old rivals will never forget us in this life." For Xiaoyan's suspicion, Redfield snorted coldly, but sighed in his heart. In fact, he didn't have a clue. But the old rival hasn't seen him for so many years, so if he makes a request, Sora shouldn't refuse it, right? Although she was skeptical about Redfield's words, Xiaoyan had no other choice but to wait quietly. "After eating, my empty stomach finally felt better." Xiaoyan took a deep breath and started drawing comics again. It is worth mentioning that both pen and paper are provided by the system. The undersea prison will not let criminals like them get this kind of thing. The ability to draw comics is given by the system. Xiaoyan just needs to follow the comic storyboard in memory and copy it. For the sake of freedom, be a copywriter, not shabby. After all, he wasn't trying to make money. As a result, it has been drawn until the 33rd episode of Hokage, which is the end of the plot. The prison guards didn't come back to give an answer, and Sora didn't show up. "We won't be let go of the pigeons, will we?" Xiaoyan stretched out and looked at Redfield inquiringly. Redfield smiled awkwardly. "Would you like to continue telling me the story of the havoc in the Heavenly Palace to pass the time?" "No time." Xiaoyan curled her lips and said, "I have to take a break. It's quite tiring to draw so much in one breath." After saying that, lie down on the ground. Although the stone floor was awkward, he was used to it. Sudden. A voice came from the prison opposite. "Show me what you drew." "Forehead." Xiaoyan narrowed her eyes, unable to see who was in the dark prison. But he didn't think much about it and just threw the manuscript over. As for whether it will be destroyed by the other party, he doesn't care. The few years of life in the undersea prison are boring enough, so it would be great to know more friends. If the original manuscript is destroyed, it is just a waste of time, but it is worth it to allow him to see through a person thoroughly. A ninja story. The strong, sweaty man exercising wiped the sweat from his palms and began to read the manuscript. "You demons type General Demon Fox, silly Naruto, and bitter and hateful High Cold Sasuke. Assassination in the fog, the weird Sharingan, the Logia-like icy blood, the gorgeous lightning style, and the mysterious power of the 9 tails. Friends, teachers, and students, the bond between tool and master, and the upcoming Chunin exam." There are 33 chapters, and the content is quite sufficient and attractive. Even if the man doesn't like the style of the work, he has to admit that he really wants to know how the plot will develop in the future and where the future of these characters will go. Not bad. The man casually threw the manuscript back to Xiaoyan, and said lightly, "The story is very interesting and the ability is gorgeous, but the bondage is really boring. Only a person's strength is the most important. The reason why Zaibuzan and Bai died so tragically is because they have feelings between them, so they have become weaker." Forehead. Xiaoyan was speechless. He deliberately checked his system panel and found that the number of fans was still 1, which had not changed. This shows that the Hokage ninja comics that attracted Redfield before did not succeed in attracting the mysterious man in front of him. It's a pity that the fetters in Hokage touched countless people back then, especially the pair of Zaibuzan and Bai, which are even more classic. However, it is quite normal for the other party to have such thoughts. This is the 6th floor of the submarine prison, and almost all the prisoners are detained. The people here, even if they have fetters, are all weird. At this time, the man spoke again. My name is Bullet. I see your pen name is Jin Xiayan. Is this your name? Or a pseudonym? Pen name. Xiayan explained casually, I know an elder who treated me very well. If it weren't for him, I would have been killed by pirates long ago. The name is to pay homage to him who died. Speaking of Bullet, the name sounds familiar. Xiayan tilted her head and thought for a while, but she didn't remember who the person on the opposite side was, so she gave up. Are people called Golden so short-lived? Bullet's eyes hidden under the darkness were a little dazed for a moment. In his memory, there was also a man named Golden, who illuminated his life and was the goal of his struggle. Unfortunately, he also died. It was precisely because of the death of that man that he lost his goal of struggle, turned the sea upside down, and was finally caught like an underwater prison. Little devil, you are very good. Bullet suddenly said again, I just heard you say that you want to publish this comic through Marine? Although I don't like any bullshit, your comics are really nice. Oh. Xiayan felt that the person on the opposite side was a little strange. Just not knowing what to say, the system panel has undergone a little change. Fans, too. Xiayan. So this Bullet is also a guy with a straight mouth and a really fragrant body? Asterisk. Chapter 4, Dealing with Sora, the big guys who dislike honesty and integrity, seeking flowers, commenting votes. Bullet and Xiayan chatted a few more times before going to exercise again. According to him, he has someone he has to surpass, so he doesn't dare to relax in the slightest. Xiayan was a little bored lying on the ground, and Redfield kept annoying him again, so he continued to tell him the story of the havoc in the Heavenly Palace. As a result, Xiayan just mentioned that the Tathagata Buddha pressed Sun Wukong under the Wuxing mountain, and someone came down. Damn it! It was broken again at a critical moment. Not caring who it was, Redfield seemed to have claws scratching in his heart, and it was very itchy. Sun Wukong won't be finished like this, right? He should have a backer to come back? Or, what is Sun Wukong? When did you, writer, like to listen to stories like a child? An aged and full of breath interrupted Redfield's words, and a tall and strong figure appeared in front of the two of them. Null. Redfield was very excited when he saw the person coming, and his eyes were full of hatred. It was when he defeated Marshal Sora that he was arrested by Garp for exhaustion. To a certain extent, they should be considered enemies. Sora ignored Redfield's attitude, and asked straight to the point, what is your business with me? It's not the old man looking for you, it's this kid. Feeling a little calmer, Redfield raised his finger and pointed to Xiayan in the prison. He drew a cartoon and wanted to publish it. What? Sora's face was full of surprise, thinking that he had heard it wrong. Comics? A criminal who was held on the 6th floor of an underwater prison, drew a cartoon, and wanted to publish it through Marine? Laozi wants to see, who is so daring. Muttering softly in his heart, Sora turned his head to look at Xiayan, but the whole person was stunned. So young. So weak. After a few seconds, he remembered who Xiayan was. Gordy Xiayan, Roger's adopted son. Sora looked at Xiayan with a complicated expression. What do you want to do? Help your cheap adoptive father promote the One Piece thing? Back then, we were tossed by what that BD said when he was executed. I'm just a prisoner, what can I do? Xiayan smiled slightly and said, besides, the release of the comics must go through the hands of your Marines. There are so many people who want to come to Naval Headquarters, so you can definitely see if I have a hidden conspiracy. You're right. Sora nodded, but the conversation suddenly changed. But I refuse. Marine will never do anything for you, even if it's just a harmless cartoon. Heavily sinful. As if hearing some very funny joke, Xiaoyan sneered, "If you want to add a crime, why bother? Where do I get the crime? Being Roger's adopted son is a sin." The almighty aura crushed on Xiaoyan, and the air scolded in a cold voice, "You were rescued by Roger when you were young, and the sin has already wrapped around you, and you can't wash it clean." Xiaoyan, speechless. Trying to reason with these stubborn Marines doesn't work. Is there only one other way? Apologizing to an old guy in his heart, Xiaoyan said lightly, "Come and trade." "What?" Marshal Sora, who was about to leave, looked at him with a bewildered expression. "Deal? Why do you want to make a deal with me?" "Golden Lion." Xiaoyan called Splitting Void directly and smiled, "I know where the Golden Lion is. You guys should really want to find him and wash away Marine's shame, right?" "What did you say?" Marshal Kong narrowed his eyes and asked in a deep voice, "Are you serious?" "Of course." Xiaoyan stared at innocent big eyes and said calmly, "As long as you help me publish comics and don't deceive me, I will tell you where the Golden Lion is." Sora fell into contemplation. He didn't know if what Xiaoyan said was true or not. Even Marine can't find the location of the Golden Lion, does this kid know? Xiaoyan's identity is Roger's adopted son. Who knows if this kid has any special abilities, or what secrets of the Golden Lion he learned from Roger before his death. "Wait here." Marshal Kong stepped aside, took out a phone bug, and did not know who to talk to. Soon he hung up the phone bug, returned, and said solemnly, "Marine can help you contact the World Economic News Agency and issue a trial effect. If the World Economic News thinks your comics are worth continuing to publish, then you can naturally publish your own comics at will. Of course, the content of the comics must be reviewed by Marine first, and then we will transfer it to the person in charge of the World Economic News for you. Finally, whether you can get the World Economic News Agency's approval or not, you have to tell Marine where the Golden Lion is, understand?" "Done." Kong stared at Xiaoyan, a terrifying aura enveloped him. For Marine, it was a gamble. If you win the bet, you may be able to catch the Golden Lion and wash away the shame of the year. If the bet is lost, the loss is not large, but at most some funds and favors are lost. Xiaoyan grinned, "Deal." "Okay." Sora nodded. Seeing Xiaoyan's happy expression, he couldn't help but ask, "Why draw comics? When does a person die?" Xiaoyan didn't answer the empty words, but asked instead. "What?" Sora was speechless. "Of course he will die when he is killed." "Ha, he he, ha 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 ha. Do people die when they are killed?" Xiaoyan looked up to the sky and laughed, attracting the attention of countless criminals on the 6th floor of the underwater prison. Even Bullet, who was still training, stopped and looked at Xiaoyan. "A long time." The smile stopped. "In my opinion, the death of the body is not really death." Looking straight into Sora's eyes, Xiaoyan said earnestly, "A person is truly dead only when he is completely forgotten." "You?" Empty eyes narrowed. "That BD Roger will never die. The whole world will remember him." The deafening voice resounded through the prison, and Xiaoyan shouted loudly, "And I have to go through certain ways, even if I can't leave the underwater prison for the rest of my life, I will let the whole world remember my name forever, Xiaoyan." "Madman." Sora was silent for a few seconds and gave a 2-word evaluation. "Hey, after staying in prison for a long time, didn't they all become lunatic?" Xiaoyan grinned and handed the first 33 words of the original manuscript to Marshal Sora, "Then I'll leave it to you. I believe that you, as Marshal Marine, shouldn't lie to me, right?" "Of course not." Sora snorted coldly, and started to check Xiaoyan's comics. Before sending it to the headquarters for review, he has to read it again to see if there is any problem with this comic. Result: "Hey? This assassination in the fog is interesting, but it's useless for the strong, an observation hacky is enough to deal with it easily. Looking at it, Marshall Sora was attracted by the bizarre content in the comics. There are also comics in Pirate World. In the World Economic News, at the back of every newspaper, there is a cartoon of a positive image of Marine fighting against others. But in Sora's view, the gap between those comics and Xia-Yan's comics is like a moat. Good. After reading chapter 33 in one breath, Sora nodded with satisfaction. Friendship, bonds, justice, heroes. Unfortunately, the protagonist is not Marine, but he is also a very good manga. Xia-Yan rolled her eyes and thought, if the comics have a good response, I can consider adding a positive image of Marine in the future. Oh! Sora's eyes lit up. He didn't expect Xia-Yan to be so talkative. It's just that we have to wait for this comic to become popular. What if it's not popular? Let's talk about it later. Although this comic is good, it's just like that, and it's not necessarily popular. With a blank face, the Marshal turned around and said, the comic will be published in the World Economic News later, and Marine will give you a copy. After speaking, he turned and left. Hey hey! In the prison behind him, Xia-Yan grinned. I don't know what's going on with these big guys in the pirate world. On the system panel of the comic Hokage Ninja, the number of fans has become 3. First Redfield, then Bullet, and finally Empty. It seems that his comics really have the potential to become popular in the world. Asterisk. Chapter 5, Vice Admiral Crane's Objection, the eve of the comic's release, seeking flower evaluation tickets. I didn't expect that this guy, Redfield, came to me to publish the cartoon of that kid. Isn't he the most lonely man in the sea? On the way back to Naval Headquarters, Kong looked at the manuscript in his hand thoughtfully. To be honest, until now, he still had some doubts about whether Xia-Yan had any conspiracy with Redfield. But no matter how he looked at the cartoon in his hand, he couldn't see anything wrong. This is indeed a very interesting comic. Am I really thinking too much? Sora thought about it carefully, and finally gave up thinking. Let's call a few more people to take a closer look. The more people, the more powerful it is. Naval Headquarters. Marshal Sora stepped off the warship and immediately ordered, "Tell Crane and Sengoku to come to my office together." Yes. Lord Marshal. Colonel Marine instantly became nervous. Did something big happen? The Marshal even asked Admiral to discuss it with the General Staff. Incomparably horrified, the Colonel turned around and hurriedly went to inform the bosses. Sora didn't know, he gave an order casually, which startled many Marine generals. They thought it was some big pirate in the New World who was doing something again. After a few minutes, Sengoku and Tsuru pushed open the door and walked into Marshal Sora's office. Marshal. Sengoku and Tsuru sat opposite Marshal Sora, their faces solemn and serious. Look at this. Sora handed Xia-Yan's manuscript to the two Sengoku. Yes. Sengoku took it with his solemn-looking hands, and read it carefully with Tsuru. The first thing that caught my eye was a naive boy with a smirk. This is a comic, Crane said in surprise. Well, as expected of Xia-He, I can see it at a glance. Kong smiled and nodded. Continue watching, see if you can see anything. Good. Sengoku was full of doubts and could only continue to read. When I looked at it, I was fascinated. A long time. Sengoku let out a sigh of relief and his face became more serious. Is this a real story? This is the first time I have seen a manga with such a strong sense of reality, as if it actually happened. What did you say? Sora narrowed his eyes, startled by Sengoku's words. But he quickly realized that it was impossible. Xia-Yan is only 17 years old now. He should have been 13 when he was caught by Marine. He has never been to sea. How could he have seen these things? So Sora just waved his hand and said lightly, "Don't think too much, this is just a better cartoon. How about it, can you see anything?" This. Sengoku and Crane looked at each other, and then spoke first. Friendship, justice, quests, bonds, strange abilities, strange worlds. I almost have to believe that there is indeed a Konoha village in the world. Indeed. Crane Vice Admiral echoed, and the story is quite interesting. There are obviously stories on several characters that have not yet been told. The story of No Jean and Bai is also very touching. The use of abilities is quite interesting, water style, lightning style, and also with the power of the terrifying Nine-Tails Demon Fox. I think this is just the beginning, and I believe there will be more surprises in the future. Cough. Sora coughed in embarrassment. I'm not asking you to express your thoughts on the comic, but to ask if you see anything in this comic that is detrimental to marine or world government. Ah? No. Sengoku and Crane looked confused. This is obviously a fantasy world, and ninjas have nothing to do with marine and pirates, and they can't be connected at all. Is it really that I think too much? Sora was a little depressed. Does that kid Xiaoyan really just want to draw an excellent comic that the world will remember him? Marshal Kong, what's wrong with you? Looking at Sora's tangled face, he asked in a deep voice, who made this comic book to make you so tangled? You can tell by looking at the pseudonym on the title page. Empty said lightly. Pen name. Crane and Sengoku subconsciously turned to the title page. Golden Xiaoyan. Sengoku pinched his chin thoughtfully. This name sounds familiar. It's Roger's adopted son. Crane's face suddenly sank. Golden Roger, Golden Xiaoyan. This is actually drawn by Roger's adopted son. Ah. It's that kid. As expected of Xiaohe, I even remember this. Sengoku suddenly realized, and then he remembered the special existence of Xiaoyan on the 6th floor of an underwater prison. Only. Thinking of Xiaoyan, Sengoku's face couldn't help but look a little weird. He remembered that Xiaoyan and his sister seemed to have a close relationship. Marshal Kong, what are you going to do with this comic? Crane asked suddenly. Give it to the World Economic News, and issue a few issues together with the World Economic News to see the effect. Empty said truthfully. What? I object. The Crane's face darkened, and he asked sternly, how can a cartoon of an important criminal be released? What if he has any conspiracy? The corner of Marshal Kong's mouth twitched. You said just now that there is no problem. That was just now. Crane said coldly with a dark face. Besides, even if the content of the comics is correct, Marine shouldn't. I negotiated terms with him. Sora interrupted he directly, and said lightly, as long as you recommend him to the World Economic News, he will tell us where the Golden Lion is. I think this deal is very worthwhile. Even if it is really cheated, it will not be a loss. What? Golden Lion? Sengoku and Crane were both shocked, and naturally understood what it meant for Marine to capture the legendary pirate who escaped from the prison, the Golden Lion. However, the Crane was still a little confused. She told the girl back then that Xiaoyan was killed by a pirate. As a result, the girl started a killing spree on the Grand Line, killing tens of thousands of pirates in a month, and finally subsided. Now if the girl knew that she lied to her, Xiaoyan was not actually dead, but was detained by Marine on the 6th floor of the dark undersea prison. That girl won't go crazy? Anyway, since you also said that this comic is not aimed at world government and Marine, then this matter is settled. Lightly tapping his fingers on the table, the Marshal said in a deep voice, help me contact Morgans, the president of the World Economic News. I want to talk to him about publishing comics. Yes. Sengoku agreed immediately. He didn't really care much about a manga. On the contrary, the Crane was very helpless, but there was no way to object. Compared to her wishes, it was obvious that the Golden Lion's intelligence was more important to Marine now. At the same time, Xiaoyan in the 6th floor of the underwater prison found that her fans had become 5. Who is Kong showing this again? Xiaoyan looked at the system panel thoughtfully, but didn't know who the new fans were. He had to read out the fan's name accurately, and then the appearance of the other party appeared in his mind, in order to capture the current position of the other party. Therefore, he is confident to find the Golden Lion. As long as Golden Lion reads the news, 80% will see his comics and become his fans. As for what if Golden Lion isn't interested in comics and doesn't become his fan? Then the deal with Marine can only be broken, and honestly think of other ways. Anyway, the top priority is to publish the comics first. Other things will be discussed later. Asterisk. Chapter 6, 200,000 Bundled Circulation, Aokiji's Tangle, Seeking Flowers, Evaluation Tickets. World Economic News, the largest newspaper in the pirate world. The background is mysterious and the status is high. Even if they do all kinds of crazy things, they have never been killed by other bigwigs. Moreover, the World Economic News has a very high status in the pirate world. Even Trafalgar Law believed in the contents of the newspaper and thought it would never go wrong. In the original book, the World Economic News was only affected a few times. They are Marine Admiral, 5 Elders, and Celestial Dragons, suspected, all of which are high-status existences. Morgans, the president of the World Economic News, is a bird with the ability of the fruit albatross. In the original book, he was also invited to participate in the tea party of the 4 Emperors' Big Mom, and his status is not low. Sora's so-called favor is to hand Xia Yan's comics to the media boss. A cartoon from Marine. Morgans flipped open the original comic book in his hand, but his heart was contemptuous and disdainful. There are now comic strips about Marine's upholding of justice in the World Economic News, which were drawn by Marine himself, but the quality is very difficult to describe. He really didn't think Marine could make good comics. As a result, it was slapped again. This cartoon character is not bad, it has a story at a glance. Flicking through the comics in his hand with interest, Morgans was fascinated unconsciously. Even the comics that Redfield, Bullet, and Marshall Sora find interesting, Morgans is no exception. Moreover, as a media boss, he can see at a glance that this comic has the potential to become popular in the world. This is the best manga I've ever seen in my life. Morgans slammed the table and shouted excitedly, "The painters are top-notch, the characters are excellent, the plot is ups and downs, and the ability is very special. It is completely different from Devil Fruit and Hacky. Come on!" President Morgans. A staff member ran in quickly. The 33-episode comics will be bundled with the World Economic News to be released tomorrow, and the price will be increased by 400 Baileys. Hand the manuscript to the staff, Morgans said solemnly. Ah? Oh, I see. The staff nodded in agreement, but their hearts were stormy. Comics? Bundled with the World Economic News? Also boost 400 Bailey? The World Economic News only sells 100 Baileys. He has worked in the newspaper for 7 or 8 years, and this is the first time he has seen such a bizarre thing. You know, even promoting Marine's comic strip, they just put it on a small page of the World Economic News. Speaking of which, President Morgans. The staff who was about to go out to arrange this thing suddenly thought of something, turned around and asked, "How many copies are bundled?" "Our newspapers are sold all over the world, with sales of tens of millions. If the comics can't be sold, Indo-Pacific you will lose a lot." "Well, of course I know that." Morgans nodded and ordered, "Try the water first, bundle 200,000 copies." The World Economic News only sells 100 Baileys, but the bundled comics sell for 400 Baileys. That's 4 times the price. Row is that Morgans is confident this Hokage ninja will be a hit, and isn't prepared to take too much risk. He is making money, not charity. 200,000 test waters, enough. The next day, people around the world who buy the World Economic News by habit suddenly find that the World Economic News is divided into 2 editions. Version A, World Economics, 100 Baileys. Version B, World Economic News and Manga Hokage Ninja Volume 1, 500 Bailey. Hokage Ninja? What is this thing? It costs 400 Baileys directly. Don't buy it. Most people see comics without any interest and just ignore them. But there are also a small number of people who like to read comics, or are interested in the comic content that is bundled for the first time by the World Economic News. World Economic News is one of the largest circulation newspapers in the world. The only one that is competitive is the government circular issued by World Government. Therefore, many people still bought the B version that cost 500 Baileys. Although the proportion of purchases is not large, but on the basis of the huge circulation of tens of millions, all 200,000 comics were sold on the same day. Naval Headquarters. Is this the manga that Sengoku Admiral said? Throwing the World Economic News aside, Aokiji lay comfortably on the sofa in the office and started flipping through the manga in his hand. It's actually a ninja story. Interesting. See transformation technique, clone technique, body replacement technique. Aokiji couldn't help but imagine whether observation Haki could decipher these abilities, which seemed to him no problem. Seeing the appearance of Kakashi, the teacher Jainin, Naruto, and other newcomers began to form a team. Aokiji couldn't help but smile, thinking back to when he was a Marine recruit many years ago. Immediately afterwards, a tense assassination struck. Obviously the strength of the enemy is only average in Aokiji's view, but there is still a thrilling sense of excitement. In particular, when the water-style water dragon bomb technique is not used, Kakashi uses Sharingan to copy the opponent's ninjutsu to fight back, and Aokiji gets goosebumps when he sees it. What a bizarre pupil technique! What a bizarre ninjutsu! Can you control the sea? If you really have this ability, wouldn't you be able to kill a lot of capable people? Aokiji has been completely attracted by comics, and even began to think about whether he can develop an ice escape Bing Longden technique. It looks really cool. As a result, White appeared. Seeing that the opponent was using a freezing ability similar to his own, Aokiji couldn't help but widen his eyes. Moving at the speed of light? Can people move like glittering fruit in the mirror of ice? Bullshit. Putting the manga down, Aokiji snorted coldly, this ability is too nonsense, I can't even move at the speed of light in the mirror of ice. Don't watch it. However, that being said, after hesitating for half a minute, Aokiji kept glancing at the comics on the side. Alas! Forget it, what do I care about with a comic? This isn't devil fruit. Convinced himself by talking to himself, Aokiji picked up the manga again and continued to read it with gusto. Be drawn to characters like Naruto, Sasuke, Kakashi, and more. Indulge in the emotional entanglement and fetters of Zabuza and Bai. Especially at the end, Naruto broke out the power of the Nine-Tails Demon Fox, which made Aokiji's heart shake violently. The picture is really impressive. Aokiji has to admit that he has seen the best manga he has ever seen in his life. At the same time, all over the world, there are many people like Aokiji. Although the first circulation was only 200,000, the number of people who actually saw it far exceeded this number. For example, some pirate groups, schools, and towns buy a copy, but dozens or hundreds of people take turns watching. In short, although it is still far from being popular in the world, not many people take a comic seriously, at most as a pastime after a meal. But on this day in C Circle Calendar 1509, Xia finally successfully took his first step in this world. Asterisk. Chapter 7, 970,000 fans, 7 popular characters, the popularity begins to ferment. Ding! Manga release settlement is in progress. Get 975,420 followers. Manga Hokage Ninja gained popular characters, Namikaze Minato, Domino Irika, Uzumaki Naruto, Uchiha Sasuke, Hitaki Kakashi, No More Cuts, Shiro. The 6th floor of the underwater prison. Xia, who had just finished drawing a few comics and was studying observation Haki with Redfield, suddenly heard a system prompt. What happened? Xia Yan asked in a dazed face, didn't you say that you will give me a copy when it is released? I don't know at all, how did the release succeed? And, what is 970,000? Ghost? Is it so easy to gain fans? Ding! Host's comics were released for the first time with 200,000 copies, and they were all sold out on the same day. The number of people who read comics is actually far more than 200,000, at least millions. Among these millions of people, a considerable number of readers have become your fans and are willing to spend money on the next comic release. Is that so? I thought 1 million fans would be very difficult to achieve, but I didn't expect it to be done in just 2 days. Xia Yan was very surprised, millions of fans or something, the speed was completely beyond his imagination. This is normal. The system explained to Xia Yan, the comics are of excellent quality and will naturally attract readers, and the World Economic News is the largest newspaper in the pirate world. The circulation of each issue of the newspaper alone is as high as 10 million, and the reading audience is at least hundreds of millions. 100,000 fans are just getting started. This. Xia Yan clicked her tongue secretly in her heart. To be honest, he was shocked by this statistic. When he watched pirates in his previous life, he hadn't paid much attention to the newspapers in the pirate world. After all, it's a small detail that doesn't deserve the audience's attention at all. He never thought that this seemingly inconspicuous newspaper office turned out to be such a terrifying organization. The circulation is tens of millions, and the reading audience is hundreds of millions. What is the concept? In his previous life on Earth, there were only a few countries with a population of more than hundreds of millions. Just horrible. In this way, Sora not only didn't cheat on me, but he did his best. Well, he's really a good person. Satisfied with Marshal Kong's responsible attitude, Xia Yan directly opened the system panel. Manga, Hokage Ninja. Fans, 975,425. Popular characters, number of fans Uzumaki Naruto, 154,000. Uchiha Sasuke, 162,000. Hitaki Kakashi, 322,000. Domino Irika, 152,000. Do Not Cut Again, 108,000. White, 228,000. Namikaze Minato, 101,000. The first stage lottery goal, fans reach 1,975,425/1,000,000, not reached. Looking at the list that suddenly became longer, Xia Yan was a little dumbfounded. It's only been serialized for 33 episodes, so there are too many popular characters. Wouldn't it take a long list to continue the serialization? No one should scold me for the number of words. Even someone like 4th Hokage who only revealed his name actually has so many fans? The system will naturally filter. The system immediately said, you have just started serialization, so characters with more than 100,000 fans will be displayed. As the plot progresses, there will be fewer and fewer fans of characters with fewer appearances. When the number of fans of a character exceeds 500,000, only the names of characters with more than 500,000 fans will be displayed, and the same is true for 1 million. That's it, that's very convenient. Although Hokage is a long novel, the top popular characters are those, and there won't be too many. Xia Yan was relieved, and then continued to ask, how many fans of the character can I get one of their abilities? And summons. With 1 million fans, the host can randomly select an ability of the character. The system replied, with 5 million fans, the host can summon this character to the world of pirates. 1 million, 5 million. Xia Yan clicked her tongue secretly. The number of fans of a mere character will reach 5 million, which is unimaginable in his previous life. How to look at this requirement can be exaggerated. It seems that I have to hurry up and serialize it. In an instant, there was boundless motivation in her heart, and Xiaoyan even interrupted observation Haki's practice and continued to rush drafts. Redfield looked at Xiaoyan in surprise. Don't continue to practice. No. Xiaoyan quickly drew a storyboard and said casually, I want to hurry up and draw more comics. You kid is a plaything and loses his mind. Redfield's face sank. But I thought that Xiaoyan said that someone would find them through the comics and rescue them from the underwater prison. Redfield said nothing. Anyway, he and Xiaoyan are just ordinary friends who have a good relationship. It's enough to persuade him once or twice. People who don't want to practice and want to draw cartoons are not good at persuading them all the time, it will only make people annoying. Xiaoyan didn't know. Around the world, there's been a little bit of a stir because of the Hokage Ninja thing. Have you watched Hokage Ninja in the B edition of the World Economic News? Look at it. Sharingan, Water Style, Lightning Style, Bing Dun, Nine Tails Demon Fox. These abilities are so handsome. Yeah, if only I knew Water Style Ninjutsu, whoever has the fruit ability, just drown him. Haha. I just want to know the story behind Hitaki Kakashi's Sharingan, and if there are other powerful abilities. Woo, it's so touching that Bai Hezai doesn't cut it. Why don't I have such a good wife? Bai is a man, not a wife. What? It's true, you can see it if you look closely, it's a man disguised as a woman. Ah. The old thief Xiaoyan of the Dog Day actually called such a cute girl a man. This guy is sick. FK off. I don't believe it. This is to protect herself, she must be a girl. She's disguised as a man. People who watched Hokage Ninja sat in the bar, talking loudly. All of them looked like they were drunk, and their necks were red. People who had seen Hokage at the bar immediately walked over to join them, and it was very lively. And those who haven't seen Hokage feel a little embarrassed, as if they are being rejected. Hokage from the world economy? Looks like I'll have to take a look too. Most people don't want to understand what other people are talking about. Simply put, it's herd mentality. So, under the propaganda of a lot of tap water, the influence of the manga Hokage Ninja began to spread rapidly. 3 days later, the telephone bug of the World Economic News has been blasted. P.S. The World Economic News in Pirates is really good, but I don't know what background or strength they have. Another great thing is the government draft controlled by world government. The 2 largest newspapers, for the most part, publish the same content. But in a few cases, Morgans will defy the demands of the world government according to their own ideas. The comics even beat up the world government for this. Asterisk. Chapter 8, Explosion. 2 million reprints, 3.7 million new fans, and over 500,000 character fans. I want a copy of Hokage Ninja. Sorry, it's sold out. I want the manga. The one from Ninja, Sharingan. Sorry, we have all sold out. All over the world, in every region, there are similar people who go to local newspapers. Newspapers in Pirate World are generally sold in 2 ways. One is a dedicated newsbird direct sales, and the other is a local newspaper, which sells itself after purchasing. There are so many people who came to ask about the manga Hokage Ninja today. A newspaper owner of North Blue looked at his notebook thoughtfully. In just an hour, more than 70 people had come to ask. Will fire. This comic is going to be very popular. So immediately called the World Economic News. Hey! What's going on with your World Economic News? Why doesn't Hokage Ninja print more points? Quick! Print Hokage Ninja, I am here in a very prosperous area, I will book 5,000 copies first. I ordered 30,000 copies, and I am the biggest bookseller in the Kingdom of France. I have 5,000 copies. In the World Economic News, the phone bug was completely blown up. The operator answered the phone in a hurry, nodded and apologized to the other side, and then quickly passed the call on. I go. The staff in charge of statistics on the content of the calls widened their eyes in astonishment, received 45 calls in 1 hour, and asked for a total of 550,000 copies? All of the comics called Hokage Ninja that President Morgan's bundled and sold. More than. Another staff member was sweating profusely. I also received a lot of feedback from newsbirds here, and at least there is a demand of 300,000 to 400,000. It's on fire. It's on fire. Lord Morgan's is right. The staff roared frantically, this is just the beginning, and the demand has already exceeded 1 million copies. According to the price of 400 Baileys, this is 400 million sales. And this is just the beginning. Thinking of the huge amount, Rao has witnessed the world economic news with a circulation of more than 10 million in each issue, and these employees are still shocked. The world economic news has come to this day, but it has developed for more than 10 years, and I do not know how many difficulties and setbacks it has encountered during this period. And this manga called Hokage Ninja is only a day old. Print. Quickly print. Let me know this order. Suddenly, a voice sounded from behind everyone. The staff turned their heads and shouted in surprise, Morgan's president, are you here? Okay. Morgan's nodded intently, with a bit of suppressed madness in his eyes. Although I knew it might catch fire, I never thought it would catch on so quickly. President Morgan's, how many copies do we print? The staff asked again. 1.5 million first. Morgan's hesitated, then changed his mind, no, just print 2 million copies. The popularity of comics has just fermented, and the demand has already exceeded 1 million. According to Morgan's estimates, the 2 million comics should be sold out within 4 weeks. Even, 2 million is not the limit. 3 million? Or 4 million? Will this cartoon become another huge economic pillar of the world economic news, even surpassing the world economic news on which they live? Gold Xiaoyan. Marine. Morgan's thoughtfully muttered about Xiaoyan's pseudonym. I don't know which Marine drew this. It seems that I have to go to Marshal Kong and ask about it later, prepare royalties and gifts, and come to visit. This kind of talent must be good. Just pull in. Why has my fan count changed? On the 6th floor of the underwater prison, Xiaoyan couldn't help but feel anxious when he saw that he was only short of more than 20,000 fans to reach the first stage goal and draw a lottery. Every time a new comic is released, the new fans will be counted. Forward. Xiaoyan's mouth twitched, in other words, I have to wait for the next comic release before the fans exceed 1 million. Yes. The system replied. Tisk, how long will it take? Forget it, let's continue drawing manga. Xiaoyan shook her head helplessly, calmed down, and continued to draw the next content. He didn't know that all the staff of the World Economic News were working overtime, just to get 2 million copies printed in one day. Boy Xiaoyan. Redfield suddenly said, continue to tell me the story of Journey to the West, okay. The story behind Journey to the West is in the form of a unit drama, many of which I can't remember. Xiaoyan shook her head and threw the drawn manuscript to Redfield. You better read the comics honestly, I have to hurry up and draw more. The manga career can focus on whether he can acquire powerful abilities, and how many powerful characters he can summon later. How could he have time to tell Redfield a story? Oh, it's okay to read comics. Redfield pouted dejectedly. Although he still wanted to know the story after Sun Wukong, Xiaoyan said that he forgot, and he couldn't help it. Let's honestly read the manga, anyway, the manga of the ninja is also quite interesting. Opposite the prison. Bullet stopped training and said sweating profusely, throw me over after reading it, old thing. Humph. Got it. Stinky brat. Redfield agreed impatiently, but was secretly shocked. In the underwater prison, everyone can't even eat enough to eat, and they can't fight. It's not bad if their strength doesn't regress. And this young man named Bullet's strength has not decreased but increased, which is terrifying. That's all. A whole week has passed, which is 7 days. Xia Yan still set aside some time to learn haki and strengthen her physique. At the same time, he also drew Hokage to 70 episodes. He needs to draw the whole book as soon as possible. If it is a week, how can there be so much time for him to consume? I just hope that the people at the World Economic News can help me deal with the issue of the issue. The second volume is stuck here. Xia Yan stopped writing with satisfaction. He was stuck in Orochimaru meeting Kakashi and almost got into a fight. The interaction between these two popular characters in the original works will surely make readers curious. As for the content of chapters 34 to 70, they are mainly the melee and scroll grabs before the 1v1 battle of the Chunin exam. And the final two 1v1 matches between Uchiha Sasuke, Abarame Shino, and other shinobi genin. Between these 37 words, the original 12 Xiaoqiang, genin, Anko, Orochimaru, several genin and Hokage from other shinobi villages appeared one after another. The Chunin exam is quite an engaging storyline. It should be hotter, right? Xia Yan had such expectations. Sudden ding. The system prompt sounded suddenly. Xia Yan looked subconsciously. Manga release settlement is underway. 3,703. 310 new fans were acquired. Manga Hokage ninja characters Hatake Kakashi, Uzumaki Naruto, Uchiha Sasuke, Shiro, the number of fans reached 500,000. Complete the first stage goal, 1000000/1000000, get a chance to draw rewards. The second stage goal is open. The continuous sound of prompts confused Xia Yan. Then, he was suddenly ecstatic. Reward, come. P.S. Don't think how exaggerated this data is. In reality, Juvenile Jump had a circulation of more than 6 million at its peak, and then there were nearly 20 high-quality comics serialized on it. At its peak, a bunch of god-level works of 1, 2, and 3 million volumes competed with each other. In the world of pirates, in terms of comics, first, the competitiveness is poor, and it is easy to rely on high-quality comics to occupy the market. The second is that the World Economic News is sent to the whole world, and its audience is much higher than that of Juvenile Jump, which is limited to Japan. Japanese comics basically rely on animation to drive domestic and overseas sales and business, so works without animation are very disadvantageous. Chapter 9, the first lottery draw, Mangeki Sharingan, Seeking Flowers, Evaluation Tickets. Manga, Hokage Ninja. Fans, 467-8735. Popular characters, number of fans Uzumaki Naruto, 754,000. Uchiha Sasuke, 782,000. Hatake Kakashi, 920,000. White, 528,000. The first stage goal, fans reach 1 million, 1,000,000/1,000,000,000, achieved. The second stage goal, have 1 million loyal fans, 15,750/1,000,000, not achieved. What terrifying data! Watch the huge changes on your own panel. To be honest, Xia Yan was taken aback. Even though he hasn't even released the second volume yet, his comic fans have already risen to a terrifying 4.67 million. What is this concept? The local average volume of Hokage comics in the previous life was just over 2 million, although adding animation fans, it is estimated that this number will be many times more. But you must know that the Hokage comics in the previous life have been serialized for more than 10 years, and there are more than 700 episodes of animation alone. And what about him? I just sent out the plot between the Chunin exams, and the time has not even been half a month. The best part is yet to come. Invincible. Xia Yan muttered to herself in her heart, it seems that it is not difficult for a character to have 1 million fans. I will soon be able to draw one of Kakashi's abilities and reach 5 million to summon the character. It is only a matter of time. But... Xiaoyan frowned suddenly. He remembered something very serious. What period is the summoned character? Xiaoyan asked the system in her heart. What period is the serialization, and what period is the summoned character? System directly. Xiaoyan's mouth twitched. That is to say, even if the number of fans of Naruto Sasuke reaches 5 million, if it is not for them in the late adult version of Shippuden, it is estimated that they will not be too strong. Even Kakashi cannot use his Kamui at this time. Which of the popular characters in the early stage of Hokage are strong? Tsunade, Orochimaru, Jiraiya, Third Hokage, Itachi, Kisame, Might Guy. No, the popularity should be limited until Might Guy didn't show the strength of 8 inner gates, and Kisame doesn't seem to show much strength. In this way, the only popular powerhouses in the early stage are Uchiha Itachi, Sunin, and Third Hokage. Gaara should also count, but he can't control the tail beast perfectly like Naruto, so it's useless. After roughly counting the powerful characters with high popularity, Xiaoyan couldn't help sighing. It's a pity that he can't modify the comics given by the system. Otherwise, shorten the plot line and enter the middle and late stages as soon as possible, and a first-line powerhouse will not be weak in the pirate world. When can I draw the next comic? Xiaoyan asked suddenly. After completing the objective of the third stage of Hokage Ninja, you will get the next manga. The third stage goal. Xiaoyan grinned, and then she remembered the reward. I completed the first goal, I can draw a lottery, right? Yes. Then take it straight. Xiaoyan wasted no time. Ding. Extraction begins. A bunch of props in the world of Hokage appeared in front of Xiaoyan out of thin air, along with a giant roulette wheel. Dead bone pulse. White eyes, with gentle fist method. Sharingan, with fire style. Mangeki Sharingan. Wood style. Uzumaki bloodline, with sealing technique. Ghoul sealed. The wheel starts to spin. Xiaoyan stared intently at the roulette hands. Wood style or Mangeki Sharingan are fine, Uzumaki bloodline, dead bone pulse, white eyes are also acceptable, don't seal the ghouls. Xiaoyan prayed secretly in her heart. The ghoul seal is the kind of move that perishes with the enemy, and it is the same as if it is not drawn. Live well, he doesn't want to die. Ding. The system prompt sounded beside the ear. Xiaoyan only felt a heat flow in his eyes, and the severe pain made him have the illusion that he was blind, and he could hardly help shouting. But Xiaoyan smiled, very happy. Ding. Obtain Mangeki Sharingan. Automatic extraction of Mangeki Sharingan's pupil skills. Right eye, Kamui, left eye, Amaterasu. I go. Xiaoyan uttered foul language in surprise, and woke up many of the big pirates who were locked up on the 6th floor. Boy, what's wrong with you? Redfield looked at Xiaoyan in surprise. No, nothing. Xiaoyan shook her head and said, it's just that there was a sudden breakthrough in strength. Oh. Redfield immediately became interested. Tell me now, are you the master armament haki, or the master observation haki, or? Squinting his eyes, Ryder smiled mysteriously, or maybe, awakened conqueror's haki. Pfft. Before Xiaoyan could speak, a big fat pirate in the prison diagonally across from him couldn't help laughing. It's funny. Or are you already confused, Earl Red? This kind of weak and trash kid can awaken conqueror's haki. Who is he? Xiaoyan was mocked, but she was not angry, but looked at Redfield inquiringly. Humph. It's just trash. Redfield snorted contemptuously, but a dignified look flashed in his eyes. The butcher of Roshan, who offered a reward of 900 million Baileys, once wiped out 3 countries and killed tens of millions of people in half a month. Perverts lunatic. Tisk, this man is disgusting. Hearing that this man was so vile, Xia Yan couldn't help frowning. Ha! I didn't expect the famous Red Earl to remember Lao Zi. Hearing Redfield's introduction, his body was immediately a little excited. Unfortunately, Lao Zi is handcuffed by sea stone, so he can't use any strength, otherwise I must ask you for advice on the strength of this pirate senior. Oh! Xia Yan squinted her eyes with a playful smile on her face. Sea stone, can't use your strength? Are you demon fruit power? So what? Do you want to turn your back on Lao Zi? Roshan Butcher glared at Xia Yan, and a trace of suppressed haki was released from his body. Even if Lao Zi can't use his strength, he can use Conqueror's haki to scare ants like you to death. Roshan, UBD. Stop this old man. Redfield couldn't help but feel annoyed when he saw that the legendary monster, the Butcher of Roshan, with a reward of 900 million Bailey, wanted to use Conqueror's haki to oppress Xia Yan. Xia Yan is an important helper for him to pass the time. I can't take care of my own physical strength. Redfield didn't hesitate to release his Conqueror's haki to fight it. The entire 6th floor of the underwater prison shook violently, and between the lightning and thunder, it was as terrifying as the end of the world. What happened? That guy Ryder got into a fight with Roshan. The collision of Conqueror's haki, I really miss it. The last time I felt it was more than a year ago. All the prisoners detained on the 6th floor looked at the two in astonishment. I don't understand how the two big pirates suddenly fight just for a little-known role. Stop first. While haki was raging, Xia Yan's face paled from the shock of Conqueror's haki, but she still raised her hand to stop Redfield. Boy Xia Yan! Redfield's face sank. It's okay. Xia Yan smiled gently, I don't have much physical strength, so there's no need to waste it on such trivial things. Redfield didn't speak, but his eyes softened a little, and he withdrew the pouring haki. The Roshan Butcher on the opposite side was also relieved, and with a pale face, he took back his haki. He can only eat one meal in 10 days. After at least 10 years of such days, he also has little physical strength. It can be said that if Xia Yan hadn't taken the initiative to stop it, after today, his body will become weaker. But Roshan Butcher didn't appreciate it. Instead he glared at Xia Yan arrogantly, I don't know how high the world is. After seeing haki's collision, I should now understand how vast this world is. Well, I do understand. Xia Yan smiled playfully, I didn't expect that a weak person like you could even be imprisoned on the 6th floor of the underwater prison, which really lowered the level of me and Ryder. What did UBD kid say? Hearing Xia Yan's sarcasm, Roshan Butcher was instantly furious. Boom! Not caring about his nearly exhausted physical strength, he released his Conqueror's haki again without hesitation, and was about to shake Xia Yan to death. Boy! Be careful! Redfield was shocked, and subconsciously wanted to release haki again to protect Xia Yan. But Xia Yan shot ahead. A pair of blood pupils, a pitch-black jade, slowly emerged in his pupils. Then, 2 hook jade, 3 hook jade. In the end, the hook jade merged into a weird pattern. What's wrong with this kid's eyes? Butcher Roshan's pupils shrank slightly, and he was vigilant. Sudden. Wow! Something fell on him. Okay. Butcher Roshan looked down at his body subconsciously, and his eyes widened in shock. A strange black flame was burning on his huge body. P.S. For the protagonist Mangeki Sharingan and Monocular Kamui, I have carefully considered. In the comics, Kakashi's Kamui can attack from a distance, while Obito's Kamui is mainly defensive, and it seems that it cannot be attacked from a distance. So can the Monocular Kamui achieve spatial teleportation? I thought it was possible at first, but I checked the information and found that it doesn't seem to be. If Obito can teleport in Kamui space with one eye, then when he is bombed by Konan with 600 billion explosive talismans, he can teleport away directly, instead of waiting for 5 minutes to be exposed and be blown up alive. Therefore, at least one-eyed Kamui cannot teleport in space, and can only hide in Kamui space at most *. Chapter 10, Aokiji's new move, Magic Mirror Ice Crystal. Ask for flowers, evaluation tickets. What is this? Black flames? Is that kid's ability? Although a little surprised, Roshan Butcher did not take the flames on his body to heart. In his opinion, such a small group of flames can be extinguished with a single shot. And he did. Snapped. Butcher Roshan slapped his belly hard. But what surprised him was, not only did his slap not put out the black fire, but even his palm burned. What happened? Roshan Butcher subconsciously grabbed his right hand with his left hand, trying to extinguish the black fire. The result was obvious, and it failed again. His hands and stomach burned rapidly, crackling. The black flames burned more and more vigorously, and even began to spread to other parts of his body. Butcher Roshan finally panicked. Damn! What the hell did you kid do to Laozi? Roaring, he mobilized his little armament haki, trying to prevent the burning of the black flames. Result, failed again. Whoa! The flames burned fat and flesh, and even armament haki became an accelerant, ignited by the black flame. Butcher Roshan screamed bitterly. His original physical strength was instantly exhausted by armament haki. In a blink, his huge body was completely swallowed by black fire, and the screams became lower and lower, and finally stopped completely. A long time. Xiaoyan covered her stinging left eye and received the fire of revolving heaven. It hurts. Xiaoyan frowned. After just using Amaterasu once, he felt a little dizzy and his eyes hurt badly. No wonder in the original book, Uchiha Itachi bleeds after using Mangeki Sharingan a few times. This consumption is too horrible. Is there any way to solve this problem? Will I go blind if I go on like this? Xiaoyan asked the system in her heart. As long as you continue to extract eternal Mangeki Sharingan or Rinnegan, or extract a lot of pupil power, you can solve it. The system immediately replied, of course. Host can also enhance physical fitness through exercise, so the loss when using Mangeki Sharingan will be reduced a lot. Your body is too weak now. I see. I understand. Xiaoyan nodded slightly, returning the Mangeki Sharingan to its normal appearance. At the same time, hiss. All the 6th level criminals who were paying attention to this side took a deep breath. Burned to death? A criminal with a reward of 900 million just finished. Not even ashes are left. What kind of fruit person is this kid? Logia Maramara fruit? No, the color of Maramara fruit's flames is different, and it's not so powerful. Scary. Did you notice? That flame can even ignite armament haki. It's the first time I've seen something so terrifying. The vicious criminals were shocked by Xiaoyan's ability, and even the tone of speech was a lot more polite. This is the 6th floor of the underwater prison. Because of starvation, sea stone handcuffs, and other reasons, there are many strong people who are incompetent. In other words, since Xiaoyan can easily burn down the monster with a reward of 900 million, the butcher of Roshan, then he must be able to burn them alive by the same means. What ability is this? Redfield looked at Xiaoyan in shock, and lowered his voice. I was trying to deceive this old man. I just saw it clearly. Your eyes are clearly the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan in the ninja comics. And it's not an ordinary Sharingan, it's obviously a more advanced one. You guess. Xiaoyan smiled mysteriously without explaining. This light-hearted attitude, in the eyes of Redfield, is the best proof of Xiaoyan's inscrutable. You kid. Thinking of that possibility, Redfield was even more horrified. Then he shook his head sharply again. No, not possible. Xiaoyan should have simply drawn his abilities into the comics, that's all. How could there really be a ninja country like Konoha village in this world? Redfield shuddered at the thought of a group of ninjas who could control the sea and even walk freely on the sea. You know, whether it is a marine or a pirate, it is inseparable from warships and pirate ships. If there are really ninjas who can control the sea, then for the able people in this world, it is simply a nemesis. Boring. The opposite bullet suddenly snorted coldly, it's just the pupil technique, the world is huge, there are no wonders, it doesn't matter how the strength comes, as long as you can control the strength for your own use, that's enough. As he said that, he looked at Xia Yan strangely. I originally thought you were not worthy of that surname, but now it seems that you are the deepest hidden person on the 6th floor of the underwater prison. What do you mean? Xia Yan looked at Bullet with a bewildered expression. I'm Bullet. Bullet said in a serious tone, Douglas Bullet, former crew member of the Roger Pirates. It's you. Xia Yan widened her eyes in surprise. It was only then that he remembered why the name Bullet was familiar. Isn't this the monster boss from the previous movie version? Oh? You know me? Bullet looked at Xia Yan in surprise, his eyes suddenly fluctuated. Could it be that man mentioned me to you? Roger. Xia Yan subconsciously wanted to shake her head in denial. But he hesitated for a moment, and finally nodded and said, yes. Oh. Bullet responded casually. He did not continue to ask questions, turned around and continued to exercise. Xia Yan. He also thought that Bullet would have a good chat with him, and even exchange feelings and recognize a relative. But I didn't expect him to have such a strange attitude, and it was too calm, right? Hey, kid Xia Yan, just ignore that guy Bullet. Redfield laughed and played with his taste. Tell me, is the water-style ninjutsu in the comics your own fantasy, or like Sharingan, did you draw your master's ability on it? Ice Escape Secret Technique Magic Mirror Ice Crystal. In the Naval Headquarters training ground, Aokiji condensed a large ice mirror and was experimenting with the ninjutsu he just learned from the comics. However, no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't move at the speed of light through the mirror surface. Ah, sure enough, manga is just fantasy, am I thinking too much? Originally thinking that he had found a new direction for ability development, Aokiji couldn't help being a little disappointed. However, he has also developed a full of cool abilities. Ice Escape. Aokiji raised his hand and waved forward, Ice Dragon Ball Technique. Roar. The huge frost dragon condensed in midair out of thin air, making a terrifying roar. In an instant, even the surrounding temperature dropped countless times. Aokiji's palm pressed down under the envious, admiring, and longing gazes of a lot of marines. Boom! The huge frost dragon slammed into the ground heavily, not only freezing most of the training ground into a world of ice and snow, but also shaking the surrounding earth constantly. Okay, amazing! As expected of Aokiji Vice Admiral. It's this trick that looks familiar to me. It's like the water dragon in the comic I read yesterday, but Aokiji Vice Admiral uses it as ice. Hey? You mean Hokage Ninja? I read it too. But my comic book was confiscated by Cassie Rear Admiral. Shocked by Aokiji's moves, at the same time, many sailors discovered that Aokiji's Ice Dragon Bomb, which seems to be a bit similar to the Water Dragon Bomb in Hokage. So there was another wave of discussions about Hokage ninjas. Unconsciously, a large number of Marines began to pay attention to this comic. This was something Sora had never thought of before. In the training ground, Aokiji was checking the effect of his blow. I just transformed the form. Although the power has not changed, the momentum has increased more than a little, which is quite magical. Very satisfied with the new ability he developed, Aokiji suddenly noticed a golden figure out of the corner of his eye. Okay? Light? Ice mirror? Polisalino. As if thinking of something, Aokiji's eyes lit up, and he waved at Kizaru, who is also Vice Admiral, come here. I have developed a new ability, you should be able to try it. Asterisk. Chapter 11, Occupied Naval Headquarters, Morgan scolded Marshal Kong, seeking flowers, evaluation tickets. Ice escape secret technique magic mirror ice crystal. Pulling Kizaru into the training ground, Aokiji unleashes a massive ice mirror again. What is this? Kyuzan-yo. Kizaru looked at the surrounding ice mirrors and asked in surprise, have you developed new moves? Ah, yes, and the inspiration came from reading comics. Aokiji told Kizaru the principle of the magic mirror ice crystal, and then said expectantly, try it, I think your ability should work. Well. Kizaru is also a little interested in this so-called magic mirror ice crystal. So the hands were folded, and the body slowly turned into a faint golden light. A golden light shot towards the ice mirror with extreme speed. Swish. 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 In an instant, Kizaru moved hundreds of times on the dense ice mirror, so fast that Aokiji's observation haki couldn't even react. Success. Aokiji was shocked. No doubt, this is the true speed of light. The golden light condensed again, and Kizaru landed smoothly, but his face was a little pale. Too fast. Kizaru's eyes were a little excited, but also a little depressing. At such a fast speed, I had already teleported dozens of times before I could attack, and I couldn't use it for battle at all. Is that so? It seems that it needs to be improved. This move seems to be really feasible at present. Aokiji pinched his chin thoughtfully, and his eyes suddenly lit up. Can you fire a laser to a specific place when transferring between ice mirrors? Let me try. Kizaru was also a little moved. Okay. Aokiji's eyes lit up, and his usual lazy appearance was swept away. If we can do it, then I'm afraid we have developed a rather amazing move this time. Just as Aokiji and Kizaru are developing new moves, Marshal Sora just finished reviewing a batch of urgent documents and walked out of the office yawning. He hasn't closed his eyes for 5 days and 5 nights, and hasn't left the office. I really have to serve the old man. I was so tired after only 5 days. I used to work overtime for half a month without sleeping without any problems. Complaining softly about his aging and exhausted body, Marshal Sora prepares to go home and take a good night's sleep. Morning Marshal Kong. A group of lieutenant-level officers who passed by greeted respectfully. Well, morning. Marshal Sora responded with a smile, and he had a crush on every young Marine. However, after staggering, he clearly heard a familiar word. Ninja. Ninja. Thinking of the comics released by Xia-Yan, I don't know how they are selling now. Is it because the sales are not good? Marshal Sora subconsciously released observation haki, trying to hear it clearly. I don't know when the second volume of Hokage Ninja will be released. I'm really looking forward to it. I have all the money ready. Oh, I know, too late, I didn't buy the first volume, I'm so mad at me. I heard that the first volume has been fired to 2,000 Baileys. Yet, it is said that the World Economic News has reprinted 2 million copies. I thought it would be enough to sell for at least a month, but it sold out in a week. They are also working crazy overtime now, and they are going to reprint another 1 or 2 million copies. Ha! I must buy 3 copies this time. 1 for myself, 1 for collection, and 1 for promotion in my team. Hey, you are so stingy, I want to buy 50 copies. Then I will give 1 copy to each soldier under my command. Did you give a bonus recently? The Marine officers were joking recklessly, not knowing that Marshal Sora had listened to them all. Hiss. The Marshal took a deep breath and stood there blankly. Naturally, these Marine officers don't talk nonsense. So is it true? Xia-Yan's comics sold 2 million copies in a week? It's even being printed. Marshall Sora instantly realized that he underestimated the appeal of Xia Yan's comics to people. You know, this comic has just started serialization, and it has not been noticed by everyone yet, and 80% of it has not been drawn to really exciting places. However, even so, it has sold a full 2 million copies, and may even sell 3 million copies. 3 million. A 400 Bailey. That's 1.2 billion in sales. This is already the bounty amount for the strongest codders of the legendary pirate groups in New World. And this is just a mere comic by Xia Yan that has just been released for more than a week. Marshall Sora directly released Observation Haki, covering half of the naval headquarters. I rely. After seeing some scenes, Sora directly swears. Captain Marine who is hiding in his office and reading manga with Hokage Ninja in his hand. In groups of 3 or 5, even while eating, a group of sea soldiers who still spoke loudly about Hokage Ninja. A group of female soldiers under Vice Admiral Tsuru are discussing who is more handsome, Kakashi or Uchiha Sasuke. Another group of male soldiers are discussing whether the lovely Bai is a man or a woman, and is he a man dressed as a woman or a woman as a man. And what made Marshall Kong the most angry were those two very familiar figures on the training ground. Kizaru. Aokiji. You two bastards. Don't think that the old man doesn't understand, you are playing the Hokage Ninja in the Hokage Ninja and the Limit and Ninjutsu. The naval headquarters just fell. Taking back Observation Haki, Marshall Sora stood there with dull eyes, his mind blank. It took him a long time to realize the point. I absolutely cannot let Xia Yan continue to publish the comics. Morgans. Quickly returning to his office, Marshall Sora directly dialed the phone bug of the president of the World Economic News. However, before he could speak, Morgans had already shouted loudly, "Thank you so much this time." Empty. The World Economic News owes you a huge favor. What? The empty stomach choked to the mouth, and his face was stunned. Morgans didn't notice his strangeness, and shouted excitedly, "You don't know, we're making crazy money now. According to the estimates of the sales department, it is not enough to print 1 million more, because Hokage Ninja has just started serialization, and its popularity has not exploded yet. When the popularity explodes completely, it is estimated that 4 million, 5 million, or even 6 million will be a matter of time. 6 million circulation. Do you understand? Marshall Kong. Not counting all kinds of peripherals and other various incomes in the future, the sales of only one volume of comics can reach a terrifying 2.4 billion Bailey. So I'm really thankful for you. If it weren't for you, the World Economic News would probably miss out on hundreds of billions in sales." Null. He didn't know what to say anymore. Hundreds of billions of sales? Is it really that scary? Even as the high-ranking Marine Marshal, Sora was still intimidated by the sheer amount Morgans said. It's just a comic. Most countries in the world can't even come up with hundreds of billions of Baileys. Rich to rival the country? Feeling that his lobbying this time might not be too smooth, Marshal Sora could only bite the bullet and said, "Well, Morgans, calm down for a while, will you listen to me? Tell me, what's wrong?" Morgans asked in surprise. "Can the serialization of Hokage Ninja be suspended?" Sora said carefully, "You may not know that the author of the comic book Hokage Ninja is a bit special, we Marine." "What the hell are you talking about?" Sora's words were interrupted by Morgan's growl. The world's top media tycoon didn't care about the high-ranking Marshal Marine on the opposite side, and directly yelled, "Are you FG sick? If you still don't understand what the Hokage Ninja manga means, go out and find out. Look at the Four Seas, Grand Line, and even New World, how many civilians, Marines, and even pirates are addicted to this comic. I'm telling you, if you want to stop the release of this comic, you're cutting off my fortune, like killing my parents. I'm not finished with you. I will handle the matter of Hokage Ninja myself, so I won't bother you, Marshall Marine. Done. Morgans hung up the phone directly, leaving Marshal Sora with a bewildered look on his face. Sora finally realized at this time. Naval headquarters is just a corner of the world. This matter has completely lost his control. Asterisk. Chapter 12, The Big Guys Love to Watch Hokage, First Meeting Prison Director Magellan. P.S. Where did I go to send so many flowers? Thank you. There will be 2 chapters plus updates today, all of them are flowers, which means 7 updates today. The first half of the Grand Line. A small boat floats on the sea. A man with a huge black knife on his back is sitting on it, with Erlang's legs crossed, and a comic book in his hand. Roar. The terrifying roar caused the sea to shake violently. As if a fountain erupted, a huge behemoth several hundred meters long drilled out from under the sea, with a whistling hurricane and a large amount of sea water, and slammed into the boat. Zhang! A turquoise sword energy suddenly burst out and shot straight into the sky. Whoa! Large swathes of blood and internal organs erupted from the giant sea kings suddenly, dyeing the sea red in the blink of an eye. This giant sea kings was cut in half by a man's sword. Did the beheading knife eat devil fruit's knife? Or is it a famous knife or a demon knife that I haven't heard of? It's quite magical. Looking at the gorgeous ninjutsu battles in the comics, the dark-haired young man's eyes flashed with disappointment. It's a pity that this Zafuzwan obviously has a good knife, but he doesn't know how to use it. I don't know if there will be a strong swordsman after this comic. Is the author called Jin Xiaoyan? He's an interesting person. He can come up with these bizarre abilities. I wonder if he will be a strong man. New World. Red Hair Pirates. Hurry up and return it to me. I haven't finished it yet. Hey, the captain and the boss didn't even watch it, why should you watch it first? I want to watch it again. That Nine-Tails fox is so handsome. The crew scrambled for a somewhat tattered comic that had been flipped through, and it rotted like this for more than a week after it was released. It can be seen that it has been circulated many times. Hey, Beckman. The redhead leaned against the cabin and grinned. The next time you buy comics, buy a few more copies, let's see what they've all robbed. Oh, I see. Beckman nodded coolly, but suddenly asked, aren't you going to read it? I checked, and the content of the comic is really good and attractive. Well, I really want to watch it, especially the author's pseudonym is Jin Xiaoyan, it always makes me feel nostalgic. The redhead supported his chin with one hand, and said tangled, but I'm the captain. Forget it, it's more important to read comics. I'm very curious, it can be rated as a good comic by Beckman. How beautiful can it be? The voice fell, and the red hair stepped out. The air shook violently. The pirates who were fighting for the comics were shocked to find that the target they were fighting for had disappeared. Boss! A pirate exclaimed. Only then did the other pirates react, and turned their heads to see the comic book in the red-haired hand. Ah! Boss, you are so foul, you actually end up grabbing it yourself. Let's go together. Beat up the boss. Ha ha ha. Come on. The redhead opened the comic book with one hand, looked at the content on it, and laughed. Just right, while reading the comics, you stinky brats are trained well. The other side of New World. Whitebeard Pirates. This comic is interesting, isn't it? Well, this water style is really powerful. It's a lore for demon fruit power. Where's the Nine-Tails fox? It's a bit like the devil fruit ability of the Eudemon's system. Its power is quite amazing. I'm afraid it's not weaker than Marine Admiral when it bursts with full force. The captains under Whitebeard, such as Phoenix Marco and Diamond Joe's, are also reading Xiaoyan's comics and discussing them with enthusiasm. The reason why so many pirate powerhouses pay attention to Xiaoyan's comics is actually related to the platform where the comics are released. That's the world economic news. Whether civilians, pirates, or kings and nobles. Anyone who pays attention to world news will buy or follow. Therefore, Xia Yan's comics can easily attract the attention of a bunch of big pirates. They all wanted to see if there was anything strange about the cartoons published by the World Economic News. After that it's easy. I read it out of curiosity, but it turned out that this comic is actually very good looking and novel, and it made people addicted to it without knowing it. Dad. Marco suddenly remembered something, picked up a comic and walked towards Whitebeard, shouting, "Dad! Would you like to read this comic? It's really interesting." "Kala la la, it's just a comic, it actually hooked you little guys." Whitebeard took a swig of wine and said, "Show lousy." "Hey hey." Marco smiled smugly and handed the comic to Whitebeard. "Well, the painter is not bad, 100 times better than the garbage comic promoting marine." Seeing the first page, Whitebeard gave it a fairly high rating and raised a little interest. Of course he's seen comics. But it was the first time he had seen such an excellent cartoon. Then, there are the wonderful plot and characters. Soon. Whitebeard read the content before the Chunin exam in one go. "Not bad." Whitebeard returned the cartoon to Marco and said lightly, "If that Uzumaki Naruto is willing to be Laozi's son, it would be quite appropriate." "Naruto? A poor child indeed." Speaking of Uzumaki Naruto as the protagonist, Marco's eyes flashed with sadness and gratitude. Their tragic past experiences have given them a certain empathy for Uzumaki Naruto. This also makes Marco and others want to see what kind of character Naruto will grow into after the story. Will he be Hokage? Without the protection of my father, can I become a man in the sky? I'm looking forward to the next story. I don't know when the author will release the second volume. Marco said softly, and also developed a certain curiosity about the author of the story. Golden Xia Yan? I don't know what kind of person he is. Undersea Prison, 6th floor. Because there is no third release of the comics for the time being, Xia Yan's panel will not change. He is studying the abilities of his Mangeki Sharingan, and is trying to see if he can get out of the underwater prison with these eyes. As a result, he quickly gave up. If it was Rinnegan, it would be fine. But it's just an ordinary pair of Mangeki Sharingan, which is too much. Let's draw comics with peace of mind. Anyway, I'm getting used to the days here. It's pretty good. Xia Yan comforted herself softly. Besides, he now relies on Marine to publish his comics. What if he runs away and the World Economic News doesn't continue to distribute comics to him? Do you want to run your own newspaper? Xia Yan had this idea, but it definitely couldn't be established in a day or two. What he wants is not to make money, but to make the comics famous as soon as possible. World Economic News is undoubtedly the most perfect platform. Tens of millions of circulation, hundreds of millions of audiences. Rao is Xia Yan, who has experienced the internet era in his previous life, and was also shocked by the coverage of the World Economic News. At this time, a voice came from far away. "What's wrong?" Xia Yan looked up subconsciously. "Someone is coming." Redfield reminded, "It's the prison director Magellan. This guy is a poisonous fruit person, you should be careful not to provoke him." "Oh." Xia Yan agreed casually. "He is not a lunatic, and he has also learned from the original book how powerful Magellan's poison is. However, he doesn't provoke Magellan, but Magellan seems to have his eye on him." Goldo Xia Yan. Several prisoners were questioned and answers were obtained from their mouths. Calling Xia Yan's wrong name, Magellan strode out of Xia Yan's prison, and his terrifying aura directly crushed him. "Criminal Xia Yan. Did you kill Rojan Butcher?" Asterisk. Chapter 13, Get Out. This is the Undersea Prison Pass. World Government issued. 3 more. The 6th floor of the undersea prison holds important criminals. Fearing that some of the devil fruit eaten by the people would return to the sea, Marine did not put the group to death. The reason why they spend money to support them is that they want to be imprisoned for a lifetime. Therefore, the killing of a capable pirate with a bounty of 900 million is considered an important event. So much so that even Magellan, the prison director, was alarmed. Well, I killed it. In the face of Magellan's question, Xia Yan didn't hide it, and said directly, if he doesn't like it, he will kill him. Is there a problem? After that, he stared at Magellan with his big bright eyes. There are 2 words written in the pupil, innocent. This. Magellan's mouth twitched, surprised by Xia Yan's frankness. What should he say now? Stop him? Everyone is dead. Commented education? What's the point of that? If the criminals on the 6th floor of the submarine prison are afraid of criticism and education, it is a joke. But, is this Roger adopted son actually has such terrifying strength? Although Rojan Butcher's strength has long been lost, but no matter how he was offered a reward of 900 million big pirates, he died in the hands of such a kid. Taking a peek at Xia Yan, Magellan turned and walked to the corner to dial the phone bug. Hello? Please help me connect with Marshal Kong. Calling the phone bug to Marshal Kona, Magellan told the story of the butcher of Roshan. What did you say? Because of the silly things in Xia Yan's comics, the busy Marshal Sora widened his eyes in astonishment. Roger's adopted son, that Xia Yan is suspected of possessing great power? He even killed Butcher Roshan. Yes. Magellan said honestly. No. This is impossible. When Xia Yan was arrested, it had already been tested. Xia Yan was at most an ordinary person with a little strength, not a demon fruit power. Could it be that he had some adventures or learned something in the 6th floor of the underwater prison? Thinking that Redfield seems to have a good relationship with Xia Yan. There was a violent shock in the air, inexplicably uneasy. You leave the 6th floor prison first. Marshal Kong said in a deep voice, the submarine prison is on alert level 2 from now on, not even a bird will let it approach. Okay, Marshal Kong, wait a moment. Another phone bug on Magellan suddenly rang. Poro poro. The phone bug made a strange noise. I just came down for a while, what happened again? Magellan muttered in dissatisfaction, and directly connected the phone bug. A shout that could be heard by Marshal Sora immediately resounded on the opposite side, Morgans. It's Morgans. Director Magellan. It's the president of the World Economic News, Morgans are here. What did you say? Magellan was shocked, the Morgans president of the World Economic News? What is he here for? Is he trying to interview a prisoner? Morgans. Marshal Kong also roared in his head when he heard the words. Magellan doesn't know, can he still not know? Morgans must be looking for Xia Yan. Damn it, which BD revealed Xia Yan's information? Or is it that the minions of the World Economic News have already reached the naval headquarters? Inwardly scolding Morgans for these damn businessmen who would do anything for money. Sora put on his cloak directly, and strode out. Magellan, don't let that BD from Morgans go to the underwater prison, I'll talk about it when I get there. Underwater prison. A group of prison guards watched Morgans nervously. Han Yabao even pointed his weapon at Morgans and shouted, Director Magellan has an order, you definitely don't. Boom. All Han Yabao saw was a fist the size of a casserole slammed into his head, and he went black and completely lost consciousness. Deputy Director Han Yabao. Seeing that Morgans knocked Han Yabao unconscious with one punch, the prison guards couldn't help but turn pale in shock, and subconsciously wanted to do it together. Stop! At the critical moment, a loud roar caught everyone's attention. Director Magellan. Seeing the appearance of the person coming, the prison guards breathed a sigh of relief. President Morgans. Ignoring the guards, Magellan glared at Morgans, clutching his aching stomach. You attacked the deputy director in the underwater prison? Did you know that this is a very serious crime? Swish. Morgans suddenly pulled out a pass, and a phone bug. This is the pass for the undersea prison. The world government personally issued it to me back then. Let me come and go freely here. Morgan's tone was flat, but full of indulgence. Or do you want to use this phone bug to call the 5 elders and see if I can get in? This. Magellan was sweating profusely, overwhelmed. What to do? On one side is the pass issued by the world government, and people even allow themselves to ask the 5 elders. On one side was Marshal Marine, who had just ordered himself to watch over Morgans and not let him go to the underwater prison. President Morgans. Magellan hesitated for a while, but finally decided to listen. After all, although the world government has a higher status. But it was just a passing order, not more important than the words of Marshal Marine. Get out of here! Morgans shouted and sneered, it seems that you really want the 5 elders to tell you in person. After the words fell, Morgans directly dialed the phone bug in his hand. Stop, stop! Magellan gasped for breath and felt his stomach hurt even more. I understand, please come in. After speaking, he turned around and rushed towards the toilet. He couldn't bear it anymore. Humph! Morgan snorted coldly and scolded the dumbfounded guard beside him. What are you doing standing there? Lead the way. Ah? Yes. The guard woke up from a dream, but his heart was full of shock. Is this the president of the World Economic News Agency? Holding the order issued by the world government, contacting 5 elders directly, and even scolding Director Magellan, is too scary. The 6th floor of the underwater prison. What? Redfield suddenly showed a surprised expression. Why are there so many guests today, but I don't know the people who came this time. The voice fell, and a figure walked out of the darkness. This is... Seeing the appearance of the person coming, Xiayan's eyes lit up. Bird fruit, albatross form ability, Morgans, president of the World Economic News Agency? You are Jin Xiayan, the author of Hokage Ninja, right? I found your information in the world government. Walking quickly to the outside of Xiayan's prison, Morgans said in a deep voice, I am Morgans, the president of the World Economic News. I am very optimistic about your comics and hope to continue publishing for you. Marine wants to get stuck on your comic release for some reason, something I absolutely won't allow to happen. Don't worry. I still have some say in the world government, so I won't be able to publish even a single comic. The only problem is that although I can help you distribute comics, I don't have the ability to take you out of the underwater prison. Will you believe me? Asterisk. Chapter 14, Selling comics makes more money than selling war news. For more, ask for flowers, evaluation tickets. When Marshal Kong rushed to the 6th floor of the underwater prison, what he saw was a harmonious scene where Morgans and Xiayan were talking happily. Damn! Marshal Kong secretly scolded the world government for cheating, and even backstabbed himself for a little profit. He couldn't cheat anymore. The most disgusting thing is that he can't say anything yet. Because he is now Marshal Marine, and will be the commander-in-chief of the entire army in the future. The interests of the world government are his interests. Simply disgusting. President Morgans, Xiayan. A smile barely squeezed out of an old face, and Marshal Sora called out their names. But neither Xiayan nor Morgans paid any attention to him. You are really a very good business genius, Mr. Xiayan. Morgans looked at Xiayan with admiration. Badges, clothing, accessories, cards, figures, collector's edition comics, and even the animations you mentioned, if all of these can be realized, this will be a super business kingdom. Of course. Xiayan smiled and said, but this is not an easy task, so I will ask you to do it. I can give you all the money, as long as my works can be seen by more people. Thank you for trusting me like this. It really makes me ashamed. Morgans was in awe of Xiayan's meager attitude towards money, but I will only take what I deserve. Even if I like to make money, I won't let you suffer any loss. After speaking, pick up the manuscript that Xia Yan gave him. As Morgans walked out, he said to Marshal Sora, in the future, I will come to Mr. Xia Yan to take the manuscript at the agreed time, and I won't bother you Marine again. After speaking, he left without saying any more nonsense. Sora stood stiffly, not knowing what to say. World government just lets Xia Yan and Morgans be so unscrupulous? Are the 5 elders crazy? Still dementia? Hee hee. Redfield suddenly burst out laughing yin and yang. Sora was awakened by Ryder's laughter, and was immediately embarrassed. You wait for the old man. Sora went straight to the corner of the prison, took out the phone bug and called 5 elders. He had to ask what the 5 elders were thinking. Xia Yan is the adopted son of that pirate scumbag Roger. Who knows how much this kid hides that they don't know? Result. As soon as he spoke, he was speechless by the 5 elders. Morgans pays world government 10% of net profits. Listening to Sora's questioning, 5 elders took the sword and explained calmly, a comic with a minimum circulation of 5 million, or even a hope of breaking 10 million in the future, may also extend a business empire. How much do you think 10% pure profit is? This. Marshal Kong was dumbfounded and speechless. Although he is not good at business operations, he still has a brain. Judging from what he saw and heard at naval headquarters, this must be an extremely terrifying number. But just for the money. Empty is still somewhat unacceptable. Humph. Just for the money? You can say it so easily. Another curly-bearded 5 elders suddenly interjected and snorted coldly, you are confused as a marshal. Where do you think Marine gets so much military spending every year? Isn't that what the world government allocated to you? Shall we deduct a share from Marine? Years of funding. Let you experience it yourself, how tiring and difficult it is to make money. Okay, got it. Sora nodded bitterly and hung up the phone. Although he had already guessed in his heart, he still felt extremely embarrassed to be spoken out so shamelessly by the 5 elders. Chi. Bullet, who was exercising his muscles not far away, suddenly laughed. Redfield also grunted and started laughing. Followed by other pirates and criminals. Ha 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 ha. Laughter seemed contagious. In the blink of an eye, the countless criminals detained on the 6th floor of the entire submarine prison laughed unscrupulously. Almost all of them will observation hacky, and naturally they can hear what the phone bug is saying. They were naturally very excited when they saw Sora, the high-ranking Marine, deflated. Only Xia Yan did not follow the crowd, but kept a flat smile. But in the empty eye, Xia Yan's plain smile is more dazzling than the laughter of other pirates. Humph! Sora snorted suddenly. Hum! The terrifying conqueror's haki erupted from the strong old Marine. For a moment, it was as if the sky had fallen. Countless criminals who were physically weak all groaned and fell to the ground in embarrassment. Okay, so strong. The few pirates who were barely holding on under the empty conqueror's haki were shocked. Only then did they realize it soberly. Although Sora is a dog of the world government, he is also a top-notch powerhouse. I ask you. Kong stared at Xia Yan fiercely, and asked in a deep voice, you didn't forget the deal you agreed to before? Of course. Xia Yan nodded, of course he remembered the trail of the Golden Lion. Quickly searched by the system ability, and found that there is no Golden Lion among his fans. So Xia Yan said calmly, it's not the time yet. What? Sora looked at Xia Yan with a bewildered expression. In short, my ability is a bit special. I haven't found him yet, why don't you wait? Xia Yan was also a little helpless, he really didn't mean to cheat and deny the account. But Sora didn't believe a word. In his opinion, Xia Yan was lying to himself. Now that this BD is connected to Morgans, a media tycoon, he and Marine are no longer needed, and it is impossible to tell the Golden Lion's hiding place. Thinking of this, Sora's face suddenly gloomy as if dripping with water. Humph! Waiting for you? I'm afraid you will tell us when Golden Lion is old and dead. Since this is the path you chose, I hope you don't regret it. He waved Marine's cape violently. Sora turned his back to Xiaoyan and said coldly, draw comics for the rest of your life in prison, and make countless money for the world government. Speaking of which, I would like to thank you for Marine's military spending in the future. Maybe there is a part of what you earn. Done. Sora strode away directly, never looking at Xiaoyan again. Hey, let me paint my whole life in prison and make money for the world government and Marine? Your idea is quite beautiful. Ignoring Marshal Sora's back, Xiaoyan showed a mocking smile on the corner of her mouth. The second volume of his manga is already on sale, and the first volume will be reprinted at the same time. In addition, he proposed a collection of 1 or 2 volumes, as well as a special edition with character cards. This time the comics are released, the World Economic News will definitely make a lot of money. And he will also gain more ordinary fans and loyal fans. Hours later. Headquarters of the World Economic News. Morgans, who brought back the original manuscript of Hokage Ninja, suppressed his excitement and issued a series of instructions. The first volume of Hokage Ninja, the second reprint is 2 million copies. The price is 400 baileys. The second volume of Hokage Ninja, the first edition of 4 million copies, sells for 400 baileys. The collector's edition of Hokage Ninja Volume 1 and 2, with a beautiful cover, 500,000 copies of the first edition. The price is 1,000 baileys. The second volume of Hokage Ninja Special Edition, with beautiful character cards that are not cut and white, the first edition is 1 million copies. The price is 500 baileys. 7.5 million comics are going to be printed all at once. All the employees of the World Economic News are crazy, they have been working overtime for at least a week. In the office, Morgans is crazy, too, given the 7.5 million comic book sales. 7.5 million comics, if they are all sold, it will be 3.4 billion in sales, and the bounty of top pirates such as Kaido Whitebeard is just over $1 billion higher than this. Morgan's eyes were red, and he felt like he had a new goal in life. He wants to build the comics business into a bigger business organization than the World Economic News. He wants to be the most awesome comic book dealer in the pirate world. His grandma's selling comics makes more money than selling war news. Asterisk. Chapter 15, the bonus cards are selling like crazy. 4 popular characters with millions of fans. 5 more, ask for flowers, evaluation tickets. 3 days later. The 7.5 million comics have finally been printed. Buyers from booksellers around the world, as well as newsbirds, went out to see with World Economic News and comics. After 10 minutes, the first newsbird has arrived on a pirate ship. Buy a newspaper. Buy it. The news is nothing fancy, but the newspaper a few days ago said that the second volume of Hokage Ninja is on sale today. What? It's the second volume of Hokage Ninja? I'm so looking forward to the sequel to that manga. There was a commotion on the pirate ship. Newsbird also put 4 different types of sales in front of the pirates. What is the special edition and the combined edition collector's edition? The pirate captain who offered a reward of 45 million Bailey looked at several different types of introductions in confusion, and his eyes suddenly lit up. Give Lao Zi a collector's edition and a special edition. After speaking, he quickly took out 1,500 Bailey from his arms and handed it to the newsbird. Newsbird also gave him 2 comics, 1 thick and 1 thin. Hiss. The moment he took over the comic, Captain Pirate couldn't help taking a deep breath. I saw the cover of the collector's edition, which is completely different from the special edition. It turned out to be the appearance of a demon fox run away by the protagonist Naruto Blacken. Top-notch painting, lifelike. Turn the demon into a fox. Naruto's brutality, cruelty, and terror are vividly displayed. Just looking at it, Captain Pirate felt that his heart was trembling. What happened? The pirate captain clutched his heart in disbelief. Shouldn't I be frightened by a painting? Captain! Captain! Look at these 2 bonus cards. Suddenly, the exclamations of his subordinates woke him up from his heavy thoughts. The pirate captain looked in the direction of the voice subconsciously, and found that his subordinates actually bought the special edition comics. Especially after seeing the appearance of the card attached to the hand of the subordinate. The surprised expression on the pirate captain's face instantly changed to surprise. Is the bonus card given away for the first time actually white? Goddess! The pirate captain hurriedly tore open the package of the special edition comic in his hand. Looking at the beautiful and gorgeous white portrait inside, he only felt that his soul was about to be healed. As one of the characters who has more than 500,000 fans just after the first volume of the series, Bai naturally has a large number of fans. The pirate captain in front of him with a reward of 45 million is a loyal fan of Bai. Such a pure and beautiful girl, being used without regret, is simply irresistible. It's worth it. The pirate captain smiled happily, but suddenly looked at the newsbird that had already flown away with regret. Oh! I should buy 2 more copies, it's not expensive anyway. Something like this pirate captain is happening in every region of the world. Both Xiaoyan and Morgans underestimated the lethality of the bonus cards. Where have all the idiots in the pirate world ever seen such a beautiful thing? A big pirate who offered a reward of hundreds of millions of Baileys even bought 100 copies at one time after seeing Bai's exquisite bonus cards. North Blue's special edition is sold out. South Blue's special edition is sold out. East Blue and West Blue are sold out too. At the World Economic News, employees are working frantically overtime to monitor the sales of the manga Hokage Ninja. Everyone did not expect that the first to sell out was the special edition. A full 1 million copies. All sold out in 11 hours. Ad print. Seeing the business opportunity, Morgan slapped the table heavily and shouted loudly, another 1 million special editions will be printed, and 500,000 for volume 1 and 2. Yes. The staff immediately left with excitement. Call. After all the employees left the office, Morgan slumped back into the boss chair. All his feathers were shaking. It's on fire. Morgans muttered frantically to himself, special cards, new covers, figures, t-shirts. We must hurry up and get them all done. It's all money. People in pirate world are buying crazy. The second printing of the 1 million copies of the special edition took only 8 hours to sell out this time, 3 hours faster than before. Even a single white special card was fired to 5,000 Bailey. And if you don't cut it, it will be inferior, only 2,000 Bailey. Even so, it is still in short supply. Even some people who don't read Hokage comics are willing to spend money on these beautiful cards. According to Xiaoyan's own understanding, this is called herd mentality. A work is so popular that there are tons of people around you talking about it. In this case, some people will sneer and disdain to follow the crowd. But most people can't help but understand, and seem to have a common theme. All in all, things are moving in the direction of most people. Morgans and the World Economic News are making crazy money. Xiaoyan will also make a fortune. According to the current comic circulation of more than 10 million, his royalties are 10%. In less than a month, Xiaoyan has made at least 500 million Bailey. And he just drew a little cartoon at random. Time flies. The 500,000 1 and 2 volume collector's edition was sold out in 16 hours. 4 million copies of the second volume of Hokage sold out in 3 days and 19 hours. The first volume of 2 million was reprinted, and it took 9 days and 15 hours to sell out. Happy nearly fainted when Morgan saw the numbers. It took him more than 10 years to develop the World Economic News to the level of tens of millions of circulation. And Xiaoyan's comics, in less than a month, have already surpassed half the level of the World Economic News. And, because of the existence of bonus cards, Xia Yan's comics are more profitable than World Economic News. At the same time, Xia Yan on the 6th floor of the underwater prison finally received the statistics after the release of the comics. Ding! This manga release is under settlement. Get 1,905,247 new fans. Get 58,650 loyal fans. The popular characters of the comic Hokage Ninja. There are 4 characters with more than 1 million fans. The host will get the opportunity to draw the ability *. Chapter 16, Reader Q&A, 6 updates, 3,000 flowers plus more. Just as Xia Yan looked at the changes in the data, people all over the world discussing Hokage also started in full swing. After the release of the 2nd volume of the manga, Hokage Ninja became even more popular. Although this plot is not as complete as the previous one, it is just a prelude to the Chunin exam, but it is still very attractive. Naval Headquarters. In Aokiji's office, Kizaru and Aokiji each read a manga, lying on the soft sofa with Erlang's legs crossed. This Gaara seems to be very powerful, Kizaru said suddenly. Well, this kid is obviously not an ordinary person. Aokiji nodded in agreement. This Xiao Li and his teacher Might Guy are also very interesting, reminding me of many stupid classmates. Seeing that Xiao Li actually suppressed the genius of Uchiha Sasuke in a frontal battle, the two couldn't help but marvel. Does the supporting role actually have such excellent qualifications? Aokiji continued to scroll down through the manga. He couldn't wait to see the content of the Chunin exam. Pfft! Kizaru directly spit out a sip of tea and pointed at the cartoon in astonishment. This so-called Chunin exam is actually cheating with their own abilities. Well, it's a very interesting, very novel setting. Aokiji said thoughtfully, the point of this exam is to either have good enough theoretical knowledge or use your abilities flexibly, which is very reasonable. Next, the written part is over. The battle part that Aokiji and Kizaru have been looking forward to so much is finally about to begin. Not much interested in Jainin like Anko, Aokiji and Kizaru quickly flipped back. Although I feel that the battle part is a bit interesting, it is far less amazing than the previous paragraph without cutting it, and I can't help but feel a little disappointed. However, these disappointments dissipated instantly after seeing Orochimaru play. What a feminine and handsome man! Kizaru has a playful tone. Aokiji added, and the strength is very strong. It's very oppressive. When they saw that Orochimaru crushed the protagonist and his party, killed Jainin Anko, and even planted something for Sasuke, Aokiji couldn't stop. This kind of attitude is insidious, as if the villain who masters everything in his hands is really touching. What? Kizaru was suddenly surprised. A Logia-san sand fruit person. Gaara. Aokiji shook his head and said, unlike Logia, the power should not be as strong as sand fruit, but this child is still young and will definitely be stronger in the future, but it's not a good thing for a child to be so bloodthirsty. Kizaru smiled playfully. This Gaara should be an important opponent of the protagonist Naruto or Sasuke, right? I think so. Aokiji said casually and continued to look down. Hinata's white eyes made him a little curious, but he didn't pay much attention either. Just a weak girl, nothing special. It was Sasuke's performance that surprised the two of them. Under the influence of Orochimaru's spell, his strength has improved a lot, but his personality seems to have become more violent. It's not a good thing. Aokiji's evaluation of Sasuke dropped a little in his heart. Losing one's heart because of some power is not the psychological quality that a strong person should have. Then comes the 1v1 match. Uchiha Sasuke almost crushed his opponent with no suspense. On the contrary, Abarame Shino's performance gave Aokiji a sense of surprise. FG bugger? What a novel ability setting! Kizaru was quite satisfied with Shino's portrayal of this battle, but didn't like the character very much. It is really that dense insects, too challenging the human physical senses. At last, the content of the second volume stops at Orochimaru meeting Kakashi and almost fighting here. Allah! This author is going too far. He's actually stuck in such a place. Seeing that the manga stopped at Kakashi and Orochimaru, Kizaru was okay, but Aokiji complained directly. Hehe, this is a comic, the author is deliberately trying to arouse your interest, Kyuzan. Kizaru teased Aokiji in a playful tone, but he was actually a little itchy. What happened to Anko and Orochimaru? What is the curse mark? What is Sunin in Kakashi's mouth? Why did Orochimaru defect from Konoha? What is Orochimaru's conspiracy? Where will the important character Sasuke go? Who will meet whom in the 1v1 battle? There's a lot to look forward to. Kizaru put the manga down and suddenly made a "Hey! What's wrong?" Aokiji looked at Kizaru in surprise. There's a new event here. Kizaru pointed to the inner cover of the last page of the comic and said, readers can analyze the plot trend, or they can ask the author questions and send them directly to the World Economic News. They will select some lucky readers' questions and the author's replies, and publish them in World Economics. Report it. Oh? Let me see. Aokiji took a closer look and immediately became interested. Polisalino. Aokiji chuckled and said, should we each write a copy? Something like naval headquarters is happening all over the world. Grand Line, Alabasta, Kingdom of Sand. Can sand fruit still be used for defense? Crocodile looked at Gaara in the comic and fell into contemplation. I don't know if this kid will develop more moves in the future, but you can pay attention to this comic. North Blue. Trafalgar Law looked at Sasuke, who was somewhat blackened, and couldn't help but think he really looked like him. The same miserable, the same desire for revenge, the same desire for power. Only, Sasuke has gained power. What about him? Luo Xiao slumped on the table and began to write a letter. New World. Whitebeard Pirates. Hey! Jaws. Marco. The captain of the 4th Division, Sachi, shouted, are you going to guess the plot? Or write a letter to the author to ask questions? I ask questions. Marco thought for a while and said, I really want to know how strong Naruto will be in the end. I want to ask questions too. Jaws scratched his head embarrassedly, but I hope there will be a character with high defense and strong attack in Hokage, just like my diamond fruit. Goo la la la, lively brats. Whitebeard, who was drinking beside him, laughed and said, write a letter for Laozi too, saying that Laozi wants to see a character who is arrogant and arrogant. Sign Laozi's name directly. Ah? Yes. Dad. Unexpectedly, when Dad wrote the letter, he even signed his real name, and Marco and others were shocked. Sign your name? This is equivalent to taking the name of the strongest Whitebeard in the world and doing free publicity for this comic. It seems that Dad really likes that comic. Asterisk. Chapter 17, 4 consecutive draws by millions of fans, letter from Kaido? 7 changes, 6,000 flowers plus more, ask for flowers, evaluation tickets. Xia Yan doesn't pay attention to things outside the prison. He doesn't care about making more money from comics. All he cares about is the number of fans. Manga, Hokage Ninja. Fans, 658-3982. Popular characters, number of fans Uzumaki Naruto, 1,251,000, lottery possible. Uchiha Sasuke, 1,485,000, drawable. Hitaki Kakashi, 185-2700, drawable. Orochimaru, 115-4200, drawable. The first stage goal, have 10 million fans, achieved. The second stage goal, have 1 million loyal fans, 74,400/1,000,000, not achieved. Call. Looking at her greatly changed panel, Xia Yan took a long breath. The results after this release were not very different from what he thought. But there are a lot of details that he didn't expect. Bai's popularity didn't exceed 1 million. He was obviously one of the first characters to surpass 500,000 in popularity. Xiaoyan raised her own question in surprise. Bai's current popularity is 920,000. Because of the progress of the plot, he has completely retired. Many people have gone to fan new characters. The 920,000 is due to the special card that has attracted a lot of popularity and die-hard fans in a short period of time. It's too soon to like the new and hate the old? It's obviously such a touching plot. Xiaoyan smacked her tongue secretly and said speechlessly, "What about the other characters? Show me." Ding! A panel instantly appeared in front of Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan probably watched it once and found that many characters have a lot of fans. But with reference to Bai, if they don't show up for a long time and don't have a high-profile performance, the number of fans will probably not exceed 1 million. But in Xiaoyan's view, this is not a very important thing. Whether it's extracting character abilities or summoning characters to the world of pirates, of course, the stronger the better. In the early stage, these weak supporting roles, even if they have enough fans, will not draw anything good. Not only can the weak be summoned to fight the strong, but they will even expose themselves as the author. Uchiha Itachi, Orochimaru, 3rd Hokage. Xiaoyan murmured secretly. The Chunin exam ended this episode, and the three of them should be the most promising characters to reach 5 million fans and have powerful combat power. It seems that the serialization must be accelerated. The 3rd volume has finished the Chunin exam and is stuck in Orochimaru exposed here. The 4th volume directly finished the Konoha collapse plan, stuck in Uchiha Itachi's second kill Kakashi, and pretended to be crazy here. Just do it. Having determined in his mind what to draw next, Xiaoyan was about to continue drawing when a system prompt suddenly sounded in her ear. Ding! Host currently has the opportunity to draw millions of fans for the character. Oh! I almost forgot about such an important thing. A look of embarrassment flashed in Xiaoyan's eyes, and he almost forgot about the lottery. But, what good can this lottery draw? Naruto Sasuke had basically nothing in this period. Kakashi does have a Kamui Mangeki Sharingan. It is estimated that Orochimaru also has a lot of advanced ninjutsu, but Xiaoyan is really hard to like snakes and the like. Forget it, let's draw the lottery first, strength is the most important thing. Don't think too much about the rest. Softly soothing herself, Xiaoyan said silently in her heart, draw. Ding! Chakra of 9 tails drawn from Uzumaki Naruto. Extracted from Uchiha Sasuke Fire Style Great Fireball Technique. Extracted from Hitaki Kakashi's Mangeki Sharingan Hitomi Power. The Kusanagi Sword was extracted from Orochimaru. A beep sounded 4 times in a row. Great harvest! Xiaoyan opened her eyes in surprise, feeling a little excited. Needless to say, the Chakra of 9 tails is a panacea energy that can be used all the time to enhance strength, defense, and speed. Mangeki Sharingan's pupil power is exactly what he needs most now, and the loss when using pupil technique should be reduced a lot. The Kusanagi sword, one of the sharpest weapons in Hokage, can resist the indestructible body of King Kong, who can resist 3rd generation summoning. The only thing that doesn't work is Uchiha Sasuke's low-level fire-style ninjutsu. At this level of temperature, in the world of pirates, it is also a small role to burn the miscellaneous fish. Xiaoyan thought about it, and she was covered with a red translucent-tailed beast chakra coat. In an instant, evil and tyrannical energy enveloped his entire being. Okay. Redfield in the prison on the side turned his head sharply to look at Xiaoyan, and the opposite bullet did the same. But Xiaoyan took back the tailed beast chakra long ago. Strange, is it my illusion? Looking at Xiaoyan, who was no different from usual, Redfield was very confused. In the end, it can only be attributed to the fact that he was hungry for so long that he had hallucinations. On the other hand, Bullet, whose energy is very strong, thinks that the tyrannical atmosphere in that moment is definitely not an illusion. As expected of that man's adopted son, it would be great if this kid could reach that height. Oh, what am I thinking about? Obviously looking forward to it, but Bullet secretly laughed at the thought he had just thought in his heart. How could Xia Yan have reached the heights that man used to be? In this world, only one person is qualified to surpass that man. That's him. Douglas Bullet. 5 days later. Xia Yan has another batch of manuscripts in hand. Morgans also came to the underwater prison. Do you want to publish a new volume? Xia Yan asked casually. No, I still understand the simple truth of hunger marketing. Morgans shook his head and handed the 8 letters to Xia Yan. This is a letter from a reader I picked out, I hope you can reply, we will use it for publicity, I believe this will make the popularity of Hokage Ninja reach a new level peak. Oh? So confident? Xia Yan was a little surprised and a little curious. You must know that the sales volume of the just-released Hokage manga is more than 5 million per volume. On the basis of 5 million, can the popularity reach a new peak? To be honest, even Xia Yan himself does not have this confidence. Humph, how can I say that I'm also the world's #1 media tycoon? What I'm best at is hype. Morgan smiled complacently, don't believe me, open these 8 letters. Then I'll take a look first. Xia Yan opened the first letter suspiciously, and instantly uttered a foul language. Reader's question, can you create a strong man who can't be killed, and then let him be brutally killed by the enemy? Laozi really wants to see this kind of drama. By the way, your name is a bit like someone Laozi knows. Reader's signature, Kaido *. Chapter 18, Shocked. Pirates for Emperors and Marine Quasi-Admiral love this. Ask for flowers, evaluation tickets. Cough cough cough. To be honest, Xia Yan was surprised by the signature of the reader's letter in hand. Kaido? Kaido of the Beasts? Is this really the Kaido of the Beasts from the New World? He also watches Hokage. Xia Yan asked Morgans in disbelief. It's surprising, isn't it? Morgan smiled proudly, the newspaper has received hundreds of thousands of letters in total. When I found this letter, even I was shocked. Xia Yan. He didn't speak, but said Kaido's name silently in his mind and imagined what Kaido looked like. In an instant, the positioning was successful. People in New World, Wano Kuni. Kaido is really his fan. It's really a big world, there are no wonders. Xia Yan sighed softly, and then asked, I just need to write the content of the reply. Yes. Morgans laughed and said, at that time, these 8 letters from readers will be published on the front page of the World Economic News. I believe that the whole world will shake violently, and the popularity of Hokage will definitely reach an extremely terrifying peak. You mean? Xia Yan looked at the other 7 letters thoughtfully, with a look of surprise on her face. These letters were also sent by some famous people. That's right. Morgan slapped his thigh sharply, quickly write a reply, after this wave of momentum is over, we can start preparing for the release of the 3rd volume of comics. Okay. Xia Yan nodded and opened the letters in her hand one by one. Every time I open one, I am a little more surprised. Marco, Aokiji, Jaws, Kizaru, Big Mom, Whitebeard, Redhead. Xia Yan. This is too exaggerated. Either a famous super pirate, or a powerful executive in Marine. Are these people really his fans? Xia Yan immediately used positioning to determine the authenticity of these people's identities. As a result, except for Big Mom, the other 6 people, like Kaido, are indeed his fans. What? Xia Yan was even more curious, what's going on with Big Mom? Isn't she my fan? How did you know? Morgans looked at Xiaoyan with shock and disbelief. I have a special ability. Xiaoyan smiled slightly without explaining. His light-hearted attitude was even more mysterious to Morgans. As expected of the adopted son of One Piece, he was imprisoned on the 6th floor of the underwater prison at a young age, and he can draw cartoons that are popular in the whole world at will, and he is completely extraordinary. Morgans sighed softly. Then he explained, Big Mom was invited by me. I used some intelligence resources from the World Economic News to exchange her for us to increase our popularity. I see. Xiaoyan understood instantly. Hype it. This Morgans is really talented and bold enough to invite One Piece to cooperate with the hype. But this time, Xiaoyan is also confident. With so many big guys helping to spread his fame, if the popularity of Hokage doesn't rise to the next level, he should be killed in prison as soon as possible. The first half of the Grand Line. Momuzagi, who just came out of the closed officer test, met a crane who came to pick him up halfway. Elder sister. Momuzagi looked at Vice Admiral Crane in surprise. Don't you need to handle official business at the headquarters? This person has time to pick me up. Well. You are my beloved sister. Vice Admiral didn't see any difference in his face, and said solemnly, Naval Headquarters has a new closed training, which is going to Zephyr. It will take at least a year to complete, but after training you can directly be promoted to Vice Admiral. How about it? Going or not? Vice Admiral. Momuzagi's eyes lit up and she said decisively, Of course I'm going. Sister, you are so kind to me. Humph. I'm not good to you, who else can I be good to? Tsuru pretended to be annoyed and joked with Momuzagi, but he sighed deeply in his heart. I'm sorry, little Momuzagi. If you know about Xiaoyan, you will definitely do something irrational. Go to Zephyr first to learn and make yourself stronger. Promoted to Vice Admiral, Quasi-Admiral, has enough power and strength. At that time, even if you do something irrational, at least you will have the power to protect yourself. World Economic News. With the reader's reply from Xiaoyan, Morgans returned from the underwater prison all the way to the newspaper office, without taking a break. As soon as he entered the door, he ordered loudly, Print the contents of these 8 letters to me in tomorrow's World Economic News. I want the best position, and the cover should also remind readers with bold letters. Yes. President Morgans. The employees went to work immediately. When they opened the belief and started to enter the content, although they had seen these names long ago, they still couldn't help feeling horrified and shocked. With so many top pirates and marine helping out, this is the biggest card they've ever seen in their lives. It really deserves to be the gold Xiaoyan, who has made them at least 1 billion monsters by himself. Only. Gotta work overtime again. Forget it, I and others have been working overtime for at least half a month in a row, and all the employees can't help but feel a little depressed. Morgans, who was keenly aware of this, immediately announced loudly, this month, the wages and bonuses of all employees will be doubled. Oh! Long live the president! Long live the Morgans president! Working overtime. I love working overtime. No one can stop me working overtime. I will continue to work overtime next month. The employees of the World Economic News shouted happily one by one, and the original exhaustion was swept away in an instant. It turns out, no matter which world you live in, money is a delicious delicacy that the general public cannot refuse. The next day, the World Economic News, which was expeditedly printed overnight, was sent to all parts of the world through newsbird and buyers under the command of booksellers from all over the world. Naval Headquarters. As Marshal of Marine, Sora will naturally not miss every issue of the World Economic News and government press releases. He didn't need to buy such a trivial matter at all. Officer Marine would buy it for him and put it on his desk. Sure enough, as soon as Sora entered the door, he saw the newspaper on the table. I hope those pirates can do less trouble, let me rest for 2 days. With a tired sigh, Sora picked up the newspaper and read it, his eyes widened in astonishment. I saw the front page of the World Economic News, which is a gimmicky and explosive title. Shock. Pirates 4 Emperors Kaido of the Beasts, Whitebeard, Big Mom, Redhead, Marine Quasi-Admiral Aokiji, Kizaru, they all love this. P.S. The timeline of this book is 1509. According to the comics, the Redhead became a 4 Emperors 6 years ago, so he is definitely not a 4 Emperors in this timeline. I have advanced the time when he became a 4 Emperors, which has little effect. The red-haired broken arm has been remembered by Whitebeard for more than 10 years, and he was surprised to ask East Blue who could cut off his arm, so at that time, even if the red-haired was not equal to Whitebeard, he should be a top pirate asterisk. Chapter 19, Charlotte Linland's coveted, 2 more, asking for flowers, asking for evaluation tickets. What the hell is this? Marshal Sora's palm trembled slightly as he picked up the newspaper and read it. It's a very familiar name. Questions from readers of the manga Hokage Ninja. Marine Quasi-Admiral Kizaru, can you add a strong person with the ability to flash? It's better to be stronger. Author Jin Xiaoyan, let me give a sneak peek. In the later stage of the work, there is indeed a strong person who uses a similar light form move. His ability is called Golden Wheel Reincarnation Explosion, which can split a planet at once. Reader's question. Pirates 4 Emperors Kaido, can you create an unkillable powerhouse, and then let him be brutally killed by the enemy? Laozi really wants to see this kind of drama. Author Jin Xiaoyan, of course, once again, spoiler, an important villain organization that is about to appear, there is an enemy who cannot be killed. Reader's question. Captain of the 3rd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates Diamond Joes, can you make a powerful character with strong defense and strong attack? Author Jin Xiaoyan, yes. And they belong to the Uchiha clan, even more than one. Let me make a bigger statement, the Uchiha clan is not as dead as it seems. Reader's question. Whitebeard Pirates first team captain Marco the Phoenix, how strong will Naruto be in the end? Author Jin Xiaoyan, do your best to destroy the level of a planet. Reader's question. Marine Quasi-Admiral Aokiji, can you make a powerful frozen character? Author Jin Xiaoyan, Hokage Ninja probably won't have it, but you can look forward to my future works, there are even strong people who can freeze time and space. Reader's question. Pirate 4 Emperors Charlotte Linland, is there any strange race in this comic that I don't know about? Author Gold Xiaoyan, the Tsutsuki clan, the Uchiha clan with Sharingan, the Hyuga clan with white eyes, the Senju clan with sage body, the Uzumaki clan, the Take Torai clan with dead bone pulse, novel races but there are too many, and they will all appear in the comics. Reader's question. Pirate 4 Emperors Whitebeard, I hope to draw a character who is arrogant and arrogant. Author Jin Xiaoyan, there will be later, spoiler, is the role of the Uchiha family. Reader questions. Pirates 4 Emperors Shanks, I'm very curious, what kind of person is Mr. Xiaoyan, the golden man who can draw such wonderful comics, especially the prefix gold makes me miss a little, do I have a chance to meet you? Author Jin Xiaoyan, gold is to pay homage to an elder who is very good to me. I don't want to see each other for the time being. There will definitely be many opportunities to meet in the future. 8 consecutive questions from readers, Marshal Kong has read all of them word by word. After reading it, he stood there with no expression on his face, but his heart was full of storms. Is he having nightmares? Sora raised his hand and pinched his face. It hurts. Well, it looks like he's not dreaming. That is to say, the 2 bastards, Aokiji Kizaru, wrote a letter to Xiaoyan together with the 4 emperors. These bastards. Marine will lose face. Damn Aokiji. Damn Kizaru. Get Laozi out of here. The angry roar of Marshal Sora resounded through the naval headquarters. Master Marshal got angry. Countless Marines looked at the direction of the marshal's office in fear. Ugh! I don't know how Aokiji and Kizaru, the two prospective admiral, provoke Marshal Kong. New World. Cake Island. Mom, today's world economic news is here. Katakuri gives Charlotte Linlin the newspaper she just bought. To my wife. Charlotte Linlin took the newspaper and ate another piece of cake before reading the contents of the newspaper. Morgans used some information from the Whitebeard pirates to exchange with her the opportunity to hold Hokage ninja. And this also made Charlotte Linlin have a certain curiosity about this comic. What kind of comic would make Morgans risk offending the Whitebeard pirates and make a deal with himself? As a result, only one glance. Charlotte Linlin was deeply attracted, unable to extricate herself. Dead bone pulse, white eyes, Sharingan, sage body? Are these from that comic? Charlotte Linlin couldn't help but be amazed at the unheard-of bloodlines. Are you talking about Hokage ninjas? Mom. Katakuri asked curiously from the side. Charlotte Linlin nodded and asked in surprise, why, you know this comic too? Cough, I know, but I haven't seen it yet. Worried that his mother thought he had neglected his duties, Katakuri quickly explained, but there are many people in the family who read it. It is said to be the most popular comic in the world, and it is very popular even among the other four emperors groups. I see. Charlotte Linlin also saw the messages from Whitebeard and others at this time, and couldn't help but be a little surprised. Could it be that other than the fact that she was wooed by the world economic news, the other four emperors groups really liked this comic? Even that guy Kaido watched, so I'll watch too. Wondering what the strange appeal of this comic was, Charlotte Linlin yelled, "Go get me this comic! Quick! Quick! Quick!" Boom! Obviously not using haki, just a simple roar. However, an extremely terrifying sound wave broke out, and the faces of countless pirates on the shaken Cake Island turned pale. I'll go right now, Mom, don't be angry. Cold sweat dripped from Katakuri's forehead, and he turned away quickly. Humph! Charlotte Linlin snorted and threw another chunk of cake into her mouth. Golden Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan's pen name was murmured in his mouth. A trace of greed flashed in Charlotte Linlin's eyes. People have seen giants before they create stories about giants, and people have seen dragons before they have legends of slaughtering dragons. Then, has this person seen these strange races with his own eyes? It seems that I have to find a chance to check it out. This guy's true identity is known. There may be unknown races in the world that I have never heard of. It's really exciting. Asterisk. Chapter 20, Jump down from a height of 10,000 meters, target, undersea prison. 3 updates, 500 evaluation votes plus more. P.S. 500 evaluation tickets for this chapter will be added, 6 updates today, and 9,000 flowers will be added tomorrow. Xiaoyan would be surprised if she knew what Charlotte Linlin was thinking. While her guesses and facts are quite different, Charlotte Linlin guessed one thing right. That is, Xiaoyan can indeed summon people from the world of Hokage to the world of pirates. In other words, if Charlotte Linlin can conquer the role of the Hokage world, maybe she can really give birth to a new race that does not belong to the pirate world. And just when Charlotte Linlin is lusting after all kinds of new races. The sea on the other side of the new world. Whitebeard pirates. Not long after entering the new world, a pirate captain with a bounty of 300 million is challenging Whitebeard, clamoring to take the strongest position in the world. This is what a lot of arrogant newbies do. Lucky among them, after failure, he will become Whitebeard's son like Ace. If you are unlucky, you will have an arm cut off like Crocodile, but you will have a life. And most of the pirates are the ones with bad luck and are buried directly in the belly of the fish. Marco. On the Moby DK, Diamond Joe's shouted loudly, "The world economic news is here. You, me, and Dad's readers' questions have all been published, come back and read." What? Marco was shocked. he didn't expect his luck to be so good. No more wasting time now, his arms suddenly turned into flaming cyan flames. Snapped. Marco kicked the 300 million pirate captain away with one kick. In the next second, the phoenix that was reborn from ashes flew into the air. Then, at an extremely terrifying speed, he swooped down towards the pirate group who came to challenge him. Phoenix Seal. Boom. The sea seemed to tremble. The huge pirate ship that can accommodate thousands of people was directly kicked by Marco and collapsed, and was swallowed up by the sea. The 300 million pirate captain who offered a bounty is even more inexplicable. Until the moment before he lost his life, he still couldn't understand. Why did the Phoenix Marco, who was only tied with himself, suddenly burst out with such terrifying strength? Is he just playing with himself? The other side. After Marco killed the provocative pirates with one kick, he quickly returned to the Moby Dick. Dad! Marco shouted, I heard that the letter we sent was accepted. Goo la la la, I did accept it. Whitebeard took a sip of wine happily and laughed loudly, you can see the details for yourself. Okay. Marco hurriedly took over the World Economic News and couldn't wait to read it. During this time, he became a big fan of Hokage. Wow! Freeze time and space? Destroy the planet. The Uchiha family that was exterminated didn't die? There are even several ruthless characters who appeared. The character that Dad wants is also from the Uchiha family? It seems that this family is really not easy, so why was the family exterminated? This time, a lot of information broke out. Just looking at this information, I can imagine how exciting the plot will be. Attracted by the cake drawn by Xia Yan, Marco's eyes lit up. Cut the planet. He had never thought of such a thing before. In his worldview, if he can destroy an island like his father, he is already the strongest in the world. Destroying a planet with one blow, how terrifying is that powerhouse? Hurry up and continue to draw. The update is too slow. Complaining softly, Marco was even thinking in his heart, should he check the location of the author, Jin Xia Yan, in order to urge him to update. At the same time, Naval Headquarters. Aokiji and Kizaru, who were being handed over by the Marshal, were also watching the World Economic News. Although the body is upside down, but their strength is quite strong, naturally they are not worried about lack of physical strength to maintain this posture. Cut the planet with light. Kizaru was surprised by Xia Yan's reply, he never thought of such a crazy thing. Aokiji has a similar feeling. The freezing is strong enough to a certain level, can it really freeze time and space? Aokiji was dubious about this. Although he has a move called Frozen Time Capsule, it only has a similar name, and it doesn't actually have such a strong effect. I really look forward to seeing comics that can freeze time and space. It would be better if I could learn it. Because it has cooperated with Kizaru to develop a new move called Magic Mirror Ice Crystal. Aokiji did not completely doubt Xia Yan's words this time, but quietly looked forward to Xia Yan's future comics. Compared to the top pirate groups like the Four Emperors, civilians and pirates all over the world were much more shocked. When did they see the Four Emperors and Marine Quasi-Admiral speak together? Still support a mere comic. Is this comic really that good? Seeing that Marine Admiral and One Piece Four Emperors are both fans of Hokage Ninja, people who were not interested in comics went crazy in an instant. I'm going to buy Hokage Ninja. The stock is sold out. Is the World Economic News an idiot? Why don't so many people want to buy it and reprint it? I think they're idiots too, but they're really sold out. I have Hokage Ninja Volumes 1 and 2. Pack 20,000 Baileys, who wants it? I want it. I have a special edition of Volumes 1 and 2, one white and one uncut, priced at 50,000 Baileys. 50,000? I want it. Give it to me. Under the propaganda of the pirate Four Emperors and two prospective admirals, the whole world fell into complete madness. A mere comic book was even fired up to dozens of times its original price. Even so, there are still people who pay higher prices. Everyone wants to see what a comic Hokage is like, and everyone wants to own a Hokage. There are even countless pirates who take pride in owning a copy of Hokage. Because this is the manga that the four emperors of the pirates love. This is marketing. This is professionalism. Listening to the next person reporting on the enthusiasm and pursuit of Hokage, Morgan squeezed his slightly trembling hands, barely keeping calm. In fact, although he thought about using the name of the Pirate Four Emperors to promote comics, it would achieve a very terrifying effect. But the heat shown in the end still shocked him. There was even a hint of fear. These people couldn't buy Hokage, wouldn't they just rush to his World Economic News Agency? No, I can't wait any longer, the plan can't keep up with the changes. Morgans took a deep breath and began to order, in the shortest time, free up all the production lines for me. And I will go to the underwater prison to get the original manuscript of the third volume. Golden Xiaoyan, the adopted son of that guy Roger. I didn't expect that, I was just curious about a comic book author. I just checked it and found such amazing news. Father's debt is repaid by the son, and the revenge of the year should also be avenged. 10,000 meters in the sky, above the White Sea. Kaido looked down at the tiny black spot below indifferently. It's an underwater prison. In the past 800 years, only one golden lion managed to escape from the impregnable wall. Aim in the direction of the underwater prison. Kaido jumped down from a height of 10,000 meters. Asterisk. Chapter 21, Just TM your name is Xiaoyan? For more, ask for flowers and evaluation tickets. The Four Emperors Kaido of the Beasts is a super neurotic. This is a fact recognized by the top powerhouses in the entire pirate world. But he is also the strongest creature on land, sea, and air besides Whitebeard. This is also a fact recognized by the whole world. And now, he's eyeing Xiaoyan. Not just for being interested in Xiaoyan's comics and killing the undead. Mainly because he and Xiaoyan have a feud. Xiaoyan's adoptive father, Roger, killed his old Captain Rox. There is no doubt that this is a bloody feud. As for whether Kaido has feelings for Rox, who cares? I'm afraid even Kaido himself doesn't know about this. Doing things for this reason is the most important thing. You ask Laozi, as the Pirate Four Emperors, why did he attack the underwater prison under the world government? Want to go to war with Marine? Nonsense. Because Laozi's enemies are locked here. Boom. Kaido, which fell from a height of 10,000 meters, was like a meteorite, hitting the top of the outermost building of the underwater prison heavily. The deafening sound of the explosion set off waves of terrifying sound waves, which severely damaged the sea kings on the seabed all around. Boom. 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 The terrifying sound waves set off bursts of explosions, and the entire island where the underwater prison was located was shaking violently and was shaky. It seems to collapse at any moment. Roger. Xiaoyan. Marine. The tall body crawled out of the smoke and roared and roared. Muscle burst. Boom. Kaido punched outside the exposed building of the underwater prison. Accompanied by a deafening loud bang. The top building of the underwater prison has completely collapsed. What happened? Someone is attacking the underwater prison. Damn. The top floor collapsed. A lot of people died. Call Naval Headquarters. The guards on the first and second floors of the underwater prison were frightened by the terrifying vibration, and they desperately called for help. The deputy director of the prison, Han Yabao, immediately took hundreds of guards and rushed upwards, trying to stop the intruder. The appalling terrifying momentum rolled down, as if the sky had collapsed in an instant. Except for the deputy director Han Yabao, from the first floor to the second floor of the underwater prison, all the prison guards and pirates. At least tens of thousands of people lost consciousness in an instant. Pa. Conqueror's Haki. Han Yabao was half kneeling on the ground and barely supported, staring forward in disbelief, trying to see who the person who invaded the underwater prison was. Snapped. The huge slap suddenly broke through the smoke and slapped Han Yabao hard. Han Yabao couldn't see the intruder's face clearly, and didn't even have time to let out a scream. He was beaten with broken bones and flew out, not knowing if he was alive or dead. Is Naval Headquarters still notified? Looking at the dead phone bug on the ground, Kaido frowned slightly. The phone call from the underwater prison suddenly hung up and couldn't get through again. I believe Naval Headquarters already knew something happened here. I'm afraid it won't be long before there will be at least 2 Admiral-level combat forces here to support. Looks like Laozi has to hurry up. Kaido shouted angrily, took out his mace and slammed it on the ground. Thunder 8 trigrams. Boom. The ground of the first floor of the underwater prison was smashed through by Kaido with a stick. Kaido, who fell to the second floor, did not rest, and swung his stick again. Boom. Kaido airborne directly to the third floor. The intruder is here. Catch him. Knowing that an enemy invaded the underwater prison, the hundreds of guards and several Zoan awakening ability who had been waiting on the third floor for a long time, all rushed to Kaido. A bunch of rubbish, get out of the way for Laozi. Facing this group of enemies, Kaido didn't even bother to use his moves, and waved his mace impatiently. Boom. Hundreds of guards spewed blood and flew upside down, and the air was full of severed limbs and internal organs. Several awakened Zoan's abilities were even smashed into a puddle of flesh. Spike. Immediately afterwards, Kaido followed suit. A stick smashed through the first floor of the underwater prison, and it went straight to the 6th floor. A person broke through the underwater prison known as the Iron Wall. This is Kaido of the Beasts. Boom. Kaido descends in the center of the 6th floor prison. Countless 6th-level criminals who had heard the voice for a long time looked at him in astonishment, with excitement, confusion, or hatred on their faces. Who is he? Kaido of the Beasts. Pirates of the New World, 4 Emperors. Hey? Isn't this the kid from Rocks? He's already become the Pirate King. Bah, it's just a kid. If it wasn't for the older generation of pirates who retired when they were too old, or were caught in prison, how could they have anything to do with them? Younger offenders are respectful towards Kaido. Older criminals who knew Kaido and disdained him. In their memory, Kaido was just a young man who couldn't make it to the top. But Kaido only took a second to prove that this is the era of young people. Boom. The mace wrapped around armament Haki swung with full force. With a single stick, Kaido smashed a prison and the old pirate who spoke badly to Kaido into a pool of unrecognizable meat and iron mixture. Hiss. Most of the pirates on the 6th floor took a deep breath and closed their mouths instantly, being honest. The one that Kaido killed with the stick just now was a legendary pirate who offered a bounty of 1.2 billion Bailey decades ago. Such a legend died so easily and in such an embarrassing manner. Even this group of scumbags in the submarine prison couldn't help but feel the complicated emotions of the death of a rabbit and a fox. Tisk, 4 Emperors Kaido, could I escape earlier today? In the prison, stopped the comics at hand, Xia Yan stared at Kaido in amazement. Did this happen in the original? He only knew that Kaido liked to die, but he really didn't know that this guy had broken through the 6th floor of the underwater prison. What about Magellan of Poison Fruit? Beaten by Kaido? Ah! Damn it, the intruder. Magellan, who was buried deep in the bottom by the gravel and the filth of the toilet, couldn't get out for a while, and his heart was full of grief and anger. The 6th floor of the underwater prison. After Kaido killed the old pirate with a bounty of 1.2 billion, he looked around the prison. Then he suddenly shouted, "Who is Roger's adopted son, Xia Yan?" Swish! 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 Countless pairs of eyes turned to Xia Yan's direction. Marshal Sora and Morgans. The president of the World Economic News, have all come to Xiayan. He also used a strange black flame to kill the Roshan butcher who offered a reward of 900 million baili. Therefore, Xiayan's popularity on the 6th floor of the underwater prison is not low, but rather high. Xiayan was stunned. Meow meow meow. What does it have to do with me? Kaido is here for me? Just trademark, your name is Xiayan. Kaido raised his mace with a grim smile and strode towards Xiayan's prison. You Laozi hammered my captain back then, and today I'm here to hammer his son for revenge, shouldn't you mind? P.S. I have to spit out a setting of the underwater prison. In the original book, Golden Lion chopped off his 2 legs and went out. Since then, the supervision of the submarine prison should be stricter. When Doflamingo was caught, he was literally tied up, unable to move. However, it is said that Bullet, a capable person, exercised freely in prison, so that his strength did not decline, but improved. Although the official eating setting is normal, the management of the underwater prison is really bad. Chapter 22, Kamui and Amaterasu, Marine Falls. 5 more, ask for flowers, evaluation tickets. The 4 emperors Kaido of the beasts came to me and wanted to hammer me, what should I do? Xiayan was naturally not used to this BD, and decided to go back on the spot. Are you sick? Under the shock, admiration, and fear of countless 6th-level criminals. With a cold face, Xiayan scolded Kaido directly, you should have thanked Roger for not killing him when you were not hammered to death. When you see your benefactor's adopted son, you don't kneel to thank him, but you still want to face each other with swords. You are still human. Kaido seemed to be stunned by the scolding, hesitated, and shook his head gently. Laozi is indeed not a human being. Xiayan. Well, he forgot. Kaido is about 10 meters tall and has 2 horns, so he is not human. A sharp air-breaking sound suddenly sounded, tearing the air apart and making a harsh sonic boom. In Xiayan's line of sight, the mace, which was much bigger than his entire body, was approaching him at high speed. Boom! The prison where Xiayan was, just like the pirate who had offered a bounty of 1.2 billion baili just now, was smashed into a pool of rubble. Gollum! A 6th-floor criminal swallowed his saliva and said in astonishment, that Guy Rogers' adopted son died like this. No way! He is also the butcher of Roshan who has killed 900 million bounties in seconds. He shouldn't be so weak. That Guy Roshan is handcuffed by sea stone. His strength is inexhaustible. I estimate that this kid is at the level of 200 million or 300 million at most. It is only because of Roger's relationship that he is locked on the 6th floor. Seeing Xiayan being smashed into flesh with a stick by Kaido, many criminals who are not used to Xiayan on weekdays feel very cool. There are also many pirates secretly sighing, an outstanding young man died so easily. Death is worthless. But there were also a few people who changed slightly and noticed the difference. Such as Redfield, Bullet, and Kaido who attacked Xiayan. What happened? Redfield and Bullet looked at each other in surprise. Both of them detected it with observation haki. The moment Xiayan was attacked by Kaido, his entire aura disappeared. Not dead. But the real meaning of disappearing out of thin air. Kaido was also very puzzled. He naturally felt it too, he didn't hit Xiayan this time. So he retracted his mace and frowned. Staring at the prison that was smashed into ruins by himself, Kaido released observation haki completely, covering the entire 6th floor of the underwater prison. However, Xiayan's breath was still not found. As if Xiayan never existed. What happened? Not only was Kaido surprised, but Redfield and others were just as confused. Xiayan actually has this weird ability? Damn! Realizing that he might have been tricked by Xiayan with some kind of devil fruit ability, Kaido instantly became angry. Boom! 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 The heavy mace smashed wildly in the 6th floor of the underwater prison. Many powerful criminals bound by sea stone couldn't dodge, and were directly smashed into flesh by Kaido's stick. Even Redfield and Bullet were a little embarrassed under Kaido and could only barely resist. Although they weren't afraid of Kaido, they hadn't eaten for more than 10 days at this time. And they were so hungry that they couldn't even use half of their strength. Kaido smashed for more than 4 minutes before finally stopping. Looking at the messy underwater prison, Kaido's eyes were even more confused. Has Xia Yan left the underwater prison? No, if he had the ability, why didn't he escape earlier? However, it is better to believe that there is, not to believe that it is not. Kaido immediately released observation haki towards the upper floors of the underwater prison. That is the moment of error. The space in front of Kaido distorted. Under Kaido's shocked gaze, Xia Yan's handsome face slowly emerged from the twisted space. Amaterasu. Not caring about the loss of pupil strength, Xia Yan did not hesitate to use her current most powerful attack. Kaido didn't know whether he was surprised by Xia Yan, who appeared out of thin air, or was so confident in his defense that he didn't dodge. Whoa! A raging black flame fell on Kaido's left eye. Many surviving criminals who knew Xia Yan saw this black flame, their bodies trembled slightly. It was as if he saw the butcher of Roshan being burnt to ashes alive. Hey! Logia Maramara fruit. Kaido naturally didn't pay attention to the mere small flame, and raised his hand and wiped it towards the burning part of his eyes. However, it is the same as the original Roshan butcher. Kaido not only failed to kill Amaterasu this time, but also set his own palm on fire. What? Kaido instantly realized that something was wrong, and directly covered the clothes-colored haki on his palms and eyes, trying to defend. Crackling. Armament haki was also set on fire. Until then, Kaido realized in horror that he underestimated Xia Yan, Roger's adopted son. Damn! Screaming badly in his heart, Kaido raised his mace and slammed it down at Xia Yan. If you can't solve the fruit ability, then solve the main body directly. As long as Xia Yan is killed, the ability should be automatically released, right? However, at the moment when he was about to be smashed into flesh by Kaido, a distorted space slowly emerged from Xia Yan. Boom! The mace penetrated Xia Yan Hollow's body, and smashed another huge pit into the prison floor that had long been in ruins. What a strange ability! Kaido immediately realized that he might be planted in the hands of an unknown junior today. Even one of his eyes may have to be abolished. At this time, the observation haki released by Kaido sensed that a figure was falling from the sky at an incredible speed. Yo, isn't this Kaido of the Beasts? It's scary you're not staying in New World, why did you come to the underwater prison? As a golden light hit the ground, Kizaru's old face appeared in front of everyone. Flash Monkey! Kaido endured the burning pain in his eyes, his face sank. Marine came much faster than he expected. Click click. Biting frost fell layer by layer from above the underwater prison. Another figure fell along the ice. Allah, what a terrible monster, you almost destroyed the underwater prison, beast. The visitor sighed and let out a mouthful of white mist, his eyes were indifferent and suppressed his anger, and it was Aokiji. Immediately afterwards, a familiar burst of laughter came from above, accompanied by a crisp bird song. Boom! There was a loud noise, setting off a terrifying sound wave and smoke. The burly old vice admiral in the strange dog-headed hat, and the majestic albatross Morgans, fell from the sky. Hero Garp, President of the World Economic News, Morgans. The corners of Redfield's mouth twitched, and even Bullet's face showed a look of astonishment. A monster whose strength surpasses the Admiral class, and 3 powerful men whose strength is unknown, but should not be weaker than Admiral. This lineup, even if they were to attack a 4 Emperors pirate group, would be enough. This is a rare scene. But no one thought of it. The first person to stand up to Kaido was not Garp, nor Aokiji, nor Kizaru. It's Morgans. Kaido, F-ed your father. F-ed your grandpa. UBD. You scum. You deserve to die. You are so bold. Don't wait for Garp and the others to speak. Morgans has already opened his beak and spit out angrily, you dare to shoot Lao Zi's partner? Do you believe that Lao Zi exposed all the bad things about your beast's pirates? Make you a target for the whole world? Asterisk. Chapter 23, Besieged, Terrifying Magic Mirror Ice Crystal. 6 more. None of the people present thought that Morgans would be so angry. But thinking of the recent hot Hokage manga, they are completely understandable. Today's Xiaoyan is definitely a precious treasure for Morgans. Ruining people's fortunes is like killing parents. Kaido's unscrupulous shot at Xiaoyan, can Morgans not be annoyed? But beast's pirates shit? Aokiji and Kizaru pricked up their ears, not daring to take a breath, for fear of missing some important information. But Kaido was not afraid at all, but responded with a cold snort, which of the top forces in the sea doesn't have a bunch of dirty things? There are countless things that involve a bunch of interests. Exposure doesn't matter, the big deal is Lao Zi pulling you scumbags die together. The words fall. The wild conqueror's haki erupted from Kaido's body. Do it. His eyes are hurt. Xiaoyan suddenly appeared from the void with a loud shout. Damn you kid! Seeing Xiaoyan, Kaido was instantly furious, grabbed his mace and slammed it down. Humph! Go back to the old man! Garp snorted coldly and threw a punch. Armament haki was released directly from the body, forming a substantial armor. Boom! An earth-shattering bang. The ground beneath Kaido and Garp's feet shattered at the same time. The terrifying air waves swept away in an overwhelming manner, and the bodies of dozens of sixth-floor criminals were knocked away by the air waves. Clatter! 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 Garp and Kaido took 3 steps back at the same time, groaning. Swish! Morgan's figure suddenly turned into a white light and instantly appeared in front of Kaido. Kneel down for Lao Zi. A black fist, which was completely out of line with his snow-white body, slammed into Kaido's head. Boom! Kaido, who was still a little stiff after a move with Garp, was smashed into the ground by Morgans, his face hitting the ground hard. Roar! Kaido was not injured, and let out an angry roar, and the sky was falling like haki frantically vented. Boom! 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 The entire underwater prison is crumbling under Kaido's haki, as if it were about to collapse completely at any moment. But before he could stand up, a golden light had already landed on his side. Speed is power. Kizaru said playfully, have you been kicked by the speed of light? Boom! The light speed kick, which was condensed with flashing energy, kicked Kaido hundreds of meters away with one kick, smashing through an unknown number of ruins in the middle. Ice Escape Ice Dragon Ball Technique. Aokiji immediately summoned 2 huge ice dragons and slammed them down in the direction Kaido flew out of. Kizaru didn't stop either, his fingertips shot out several lasers in a row. Boom! The deafening explosion sounded, irritating everyone's eardrums. Horrible! Redfield clicked his tongue secretly, horrified in his heart. This kind of violent siege, even when he was at his peak, I am afraid he may not be able to resist. But Kaido quickly crawled out of the rubble. Damn Marine! Damn Xiaoyan! Damn Morgans! Kaido's white eye was blood red, and there was redness and bloodline all over his body. The other eye was still being burned by Xiaoyan's Amaterasu, not only did not go out, it even had a tendency to spread around. Lao Zi can't win anymore. Feeling the severe pain in his eyes, Kaido gritted his teeth and thought. That kid's moves are too weird, if you don't get rid of this black flame quickly, I'm afraid Lao Zi's head will be set on fire. So don't hesitate. Kaido directly covered his right eye with his left hand that Amaterasu had set on fire earlier. Then, pull your fingers inward. Puff. Kaido smashed his eyeballs abruptly. This row is that Aokiji and Kizaru have seen many big scenes and have been surprised by Kaido's behavior. This is not some kind of cat or dog, but a pirate 4 emperors that Marine can't kill with all his might. He would be forced to dig out his eyeballs by that cluster of small black flames? It's scary. Kizaru glanced at Xiaoyan, who was floating in midair, with dread. If I guessed correctly, this should be your handwriting, brother Xiaoyan, right? Keep going. Ignoring Kizaru's words, Xiaoyan shouted in a deep voice, don't give this guy a chance to rest and recover. Ha ha ha. Of course the old man knows. Garp laughed, fists covered with the real armament haki, and rushed forward. Boom. 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 The punches are like shooting stars, and the strength of each punch is enough to shatter a mountain. Garp's fists rained down on Kaido. Garp! Kaido roared angrily, and simply gave up the defense completely, throwing away the mace and also wrapped around Armament Haki's punch. Kaido and Garp, the two top powerhouses in the sea, actually started fighting each other like gangsters. Polisalino. Aokiji suddenly looked at Kizaru, use that trick. Kizaru hesitated, then nodded, okay. Garp Vice Admiral, get out of the way. Aokiji suddenly shouted violently, and at the same time released a lot of cold air. Ice escape secret technique, magic mirror ice crystal. Click. 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 The biting cold instantly covered the entire 6th floor of the underwater prison, and the dense ice mirrors completely enveloped Kaido. And Garp withdrew from the range of moves as early as Aokiji shouted. What is this? The dizzy Kaido, who was fighting with Garp, was stunned, and subconsciously he was about to smash the surrounding ice mirrors with a punch. But a golden flash shot instantly onto the ice mirror. Swish. 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 The golden flashes traveled between the mirrors at the speed of light. The speed was so fast that even Kaido's observation haki couldn't react at all. What made Kaido even more astonished was that there were countless laser beams shot out at the same time on the densely packed ice mirror that Kizaru used as a springboard. Boom. 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 Countless laser beams erupted at the same time, setting off sky-high mushroom clouds and sensational shock waves of terror. Obviously the battlefield was on the 6th floor of the underwater prison, but the explosion even spread to the 1st floor, as if the ancient weapon had struck with all its strength. Even Garp, Redfield, Morgans, and others had to avoid its edge and retreat. The only one who was not affected was Xiaoyan, who used Kamui to hide in a different dimension. A long time. The violent shaking finally stopped. Boom. Kizaru got down on one knee, pale and gasping for breath. The blow just now almost consumed all his stamina. But the effect is also terrifying to the extreme. Even Kaido of the Beasts shouldn't be able to survive this move intact. This is not. Redfield suddenly remembered something and looked up at Xiaoyan suddenly. In fact, it's not just him. Bullet and Morgans also looked at Aokiji and Kizaru with suspicious eyes. In the end, their eyes were all focused on Xiaoyan in the air. Isn't the move that Aokiji and Kizaru used just now a copy of Bai's ice escape move in the Hokage manga? Asterisk. Chapter 24, Candid Photography, 22 million circulation, sales surpassing the bounty of 4 emperors. Kaido lost. Under the ice crystal of the magic mirror, hundreds of lasers focus on a single burst of power. Even if it is not as good as a blow from the ancient weapon, it is estimated that it will not be much worse. Although Kaido didn't die, he was also bombed for several minutes and couldn't recover. Click. Click. Garp forcibly broke Kaido's limbs and bound him with sea stone handcuffs. This task is much easier than I thought. Seeing that Kaido should have no chance to escape, Aokiji could not help but let out a sigh of relief. After all, we have strong foreign aid. Kizaru smiled playfully, but his eyes drifted to Xiaoyan. You think so? Brother Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan? Is he the author of Hokage? It's this guy's black flame that destroyed one of Kaido's eyes. Aokiji stared at Xiaoyan vigilantly, as if facing a formidable enemy, for fear that he would suddenly attack. Xiaoyan has already proved that he is qualified to be guarded and valued by admiral-level combat power. Even Kaido, the strongest defense in the sea, lost one eye by him. If others were burned by the black flame, wouldn't they be burned to ashes alive? Don't look at me like that, I don't want to fight Marine at this time. Xiaoyan smiled mildly, with a kind look that was harmless to humans and animals. But Aokiji and Kizaru didn't dare to be careless. On the other hand, Garp laughed and hugged Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan boy, I haven't seen you for a long time, you are so tall. Okay. Xiaoyan responded coldly. He didn't dislike Garp, but he didn't have much affection either. Be careful, Garp Vice Admiral. This guy's abilities are so terrifying that even Kaido can't guard against it. Seeing that Garp was unguardedly intimate with Xiaoyan, Aokiji suddenly became nervous. But Garp waved his hand and said with a smile, "It's all right, kid, Xiaoyan and I are old acquaintances. Bring Kaido back to headquarters first. I'll talk to him for a while." Yes. Aokiji and Kizaru are helpless. The two of them couldn't control Garp, so they could only let Garp move freely, and then took Kaido to the top of the underwater prison. At this time, the director of the prison, Magellan, finally ran out, clutching his stomach. His body was dirty all over his body, and he was extremely embarrassed. Director Magellan. Kizaru had a playful smile on his face. You have gone too far in your duty this time. Sorry. Magellan was livid, his back wet with cold sweat. Looking at the mess that turned into ruins, and the 5-story submarine prison that was forcibly penetrated. He knew that as the director of the prison, he was probably going to end it. Go get some sea stones. Seeing Magellan's dejected appearance, Aokiji couldn't bear it, and suggested, first handcuff all the criminals on the 6th floor, including Xiaoyan, and then deal with the criminals on the other floors one by one. Absolutely no pirates are allowed. Run away, understand? Clear. Magellan's eyes narrowed, and he immediately turned to run for the sea stone handcuffs. The other side. Morgan sat next to Xiaoyan, staring at Garp with bird eyes. Garp Vice Admiral, aren't you leaving yet? Hey, let's go in a while. Garp grinned, raised his hand and patted Xiaoyan's shoulder. How are you doing? Pretty good. Xiaoyan smiled and said, eat well, drink well. Comics are also popular, and make a lot of money. Okay. Garp nodded and said earnestly, you are very capable and young. This time you helped Marine capture Kaido again. It is a great achievement. It is not that there is no hope of getting out of this underwater prison in the future, you must remember not to make mistakes. Good. Xiaoyan continued to keep smiling, with a look of listening intently. Garp is very satisfied with Xiaoyan's performance. Even think that he is dozens of times more obedient than his grandson Luffy. Then, Garp and Xiaoyan chatted about some past things. Garp didn't leave until Magellan returned and handcuffed Xiaoyan's hands and feet with sea stone handcuffs. Garp is also guarding you. Looking at Garp's back, Morgan suddenly sighed. You have such terrifying strength at a young age, and you can easily make a lot of money. It's a pity to be locked in this kind of place all your life. I'll go out. Xiaoyan smiled lightly. Oh. Morgans rolled his eyes. Is there anything I can help you with? Have you photographed the moves Aokiji and Kizaru used just now? Without answering Morgan's question directly, Xiaoyan asked directly. Of course. Morgan smiled proudly and took out a camera from under his feather. I'm the most professional reporter in the world. Then please. Taking out the original manuscript of the 3rd volume of comics from Kamui Space and giving it to Morgans, Xiaoyan chuckled. How to maximize the publicity effect of the photo effect and deny the heat to Hokage, you should be very good at it. Ha! That's a must. Morgan's eyes lit up and instantly understood Xia Yan's plan. At this time, a large group of Marines appeared on the top floor of the underwater prison. Leading the team were Admiral Sengoku, 10 Vice Admiral, and at least tens of thousands of Marine soldiers. In order to prevent the criminals in the underwater prison from escaping, Marine almost dispatched most of his combat power this time. I go first. Sensing Marine's arrival, Morgans got up immediately. Okay. Xia Yan smiled gently, I'm waiting for your good news. The previous 4 Emperors campaign, coupled with this major incident in the underwater prison, is expected to attract the attention of the entire world. In this case, Hokage will inevitably usher in a wave of extremely terrifying heat. 5 million character fans. Coming soon. Hours later. With the help of a demon fruit power, the undersea prison that was destroyed in ruins was quickly rebuilt. Xia Yan, Redfield, and others were also relocked, and they were all replaced with new sea stone shackles. At the same time, returning to the Morgans of the World Economic News, he immediately issued an order that drove all the employees crazy. Post all of these photos in the World Economic News, occupying half of the cover. The topic must be directed to the ice escape secret technique of Hokage Ninja, the magic mirror ice crystal, so that those who have not seen Hokage will understand that it is the move in the comic Hokage that defeats Kaido. The other cover is reserved for the release of the 3rd volume of Hokage. The first and second volumes of Hokage Ninja were reprinted by 5 million copies each. The price is 400 baileys. The collector's edition of Hokage Ninja Volume 1, 2, and 3, with a beautiful cover and a special card, with Uchiha Sasuke character card, the first edition is 2 million. And the price is 1,500 bailey. Volume 3 of Hokage Ninja, this time no regular edition will be printed. All print special edition, with Uzumaki Naruto character card, the first edition of 10 million copies, priced at 500 baileys. The newspaper staff in charge of the records fainted when their brains became hot. Crazy. Just crazy. The circulation of comics this time has completely surpassed the World Economic News. 22 million copies. 12 billion bailey sales. Higher than the bounty of the 2-4 Emperors pirates combined. The bounty for the 3-4 Emperors pirates is approaching. Asterisk. Chapter 25, Crazy Hype, Crazy Sales, Crazy Fans. A few days later. Under the circumstances that the employees of the World Economic News are about to work overtime to the point of collapse. The World Economic News and Hokage to be issued this time have finally been printed out, and sold to every corner of the world by a large number of booksellers and newsbirds. Naval Headquarters. Because the underwater prison was captured by Kaido, the losses were extremely heavy. Marshal Sora, who was busy and devastated, received the World Economic News from his subordinates. This is. When I saw the cover of this issue of the World Economic News, I couldn't help but groan in my heart. It was a close-up of Kaido being defeated. Is the World Economic News helping Marine with free publicity? Will the whole world know about the breach of the underwater prison? With anger, Sora quickly opened the newspaper. It turned out that things were worse than he had imagined. Shock. Marine Quasi-Admiral Aokiji, Kizaru, actually teamed up to defeat the pirates' 4 emperors, Kaido of the Beasts. Why did Kaido lose to 2 men who were inferior to him? It's all because of this move. How terrifying is the ice escape secret technique, magic mirror ice crystal. Not even the 4 emperors Kaido could resist this move. On the secret of ice escape, the relationship between magic mirror ice crystal and Hokage ninja. Can other ninjutsu in Hokage ninja be learned? Will it exert the same power, or even far surpass the power of the magic mirror ice crystal? Experts explain this. As soon as I opened the World Economic News, I was greeted by a long list of eye-catching headlines. I believe that as long as you are not blind, you can see at a glance. Morgans. Marshal Kong gritted his teeth and roared angrily. Boom! Sora smashed the desk in front of him with a punch. The World Economic News is stepping on Marine's face and dignity for publicity. I believe that at this time, the World Economic News has sold crazy. The manga Hokage Ninja is estimated to be selling like crazy. And Marine and world government are also extremely embarrassing. Does the world government just allow them to act recklessly? Marshal Sora directly called the five elders. Are you crazy or am I crazy? The World Economic News is hitting Marine in the face. It's hitting you in the face too. You still haven't stopped. Why stop it? With the sword, the five elders said coldly, hasn't Kaido been caught? Although it's a shame that the underwater prison was destroyed, no pirates escaped this time. The corner of Marshal Kong's mouth twitched. It's not like you don't know, it doesn't make any sense to catch Kaido, he will escape sooner or later. That's not our problem. If Kaido runs away, it's Marine's responsibility, it's your responsibility. The long-bearded five elders interjected, by the way, do you know how much extra revenue the Hokage comics published by the World Economic News will bring to the world government? How many? Sora asked subconsciously. At least 600 million. Take Sword. Five elders also participated. If we follow the standard of 600 million for half a month, the government's income in this category is at least 14.4 billion per year. You have to ask me now, why is the world government so tolerant of Morgans? Kong. If you can earn an extra 14.4 billion extra for the world government every year without using the world government and marine resources, we can consider adopting your opinion and take action against Morgans. Null. 14.4 billion a year? Can't use Marine's resources yet? Even if you sell him, you won't be able to make so much money. I understand. Sora seemed to have aged 10 years in an instant, hung up the phone, and lay down on the chair feebly. Alas, the old man seems to be at the age of retirement. Just when Sora felt disheartened. People all over the world have gone into extreme madness as he expected. Letters from readers from the Pirates, Four Emperors and Aokiji Kizaru before have raised the popularity of the manga Hokage to an appalling level. No one expected that, with the release of the third volume of Hokage. What followed was even more surprising news. The Four Emperors Kaido attacked the underwater prison and was defeated by Marine. The move to defeat Kaido was learned from Hokage. Is it possible to become stronger by reading comics? As a result, a big wave of panic buying swept the whole world. It has started. Volumes 1, 2, and 3 of the special edition, 2 million copies, sold out in 5 hours. The third volume of the 10 million special edition is sold out in 9 hours. A total of 10 million copies were reprinted in 1 or 2 volumes, and they were all sold out in 19 hours. Statistics are completed. There was silence in the World Economic News. They were speechless in shock. Created tens of billions of sales, and it didn't even arrive in 24 hours. Obviously. Even though they frantically printed 22 million comics this time, they still failed to meet the demand of the public. President Morgans. After a long time, a management employee finally came back to his senses and asked excitedly, "Are we going to continue to print? Looking at this demand, even if we print another 5 million copies, it is estimated that they will be sold out very quickly." You're right. Morgans was also calculating the limit of the demand for comics, and finally made a final decision. Volumes 1, 2, and 3 will all be published as special editions, and each will be printed in 5 million volumes. After finishing speaking, Morgans announced with a smile, "This month, the bonuses and wages of all employees have been doubled by 5 times. Please work harder, everyone." Oh! Long life President Morgans. I love working overtime. 5 times the salary and bonus is enough to forget all the fatigue. The employees of the World Economic News instantly ignited and threw themselves into work in full swing. 3 days later, Xia Yan, who was rapidly drawing comics in the new cell on the 6th floor of the submarine prison, finally heard the long-awaited reminder sound. Ding! This manga release is under settlement. Get 1,095,530 new fans. Get 385,200 loyal fans. Popular characters from the comic Hokage Ninja. There are 6 characters with more than 5 million fans, and 7 characters with more than 1 million fans. The host can perform character summoning and lottery asterisk. Chapter 26, Sage Mode, The First Call. The Chunin exam is undoubtedly the most exciting chapter in the early stages of Hokage Ninja. And the most exciting part of this chapter, the Rock Leaves Gaara fight, is definitely on the list. In Xia Yan's previous life, when 8 Inner Gates formation came out, I don't know how many audiences and readers were shocked. Besides, Naruto stole the Naruto combo. Hinata's unyielding and strong. Niji's gorgeous gentle fist. Gaara's cruel and terrifying sand ninjutsu. Shikamaru's high IQ fighting method of shadow magic. Naruto and Hyuga Niji, the duel and counterattack between the tail of the crane and the genius. And Sasuke's gorgeous Chidori lightning style that pierces through sand defenses. It can be said that this piece of content is definitely the most quintessential part of Hokage in the early stage, and it has created many lovable characters. And the readers of Pirate World are naturally attracted by the comics without any surprise. It's too exciting, isn't it? Sand control, 8 inner gates, gentle fist, shadow secret art, lightning style Chidori. God, what the hell is the brain of old thief Xia Yan? I just want to know if 8 inner gates can really be cultivated. Aokiji and Kizaru defeated Kaido's magic mirror ice crystal is so handsome and powerful. Indeed, I want to learn 8 inner gates too. Am I the only one who cares if 3rd Hokage will be killed by Orochimaru? All over the world, at least tens of millions of people are frantically discussing topics related to Hokage. Among them, the most talked about is naturally 8 inner gates. As a genin, Rock Lee opened 5 doors and increased his strength to such a terrifying level. What if his teacher, Might Guy, opened the legendary 8 doors? Within a day, the World Economic News Agency received tens of thousands of letters about the 8 inner gates formation. Countless readers have expressed great anticipation to see the day when 8 doors are fully open. Even many codders in the 4 Emperors Pirates are secretly trying to learn 8 inner gates. For a time, the whole sea was full of people learning ninjutsu, which was spectacular. The 6th floor of the underwater prison. Don't know how crazy the people in the sea are for Hokage. Xia Yan was looking at the updated system panel, dazed. Manga, Hokage Ninja. Followers, 1748.9512. Popular characters, number of fans Uzumaki Naruto, 525, 1000. Uchiha Sasuke, 748, 5000. Hitaki Kakashi, 585, 2700. Orochimaru, 515, 4200. Rock Lee, 852, 3200. Gaara, 520, 3200. The first stage goal, fans reach 1 million, achieved. The second stage goal, have 1 million loyal fans, 459,600/1,000,000, not reached. Because of the advancement of the plot and the continuous 2 rounds of world-class publicity by 4 emperors and Marine, Xia Yan has gained a lot this time. There are 6 characters with more than 5 million fans alone. As for those with more than 1 million, there are even more, a full 7. They are Umino Irika, Shiro, Zabuzen, Hinata, Niji, 3rd Hokage, Jiraiya. There are also many other supporting roles with hundreds of thousands of popularity, which can be called terrifying. This time the harvest is too amazing. Xia Yan murmured softly and said directly, first draw, and draw all 7. Ding! Obtained from Umino Irika, Basic Ninjutsu Body Replacement Technique. Obtained by Ice Escape Secret Technique Magic Mirror Ice Crystal. Obtained by not cutting again, water-style water prison technique. Obtained by Hinata, white eyes. Obtained by Niji, gentle fist law 8 trigrams 64 palms. Acquired through third Hokage, ghouls out. Obtained by Jiraiya, sage mode. The beep sounded 7 times in a row. The expressions on Xia Yan's face also changed. Disdain, surprise, disgust, surprise. Among the rewards obtained by 7 draws. Body replacement technique, ice escape, water prison, and dead ghost seal are all meaningless techniques. Either too weak or too expensive. The really useful ones are the white eyes, 8 trigrams 64 palms. And sage mode. It can even be said that the only thing Xia Yan cares about is sage mode. Rolling eyes? At most it's just icing on the cake. With sage mode, if I use Sharingan again, the loss should be reduced a lot, right? Xia Yan asked the system in her heart. Yes. The system said, sage mode can improve the power of perception, strength, speed, defense, and magic. It can be said to be an all-round enhancement, and the loss of Mangeki Sharingan will naturally be alleviated. Ah, that's good. Xia Yan is very satisfied. He felt that his own escape plan could start preparations in advance. Now, with the 3 of Redfield and Bullet, it should be very easy to get out of the underwater prison. So Xia Yan turned to look at Redfield and asked, "Writer, do you want to escape from prison?" "Think." Redfield said indifferently, "Don't tell me you're excited when you see Kaido making trouble in an underwater prison by himself." Of course. Xia Yan did not deny it, and continued, "Even if my current strength is not comparable to Admiral, at least a Vice Admiral is no problem, plus you and Bullet, Kaido can kill, can we kill?" "What you said makes sense." Redfield nodded, but then asked, "Can you fix Bullet and my sea stone handcuffs?" "It should be okay." Xia Yan said. "Even if Kusanagi can't cut the sea stone handcuffs, Amaterasu should be able to burn them. If you can fix the sea stone handcuffs, then we can get through the first hurdle." Redfield continued to ask, "But what about the second difficulty, how are you going to kill it?" "Just kill it out layer by layer." Xia Yan was a little puzzled. The only real powerful person in the underwater prison is Magellan. Although his poisonous fruit is terrifying, it's not that the 3 of us can't deal with it, right? Redfield took a deep look at Xia Yan. Xia Yan looked puzzled. "What's wrong?" "I finally feel now that you are indeed an inexperienced young man." Redfield sighed and explained, "Kaido has just captured the underwater prison, and the defense here is probably many times stronger than before. Even if you want to escape, you shouldn't choose this time." Xia Yan. "Okay." Because of the increase in strength, he has obtained the right to summon a full 6 characters. It got him so excited that he forgot about Marine's reinforcements to the underwater prison. If the 3 of them escape from prison at this time, I am afraid they will face the containment of the entire Marine high-level combat power, right? Tisk, that's terrifying. Abandoning the idea of escaping for the time being, Xia Yan decided to continue drawing comics and draw the 4th volume as soon as possible. According to the current growth rate of popularity, when the next volume of comics is released, he should be able to obtain the right to summon that man. At that time, it should be no problem to cooperate with the inside and the outside to open up the underwater prison. But what should I do with the 6 summoning rights in my hand? These 6 characters, even the strongest Orochimaru, can't possibly match Marine Admiral in hard power, but should be stronger than most Vice Admiral. Call one to try first. Xia Yan hesitated to pick, and finally chose a role. Asterisk. Chapter 27, Uchiha Sasuke who hit the street as soon as he appeared. For more, ask for flowers, evaluation tickets. Before the summoning, Xia Yan suddenly asked, "The summoned character is absolutely loyal to me, right?" "Yes." Xia Yan nodded and asked again, "Can I return the summoned character to his original world at any time?" Cannot. Xiaoyan continued to ask, what happens if the summoned character dies? Will return to his own world normally and lose the memory related to the host. Xiaoyan, after a character dies, can it be summoned multiple times? Cannot. Xiaoyan, summoning a young character, what will happen when he grows up in the serialization? Younger characters can grow up instantly and have memories when they grow up. Xiaoyan asked a lot of questions. But he forgot to ask something quite important. That is the summoning character, which randomly appears somewhere in this world. With Xiaoyan to determine the summon target. The space above the sea of New World fluctuated, and then a figure appeared out of thin air. Ocean. Uchiha Sasuke looked at his feet in surprise, and subconsciously covered chakra on the soles of his feet and stepped on the sea smoothly. Can I talk to him? Xiaoyan found that she could see Sasuke and his surroundings like a movie. Can. System road. Good, very useful. Xiaoyan nodded with satisfaction, and then said silently in her heart, Uchiha Sasuke. Hey? Is it the voice of the Lord? Hearing a familiar voice beside his ear, Uchiha Sasuke couldn't help showing a surprised expression. Xiaoyan. Lord? What's with this name? Xiaoyan asked in surprise. Although the summoned characters have memories of normal life, in their memories, you are a god that cannot be violated. The system explained immediately. I see. Xiaoyan couldn't help but sighed at the power of the system, and then ordered in her heart, go to a nearby island first, and then see where you are. Yes. Lord. Sasuke respectfully agreed, and then ran directly on the sea. In prison. Watching how fast Sasuke is running, Xiaoyan suddenly remembered a very important question: what is the level of Sasuke's strength in the Sea of Pirate World? The current Sasuke has a curse mark and 1,000 birds, and he should be able to instantly kill a marine-level officer at full combat power. If he encounters a strong Commodore, he may not be able to beat him. Okay. The corner of Xiaoyan's mouth twitched. The level of playing a school-level officer is too weak, right? If Sasuke was in the New World, wouldn't he be able to deal with a few pirates with strong points? It seems that God is not happy to see Sasuke. Of course, it may also be that God is unhappy with Xiaoyan, and Sasuke is implicated. Xiaoyan was in one sentence. Sasuke just ran for 10 minutes, and before he saw an island, a pirate ship appeared in his field of vision. Lord, do you want to approach that ship? Sasuke asked in a deep voice, but was eager to try. Right now, he is at the most impulsive time in his life, and he has not experienced much social beating. Don't go there. Xiaoyan said, you don't even know where you are now, in case the other party is a powerful pirate, you. It's okay. Lord. Sasuke interrupted Xiaoyan's words and said eagerly, I will use my strength to prove to you that I, Uchiha Sasuke, are a genius, much better than that damn man. Xiaoyan. How should he complain? Never mind. Xiaoyan shrugged helplessly, you can act according to your own ideas, you don't need to ask me for instructions. Yes. Sasuke's eyes suddenly became arrogant, his feet accelerated, and he rushed towards the ship in the distance. Katakuri brother. See, someone is coming from the sea. Desert transport ship. Charlotte Deifuku exclaimed loudly, that person is actually walking on the sea. What did you say? Katakuri's face sank, like walking on the sea? Could it be Admiral Aokiji, the quasi-admiral who defeated Kaido? Damn. Be careful, I'll stop him. Done. Katakuri strode to the front of the deck and looked at the approaching figure in the distance. What puzzled him was that it didn't seem to look like Marine Aokiji in the photo. Did the photo beautify Marine's face? Or the mist formation that Marine put out on purpose? No matter what, this guy must not be allowed near the transport ship. Katakuri's face sank, and his arms turned into sticky cakes and slammed forward. Hum. Just like Luffy's rubber fruit in the original book, the sticky cake arm stretched hundreds of meters and smashed it hard at the person who came. Hey, it's good to come. Sasuke sneered, his chest bulging high, fire-style great fireball technique. Boom. The huge fireball, carrying the astonishing heat, slammed straight into Katakuri's sticky fist. Boom. Accompanied by a deafening bang. Sasuke's confident fireball couldn't hold it for even a second, and was easily smashed by the sticky cake, scattered as a light in the air. What? Sasuke turned pale in shock, and subconsciously used Chidori to continue the fight. But time was running out. Boom. The sticky fist slammed into Sasuke's stomach. The terrifying force directly displaced Sasuke's internal organs, hemoptysis continued, and there was a roar in his brain. Whoa! Without chakra's support, Sasuke fell into the sea and lost consciousness. Xiayan! Katakuri! Daifu! Everyone was stunned. Xiayan didn't expect Sasuke's luck to be so bad, and he met Katakuri directly. This is a pirate powerhouse with a bounty of more than 1 billion in the original book, and it is also a very difficult boss in the later Four Emperors chapter. But Katakuri did not expect that the enemy who was suspected of attacking the desert transport ship would be so weak. Simply vulnerable. Brother Katakuri. It took a long time for Daifu to come back to his senses, and he asked cautiously, "Is that really the enemy just now?" Katakuri. How do I know? You ask me, who do I ask? Didn't you say he was the enemy? Cough. Katakuri coughed dryly, and said expressionlessly, "Send a subordinate who is not a capable person to fish out that guy. If he doesn't die, ask what happened." Asterisk. Chapter 28, Kakashi, Look at Me Kamui, Invincible. 5 more, ask for flowers and evaluation tickets. Any pirate ship with demon fruit power will generally prepare salvage personnel who are good at water in advance. Otherwise, in case of a storm, or the ship is sunk by the enemy, no matter how strong the ability is, basically they can only be dumbfounded and wait to die. Unless you can freeze the sea directly like Aokiji, or fall to the bottom of the sea like Jack the Drow, you won't be drowned. Soon. 2 salvage crews pulled Sasuke from the bottom of the sea. However, at the moment when the water broke, Sasuke suddenly opened his eyes. Chidori! Sasuke growled angrily, and 3 jet black hook jade flashed in his bloody eyes. On the brink of danger, his Sharingan has evolved. Zzz. As if there were thousands of birds chirping, the dazzling blue thunder light easily penetrated the bodies of the 2 salvage workers in front of them. Along with the shrill screams, Sasuke gasped heavily and stood on the sea again. What? Katakuri looked at Sasuke in disbelief, his eyes full of shock and wonder. He wasn't surprised by Sasuke's strength. In fact, it is very normal for a 12 or 3-year-old child to kill a pirate who is not weak when he eats devil fruit. He was surprised by Sasuke's eyes. Although it was only fleeting, Katakuri was sure that he was absolutely right. Sharing. Katakuri muttered to himself in disbelief, is it the tattooed pupil? Or the surrounding of the glasses? Or... no. The thunder light just now was definitely 1,000 birds. Katakuri finally remembered who Sasuke was. Because of the difference between the appearance in the cartoon and in reality, he couldn't recognize it at the first time. But now take a closer look. This blue dress, this hairstyle, this face, this ability, these strange eyes. Not Uchiha Sasuke, who else could it be? Don't try to run, kid. Seeing Sasuke turn around and want to escape, Katakuri shouted, and the sticky cake in his hand flew out again. Damn! Sasuke gritted his teeth, sensing the small amount of chakra in his body, and turned around to forcefully release lightning. Chidori! Boom! The violent thunder and lightning collided with the sticky cake, making a harsh scream. However, Even though Sasuke used his strongest move, he still couldn't last even a second this time. Boom! The sticky cake hit Sasuke again, blood spurting wildly. Then Katakuri grabbed his palm and pulled Sasuke back from the sea hundreds of meters away. Sure enough, Uchiha Sasuke, a popular character in the manga. Looking carefully at Sasuke's appearance, Katakuri suppressed his shock and ordered loudly, "Return to Cake Island at full speed." The 6th floor of the underwater prison. Xiaoyan was speechless. He told Sasuke to be careful, but the kid was disobedient. Is this not? He was hit by Katakuri and was easily killed by others. What to do now? In other words, when he dies, he will return to his own world, right? Xiaoyan asked casually. Yes. The system said, host doesn't have to worry about the safety of summoning characters, and they can't possibly betray you. Then I'll leave him alone. Xiaoyan said casually, summon Orochimaru and Hitaki Kakashi to me, the other 3 will not be needed, and it will be a hindrance to come out. Yes. Dropped with the system sound. On the sea surface in the first half of the Grand Line, there was a strange fluctuation in the space. 2 figures appeared from the void and landed on the sea as smoothly as Sasuke. Master Orochimaru. Kakashi looked at Orochimaru respectfully, but there was a hint of vigilance in his eyes. Hey, it's Kakashi. Orochimaru smiled grimly and said in a hoarse voice, our current lord is alone, you don't need to be so wary of me. I know, but I don't think you are trustworthy, and I even suspect that you will betray the lord at any time, Lord Orochimaru. Kakashi's face was calm, but the vigilance in his eyes didn't fade in the slightest. Obviously. Even as a teammate, Kakashi still doesn't have much trust in Orochimaru. GG. Orochimaru sneered even more, trying to say something. Xiaoyan interrupted him, you 2 are teammates now, don't fight infighting, you know. Yes. Lord. Kakashi and Orochimaru nodded at the same time, respectfully. This makes Xiaoyan very satisfied. If the summoned character didn't listen to him, it would be a fool's errand. Fortunately, his cheat is very reliable. So Xiaoyan asked directly, can you all use your ninjutsu? Can. Orochimaru nodded, even summoning can be used. I'm fine. Kakashi tried 2 C-rank ninjutsu before reporting respectfully. That's good. Xiaoyan smiled with satisfaction, and then said, Kakashi. Exist. Kakashi looked respectful. Your Manjiki Sharingan, will it work? Looking at Kakashi's covered left eye, Xiaoyan asked in a deep voice. What? Kakashi looked confused, what Manjiki Sharingan? Xiaoyan. Kakashi doesn't know about Manjiki Sharingan? Still know about Manjiki Sharingan, but don't know that you have already turned it on? Xiaoyan quickly flipped through the comics. Sure enough, when Obito awakened the Manjiki Sharingan, Kakashi also awakened. It was only after Kakashi was taught by Uchiha Itachi with Manjiki Sharingan that he gradually mastered his Manjiki. So Xiaoyan told him directly, the Manjiki Sharingan is an advanced form of the 3-tomo Sharingan, you should have one too, just try it and you'll know. This, then let me try. Kakashi couldn't believe Xiaoyan's words. He only knew that he had 3-tomo Sharingan, when did he awaken Manjiki? But as he held his breath and focused all his attention on the Sharingan, he really noticed something strange. This is... Kakashi was shocked, but he didn't expect that his Sharingan really changed. Sudden roar. A sea beast with a size of more than 10 meters drilled out from the bottom of the sea and roared in the direction of Kakashi and the 2 of them. Orochimaru's face froze, and subconsciously, he was about to throw out the snake's hand. But out of the corner of his eyes, he saw in amazement that Kakashi's exposed left pupil turned into a look that he was very familiar with. Manjiki Sharingan! Orochimaru exclaimed in surprise, a trace of greed and coveting flashed in his eyes. And Kakashi shouted violently, aiming his pupils at the oncoming sea beast, Kamui. A twisted Uzumaki appeared out of nowhere in the void. The sea beast that fell straight down just slammed into Kamui's space Uzumaki. Roar! The sea beast roared piercingly, but couldn't break free from Kamui's suction. Puff! Blood splattered. The head of the sea beast was twisted off by Kamui. The huge body fell into the sea, dyeing the sea beneath the two of them blood red. So strong! Orochimaru's eyes were even more greedy. It's completely different from Itaka's pupil, is the pupil of space. Good. Xia Yan, who watched the whole process in the prison, said with great satisfaction, "Next, I will give you two an important task." Asterisk. Chapter 29, Charlotte Linlin, Hokage is real. 6 more, 9,000 flowers plus more. Xia Yan wanted to escape from prison for a long time. If it wasn't for Kaido's troubles, he would have forcibly killed him with Redfield and Bullet by now. Now, the exact guards Marine placed in the underwater prison is unknown. The speed at which naval headquarters can come to support is also unknown. He was completely confused. "That's what your mission is?" Xia Yan said indifferently, "Find a nearby island with Marine's branch, then capture it, and then use ninja methods to assassinate Marine who came to support, until a vice-admiral is completely killed." Clear. Kakashi and Orochimaru nodded in agreement. As ninjas, they are best at assassination and disguise. So they instantly understood the point of Xia Yan's mission. Kill Marine Vice-Admiral. Then disguised as Marine Vice-Admiral and infiltrated Marine. At that time, whether it is stealing information or stabbing a knife in a war, it will bring extremely amazing gains. Go. Xia Yan smiled and said, "Don't be like Uchiha Sasuke, who was caught as soon as he came out." Yes. The corners of Kakashi's mouth twitched, and there was some helplessness in his eyes. Sasuke is his proud disciple, that's the character. I hope that he will fail this time and grow up. New World. Cake Island. When Katakuri recognizes Uchiha Sasuke, he realizes that he has discovered something very big. Without hesitation, he reported the matter directly to Charlotte Linlin. Uchiha Sasuke. Charlotte Linlin carefully observed Sasuke's appearance in a coma, and a look of surprise flashed in his eyes. "It's exactly the same as in the comics, but how do you know he's not dressing up? When I found him, he was on the surface of the sea, and I'm sure you know that this is the effect of chakra." Katakuri said in a deep voice, "And he also used fire style and lightning style respectively, exactly the same as in the comics. Obviously he can't be a demon fruit power." "It's actually true." Charlotte Linlin's pupil shrank, and a trace of greed and interest flashed in her eyes. "Sharingan is very strong, isn't it?" "Yes." Katakuri said, "According to the comics, this kid should be 12 years old, but when he turned on Sharingan, he could easily capture my attacking movements. His aptitude is really amazing. Ha 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 ha. It's really God helping me." Charlotte Linlin burst out laughing, and the terrifying sound wave swayed around her, causing the entire Cake Island to tremble. It is Charlotte Linlin's biggest dream to gather all the races in the world in the pirates. Now that the blood of the Uchiha family suddenly appeared, how could she not be excited? In particular, Uchiha Sasuke represents more than a mere Uchiha bloodline. Hokage Ninja. Charlotte Linlin was a little curious about Xia Yan, the author of Hokage, and even suspected that the other party might have seen a race that she had never heard of. Now that the characters in the comics appear in front of their eyes, how can Charlotte Linlin not understand? Hokage Ninja is real. The characters in Hokage Ninja are also real. Doesn't this mean that she can give birth to all the bloodlines of various races in Hokage? Has the identity of the author of Hokage been found out? Charlotte Linlin asked eagerly. "Not yet, sorry, Mom." Katakuri bowed his head slightly and said respectfully. "The identity of the Golden Xia Yan seems to be extraordinary. Even if the 4 Emperor's pirates went to investigate, it would take a lot of effort. Yet, take this kid down and take good care of him, he's too weak and too young. Charlotte Linlin threw Uchiha Suzuki into Katakuri's arms, and then ordered, after finding out Xia Yan's identity, "Tell my mother as soon as possible, this time my mother will take action in person. Catch him back." Grand Line. Kakuri and Orochimaru have disguised themselves as ordinary people in the 2 pirate worlds, and they have successfully arrived on a small island. "I don't know if there is a marine on this island," that adult said. After landing on the island, Kakashi said to himself, "And I don't know marine's specific strength, it seems that I have to be careful. Gg, why don't you just find a tavern and ask?" Orochimaru's task experience is also quite rich, and the optimal strategy is given at the first time. Kakashi did not refuse. So the 2 quickly found a local pub. As soon as they entered the door, the 2 of them froze in place. "This is..." Kakashi's eyes widened in surprise. "How come there are Konoha ninjas here?" "No, not a Konoha shinobi." Orochimaru squinted his eyes and said lightly, "It's just wearing the clothes of Konoha shinobi, look over there." Kakashi subconsciously turned his head to look in the direction Orochimaru was pointing, and the corners of his mouth twitched. It's a very familiar outfit. Naruto, little Sakura, Sasuke, Rock Lee, and his striking white hair. This is how the same thing. Kakashi looked at Orochimaru suspiciously. Orochimaru shook his head, then motioned for him to sit in the bar for a while. So, 5 minutes later, Kakashi understood what was going on. "We are the people in the story in this world." Kakashi's eyes were dull, a little unacceptable. "Are we actually illusory?" "Maybe, but Kakashi, you don't need to think so much, maybe the world is still illusory right now." Orochimaru smiled playfully on the side, "You only need to be loyal to the Lord, and you don't need to think about the rest. It has nothing to do with you." "Yes. Orochimaru-sama." Kakashi seemed to be comforted by Orochimaru's words, and his attitude towards Orochimaru suddenly improved a lot. At this time, Orochimaru also inquired about Marine's news. "The island does have a marine branch. And, the head of this marine branch is a marine colonel." "How strong is the colonel?" Kakashi knew nothing of this intelligence. Orochimaru smiled slightly, "Ask Master Xia Yan, I believe he will answer our questions." Chapter 30, Assassination of the entire marine branch, Seeking Flowers, Evaluation Tickets. Xia Yan is very satisfied that Orochimaru and Kakashi know how to take the initiative to inquire about the strength of their enemies. Good for experienced ninjas. Young ninjas are not strong, and they don't know how high the sky is, so calling them out is simply making trouble. "I dissed Uchiha Sasuke again in my heart." Xia Yan explained to the 2 directly, "This world has a power called Haki, so when you encounter Vice Admiral, you must use Kamui to deal with him. When you encounter Admiral, you must turn around and run without hesitation. The Colonel doesn't need to care, you can kill whatever you want." "Done." Xia Yan explained to Kakashi what Haki is, what Devil Fruit is, and some weaknesses of Haki and Devil Fruit. "That's it, we got it." Kakashi and Orochimaru nodded, no contempt in their hearts. According to Xia Yan, they can easily judge. The world's top combat power should not be as good as the ninja world. But the 2 of them are not the top combat power in the ninja world. Therefore, there are still many people who are stronger than them in this world. If you are not careful, you may be killed by the enemy at any time. "Let's go." "Kakashi-kun, it's getting dark." The big snake raised his head slightly, looking at the sun that had already started to sink. A trace of gloom flashed in the snake's pupil. Dark night is the right time for sneak attacks and assassinations. Marine 75 Branch. As an ordinary branch on the Grand Line, the person in charge is a colonel who was parachuted from the headquarters. His strength is very strong, and he can deal with many pirates with high bounties, which makes the Marines of the 75th branch live a very comfortable life. Today, however, the devil has come. Hiss! A highly venomous snake emerged from the ground and easily sneaked into the Marine branch. The sleeping Marines felt only a slight stinging pain somewhere on their bodies, followed by an unbearably intense pain. Ah 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 ah! The Marine soldiers screamed and screamed, foaming at the mouth and rolling on the ground. But they had no antidote, and it was too late to get the antidote. Just half a minute. The entire Marine 75 branch became a corpse hell. Easy. Orochimaru said lightly. Is that the only Colonel Marine left? Kakashi asked in a deep voice. Yes. Orochimaru was about to answer when a loud shout suddenly sounded from the Marine branch building. Bold! What BD dared to attack Marine? As the voice fell, a little giant with a height of more than 4 meters appeared in front of Kakashi. Giant! Kakashi was a little surprised. Orochimaru was also the first time he saw such a tall human being, and he couldn't help but be surprised. This pirate world is really amazing. It's you two bastards, right? Staring at the unfamiliar faces of Kakashi and Orochimaru, the figure of Colonel Marine suddenly disappeared. Shave! In an instant, Colonel Marine appeared behind the two of Kakashi. Boom! The sturdy thighs that were more than 2 meters long kicked Kakashi hard. But what surprised Colonel Marine was, he clearly hit this kick, but the two enemies turned into 2 pieces of wood with a bang. What happened? What devil fruit ability is this? It's the body replacement technique, Mr. Marine. A gloomy voice came from behind, and Orochimaru smiled playfully. It seems that you can't say hacky, so we are not interested in continuing to play with you. What adult? What the hell are these guys up to? Colonel Marine felt as if he was involved in a terrifying conspiracy, and might even be a pawn in the completion of this conspiracy. So he roared and slammed his right leg behind him. The hidden shadow snake hand. With a flick of Orochimaru's arm, a large amount of lion majesty was thrown out in an instant, easily entangling the colonel's right leg. Then, nibble! Ah! Colonel Marine screamed bitterly. In just a second or two, the flesh on his right leg was almost completely eaten by snakes, revealing pale bones. SHH! A kunai suddenly pierced Colonel Marine's neck from behind. Stop playing around, Orochimaru-sama. Kakashi raised his hand and twisted the colonel's head, looking at Orochimaru with a bad face. Let snakes eat people and do less, it's too cruel. GG, but 10,000 snakes must eat 100 people every time they come out. Not taking Kakashi's words to heart, Orochimaru smiled grimly. After all, I'm not like you, Kakashi-kun, who has friends who give away Sharingan for free. I can only rely on myself for everything. Kakashi's face darkened. Sir Orochimaru, if I can, I don't want to inherit my friend's Sharingan, it's not a good thing to be thankful for. Hee. Orochimaru still sneered, but stopped talking. He and Kakashi are completely different styles, and if you go on, you will only get bored of each other. Friend? If he had friends from the Uchiha clan, he would definitely dig out the other's Sharingan without hesitation. Take out Colonel Marine. Checked the Marine branch again to make sure nothing slipped through the net. Under disguise, Orochimaru notified Naval Headquarters with a phone bug from the Marine branch. As soon as the call was connected, I was immediately brought to Admiral Sengoku's office. What? Marine Branch 75 was attacked by pirates? Who is the enemy? How many? How strong? Sengoku growled angrily. Marine hadn't been provoked like this by a pirate in a long time. There is only one enemy, but it is very powerful and has been suppressing the colonel. Orochimaru said urgently, but the colonel should be able to hold on for a while. Please send someone to rescue as soon as possible. Okay, I will send reinforcements as soon as possible. Shen Sheng calmed down, and Sengoku quickly began to check the division of forces around the Marine 75 branch. He was going to find Marine who had the ability to support and was relatively close. In the end, he did find it. Is Dalmatian Vice Admiral stationed on an island not far away? Sengoku quickly dialed the phone bug and sent the order down. After finishing this matter, Sengoku couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Then he started to review the documents in front of him. He has been working overtime for 5 days and has not slept well. At this time, he was very tired and just wanted to finish the work in his hand quickly. As for whether Dalmatian can successfully solve the pirates, Sengoku is not worried at all. A headquarters vice admiral, almost sweeping in the first half of the Grand Line. Moreover, the Marines just said that the enemy is only a little stronger than the colonel of the branch, and his strength is definitely far inferior to the Marine Vice Admiral. What's there to worry about? Asterisk. Chapter 31, Mixed into Naval Headquarters, the 4th volume of comics is released, Seeking Flowers, Evaluation Tickets. The 6th floor of the underwater prison. These two did a good job. Xia is very satisfied with Kakashi and Orochimaru's performance. As expected of an experienced ninja, assassination and camouflage and lure the enemy, for them it is simply commonplace. So far, things have gone exactly as they expected. At the same time, a small island not far from the Marine 75 branch, Dalmatian Vice Admiral, who received Sengoku's order, thought for a while and called his adjutant. Temporarily give up collecting the spoils, and go with me to support the 75th branch. Dalmatian Vice Admiral commanded in a deep voice, hurry up. It may not last long there. Yes. Dalmatian Vice Admiral. Hearing that the 75th branch was being attacked, Adjutant Marine instantly turned serious. In just 1 minute, the Marine soldiers all boarded the warship. Full speed up. Dalmatian Vice Admiral gave an order. The warship is heading towards the target island at a very fast speed. Marine 75 branch. Orochimaru and Kakashi have used the transformation technique to transform themselves into 2 corpses, hiding among countless marine corpses. Although I don't know if observation haki in Xiayan's mouth can find them, this is definitely the assassination method with the highest success rate. Soon, a powerful breath appeared from not far away. Kakashi and Orochimaru froze in their hearts, knowing that the target must have appeared. Sure enough, with the sound of the sonic boom, a figure fell from the sky. It was Dalmatian who came. Worrying that 1 second later, the Marine branch would be in danger of falling. Hiss. Seeing the tragic state of the Marine 75 branch lying all over the place, Dalmatian gasped. How miserable! Is he already late? Observation haki is released immediately, covering the entire Marine branch. Has the enemy gone? Vice Admiral Dalmatine frowned, and eased a little in the next second. Fortunately, there are a few survivors, at least they know who is so vicious. Swish! At the foot of Dalmatian, he instantly appeared in front of Orochimaru and Kakashi. Because both of them used transformation technique to become the appearance of ordinary marine soldiers, and there are very obvious wounds on their bodies, so Dalmatian did not have the slightest doubt. Are you all right? Vice Admiral Dalmatian raised his hand to help them up. Who is the enemy? You can see. Laugh. Dalmatian's words stopped on his lips. He looked down at the long sword that pierced his chest, and the dripping blood. In an instant, he understood. The 2 in front of me are not marine at all, but the enemy pretends to be. Damn you! Dalmatian endured the severe pain, roared and threw out a fist, while covering his body with a layer of armament haki as armor. However, Kakashi had already prepared the Mangeki Sharingan. Kamui! A tear of blood flowed from the corner of Kakashi's eyes. Distorted space Uzumaki appears on Dalmatian's head. What is this? Feeling the terrifying suction, Dalmatine was horrified and immediately wanted to forcibly break free. But Orochimaru would not give him this chance, and the Kusanagi sword stabbed again. Ding! The Kusanagi sword stabbed armament Haki, but this time it failed to hurt Dalmatian. But the heavy force still staggered Dalmatian. And it completely lost his only chance to break free from Kamui. What? Dalmatian let out a shrill scream. The next second, the blood fog flew. Dalmatian's head was twisted off by Kamui. Call. Kakashi's face was a little pale, and he said with fear, "What a terrifying physical quality, I really felt that he could break free just now." GG, the strong men and ninjas in this world are completely different, and their physical fitness is quite terrifying. Orochimaru sneered, but the conversation suddenly changed. "So, Kakashi-kun, who are you and I to pretend to be this vice-admiral?" When Dalmatian's marines arrived at the scene, only Dalmatian was seen standing with another marine officer. "This is Colonel Rins." Orochimaru, who used ninjutsu to search the memories of the two, turned into Dalmatian and said lightly, "The enemy has been eliminated by me, but the Marine 75 branch is completely destroyed. Let's go. Recover the previous spoils first. Back to headquarters again." "Yes." Adjutant Marine respectfully led the way away. The Marine soldiers looked at Orochimaru with longing and exclaimed admiration, "As expected of Vice Admiral Dalmatian, we have already eliminated all the enemies within a short time of our landing. Hehe, if you work hard, you will become stronger in the future." Orochimaru put on a bright smile, which immediately caused cheers from the Marine soldiers. What they didn't know was that the Dalmatian Vice Admiral, whom they regarded as respectable, had been completely replaced by another person long ago. After half a day, Orochimaru and Kakashi successfully infiltrated naval headquarters. "Grown-ups," Orochimaru asked respectfully in his heart, "what shall we do next?" "Nothing to do, as long as the marine doesn't notice." While drawing a cartoon, Xiaoyan said casually, "If Marine wants to support the underwater prison, then the two of you will apply to come along with you, and I will inform you about what to do." "Yes." Orochimaru nodded respectfully and stepped into Admiral's office. "Sengoku Admiral." Orochimaru already knew the identity of the burly man in front of him from Dalmatian's memory. "Okay." Sengoku raised his hand and touched his cheek, and said tiredly, "Tell me what happened." "Yes." Orochimaru pretended to be the same as Dalmatian and told a story that had been made up a long time ago. At the same time, underwater prison. Xiaoyan was amazed at Orochimaru's acting skills. This guy literally brought Dalmatian to life. Even the real Dalmatian, it is estimated that it will not be so perfect. The lineup on Marine's side has been arranged, and the next is the last character. As long as he is summoned, the escape plan can proceed. Muttering to herself in the bottom of her heart, Xiaoyan accelerated the speed of drawing comics. Another week in the blink of an eye. The Morgans came to the undersea prison and took the original manuscript of the 4th volume of Hokage. 3 days later, the 4th volume of Hokage is on sale. Asterisk. Chapter 32, Uchiha Itaki, who exploded in popularity as soon as he appeared on stage, seeking flowers, evaluation tickets. I still owe 5 bonus updates, as well as 12,000 fresh flowers soon. I have had a bad cold and cough in the past 2 days, so I can only update 5 more. I will add these 2 chapters later, thank you. This time Hokage is released, and there is no reprint of the previous content. According to Morgans, a single volume of 15 million has already had to work overtime to complete it. If he gets more than 20 million yuan every time like when the 3rd volume is released, then all his employees may die suddenly. Then, the 4th volume directly printed 15 million special editions. It is worth mentioning that this time the bonus is not a card. It is a cultural shirt with 8 different character portraits printed on it. As a result, a comic can sell for as much as 2,000 Baileys. This also led to the fact that there were not as many prints as before, but the sales were even more terrifying, as high as 30 billion Baileys. What is this concept? The bounty offered by the 4 emperors of the pirates is only more than 4 billion. The sales of a single volume of Hokage is more than 10 billion, more than the sum of the 4 emperors' bounties. The results are obvious. Comics are selling like crazy again. Especially things like cultural shirts. Unlike the previous COS clothing that only fans would buy, even passers-by like these exquisite cultural shirts very much and are willing to spend money to buy a set. 16 hours on sale. 15 million volumes of special edition comics, all sold out. Inside the World Economic News. Morgan's hands were shaking, and he couldn't stop it. In less than 24 hours, 30 billion sales. The position of the richest man in the world is beckoning to him. Morgan's even had the urge to stop selling the World Economic Journal and go all in on Hokage comics. But this thought only lasted for a second, and it was immediately dismissed by him. Morgan's knew very well why he could scold Marshal Marine unscrupulously, going in and out of the underwater prison at will. Not because he's no weaker than Marine Admiral, but because of the World Economic News he controls. It can bring extremely terrifying trouble to the world government at any time. It seems that we must expand as soon as possible and recruit more employees. Morgan sighed softly, and an employee's voice suddenly sounded outside. Lord Morgan's, someone came to apply for a job. Oh! Just as he was about to recruit a new employee, someone wanted to apply, and Morgan's couldn't help being a little surprised. Let him in. President Morgan's. A tall and thin man in a suit walked in, with a white dove standing on his shoulders. Obviously not talking, but the man's voice came out from the pigeon's mouth. I am Liu Qi, I am very longing for the publishing industry, and I also like the comic Hokage Ninja very much. I hope to become an employee of the World Economic News. Works that I love contribute. Naval Headquarters. Aokiji and Kizaru get together to read the manga again. Ever since they developed the magic mirror ice crystal and successfully defeated Kaido of the Beasts, they've become huge fans of Hokage. Orochimaru actually killed Kazekage, that's amazing. Kizaru sighed playfully. Aokiji complained mercilessly, this wind shadow is too weak. The Konoha won't be destroyed, will it? Kizaru turned 2 pages in a row, I still want to see the protagonist turn the tide. The two looked down. He was quickly drawn to ninjutsu called Impure World Reincarnation. 1st generation, 2nd generation? 4th generation? Aokiji said in surprise, you actually summoned the dead 1st Hokage and 2nd Hokage? And this 4th generation, is it 4th Kazekage or 4th Hokage? Who knows, turn the page quickly. Kizaru urged repeatedly. The plot after that is the same as the original. 1st generation 2nd generation's strength can't be fully exerted, but it is enough to force 3rd Hokage to be very embarrassed. Even the ape demon was pierced by the Kusanagi sword to pierce King Kong's indestructible body. Mr. Kuzan, Mr. Paulsolino. Suddenly, a voice woke them up from the comic world. Dalmatian Vice Admiral. When Aokiji looked up, he saw that it was Vice Admiral Dalmatian who had just returned to Naval Headquarters. Hey, are you reading comics? Orochimaru pretended to be Dalmatian and asked with a smile. Yes. Kide, Kizaru said in a twisted tone, I'm seeing Orochimaru attack 3rd Hokage, I think 3rd Hokage should be dangerous. Orochimaru's eyes narrowed, can I watch it together? Of course. Come on, let's watch together. Aokiji grabbed Orochimaru's palm directly, pulled him to his side and sat down. The 3 of them, like elementary school students, gathered around and read comics. Orochimaru finally came across this comic book that tells the life of himself and others. At the same time, some new memories flooded into his mind inexplicably, and it was the episode that Aokiji and the 2 were watching. 3rd Hokage is dying. Orochimaru said suddenly. What? No way. Aokiji looked at him in surprise. 3rd Hokage is known as the strongest Hokage, how could it die so easily? Orochimaru chuckled softly and said nothing. Aokiji flipped through the manga in disbelief. As a result, slapped in the face. Third Hokage used a move called Ghost Sealing to seal Orochimaru's hands, killing himself. Aokiji. What a terrible move. Kizaru said with emotion, I don't know if I can dodge by speed. Hehe, it should be fine. Orochimaru's face was not very good looking. Although he should have a solution, it was somewhat unpleasant to be put in such a way by Third Hokage. The comic story continues. With Orochimaru's hands sealed, and the rampant Gaara being influenced by Naruto, this Konoha collapse plan will finally come to an end. While sighing at the power and terror of the tailed beast, Kizaru and Aokiji continued to watch the story behind. A man appeared. A character who can make waves in the pirate world has appeared. A man that Xiaoyan has been waiting for is here. Uchiha Itachi? Such a strong and oppressive character. As soon as Uchiha Itachi came out, he could easily kill Hong Yui. Even with just one glance, he killed the super popular Hotaki Kakashi in seconds. Both Aokiji and Kizaru were in disbelief. Especially the name Uchiha Itachi, and that strange pair of pupils. Mangeki Sharingan? Uchiha clan? Is this man who killed his family? Is he the man Sasuke wants to take revenge on? This power is too terrifying. And what Aokiji and Kizaru don't know is, like them, there are a large number of Hokage readers around the world who are suffering extremely strongly. Kakashi is a highly popular character in Hokage and is one of the few existences to break the 5 million fan base first. But he was instantly killed by a new character. This new character belongs to the Uchiha clan. Thinking of the information related to the Uchiha family revealed by Xiaoyan when the readers asked questions before. Many readers are aware that the water of the Uchiha family is probably quite deep. But, more people don't think so much, they just immerse themselves in the world of comics. Uchiha Itachi's ability is too handsome, too strong, and his character is too popular. As soon as it appeared, it deeply attracted countless readers around the world. Ding! This manga release is under settlement. The popular character of the comic Hokage Ninja, one character has more than 10 million fans, and one character has more than 1 million fans, and the host will get the chance to draw rewards and summon. The 6th floor of the underwater prison. Xiaoyan slowly opened her eyes. Asterisk. Chapter 33, Unfortunate Brother Uchiha, Death of Celestial Dragons. I'm drunk, and the number will be plus 10,000 in the future. It's not specific to single digits. I don't know why a bunch of numbers are always blocked. Manga, Hokage Ninja. Fans, 18.25 million. Popular character, number of fans Uchiha Itachi, 10 million. The first stage goal, fans reach 1 million, achieved. The second stage goal, have 1 million loyal fans, 669,600/1,000,000, not achieved. Tisk. Listening to the sound of the system prompts and looking at her changing panel, Xiaoyan couldn't help but be amazed. Comic fans have only risen by less than 1 million. It can be seen that after 2 consecutive rounds of top hype, Hokage's popularity has hardly exploded as before. But close to 20 million fans who are willing to spend money are appalling enough. The popularity of Uchiha Itachi is the best proof. Just appeared on the stage, only a second Kakashi. The popularity skyrocketed to 10 million. Has anyone in the pirate world ever seen this kind of illusion? Not to mention the incredible Tsukuyomi. The character design of Uchiha Itachi can be said to have completely hit the preferences of readers of the pirate world. It is worth mentioning that, besides Uchiha Itachi, there is another character whose popularity reached 1 million. 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato. Hello. Before 3rd Hokage died, the number of fans did not reach 5 million. Namikaze Minato didn't show his face, he just showed his name at the beginning. How come he has 1 million fans? Xiaoyan complained silently in her heart, but she was also very happy. Namikaze Minato, the protagonist's father. This is a very powerful powerhouse, and I don't know what good things can be drawn. Lottery. Xiaoyan said directly, give it to me. Ding. Drore's Nan threw forth Hokage Namikaze Minato. Draw Mangeki Sharingan Hitomi power through Uchiha Itaki. The beep is heard. Xiaoyan stretched out comfortably. Good luck. Although he didn't get what he wanted, both Rei's Nan and Tongli can make up for his current shortcomings. One is to increase his attack power. One is to reduce the attrition of his use of Mangeki. Writer. Xiaoyan turned to look at Redfield, who closed his eyes and rested. It's time to start preparing for the escape. What? Redfield opened his eyes and looked at Xiaoyan with a bewildered expression. Have you finally gone crazy? Ah. Xiaoyan chuckled playfully, my people will come to rescue me soon, and then we will fight directly and cooperate with him inside and out. Are you serious? Redfield's eyes lit up. Bullet also stopped exercising and looked at Xiaoyan silently. Under the expectation of the two, Xiaoyan nodded affirmatively, you can wait in peace, I will definitely not forget you too. Then I believe in you. If you can really save the old man out, then you are the benefactor of the old man. Redfield's face was solemn, and he could only trust Xiaoyan now. Bullet also gave Xiaoyan a complicated look, if you can really take me out, I owe you a favor, and in the future you can want me to kill anyone. Okay, I know. Xiaoyan dealt with the two casually, but did not take their words to heart. Although they got along quite well during this time, they can even be said to be friends. But Xiaoyan didn't forget, these are two top pirates. Are there any good pirates? There must be. But these two are definitely not. The reason why the two of them were taken with them to escape the prison was just in case, so as to deal with Marine's reinforcements. Talk to the two about the jailbreak. Xiaoyan summoned Uchiha Itaka directly through the system. Itaka's luck seemed to be quite good, and it landed on an island with quite a lot of people. Am I in a new world? Uchiha Itaka looked around and said calmly in his heart, Master Xiaoyan, are you there? Okay. Xiaoyan said, you first find out where you are, and then find out the location of the underwater prison, just come directly. Yes. Uchiha Itaka agreed softly. His attitude was both respectful and humble, completely different from Sasuke's. I have to say, this is a guy who can easily make people feel good. However, Xiaoyan forgot. The Uchiha family is extremely proud, and so is Uchiha Itaka, but he rarely shows it. Get out of the way. Here comes the celestial dragons. Ah! Kneel down. There was a sudden change in the surrounding crowd, and then they knelt down in unison. Before Xiaoyan could react, Uchiha Itaka was the only one left standing in the audience. It can be said to stand out from the crowd. Who is that guy? Celestial dragons with a bubble hood on their head looked at Uchiha Itaka very unhappily. Bold. The guards around celestial dragons immediately roared loudly, you still don't kneel before the great creator? Do you want to die? Xiaoyan. Wouldn't Uchiha Itaka come directly to the Sabayati archipelago? Why did he meet celestial dragons? Why does the Uchiha family always have such accidents? Obviously Kakashi and Orochimaru have no problem at all. Complaining about the unfortunate luck of the Uchiha brothers, Xiaoyan's voice became stern, let's kill it with a neat touch, then inquire about the location of the undersea prison and come to us directly. Yes. Uchiha Itaka agreed. At this moment, the celestial dragons seemed impatient and took out a gun directly at Uchiha Itaka. Boom! A large splatter of blood splattered in front of Uchiha Itaka. Ha! Hit! I hit him! Seeing that Uchiha Itaka was killed by himself, celestial dragons danced with excitement. However, the next second, a voice as cold as Shinigami sounded in their ears, this world also has garbage like you, it's really disgusting. Laugh. Several blood-stained heads flew into the air. One of the heads was wearing a strange bubble head cover. Boom! Celestial Dragon's head fell to the ground and rolled a few times. An Uchiha attack, his pierced body turned into a bunch of black crows and scattered. The whole place was silent. Hundreds of thousands of civilians and pirates looked at Uchiha Itaki in shock, their brains completely unable to think. Celestial dragons dead? The black-haired young man in front of him killed celestial dragons? What? A pirate suddenly screamed, "Celestial dragons are dead! Marine Admiral is coming! Run!" Boom! The sound seemed to set off a bomb in the crowd. The originally silent crowd fled in a frenzied frenzy, turning into a pot of porridge. On the other hand, Uchiha Itaki had a calm expression, grabbed a person and asked him where the underwater prison was. After asking clearly, he set off on the road with no expression on his face. As if he didn't kill celestial dragons. But a chicken, a duck. At the same time. Naval Headquarters. While flipping through the 4th volume of Hokage, Sengoku, who had just seen Uchiha Itaki appear in the chapter to kill Kakashi, received an emergency call. "What did you say?" "Someone killed celestial dragons." Sengoku widened his eyes in disbelief. "Black-haired boy? Nasal lines? Red cloud and black bottom robe." He subconsciously glanced at the cartoon in his hand. All can match. These goddamn guys, even to kill celestial dragons and still dress up as a comic book character. By the way, this character has just appeared. Has it been released? Hanging up the phone bug, Admiral Sengoku put on the cloak of justice and roared, "Where's the old man's adjutant? Hurry up and call the boat. Hurry up to Sabayati Archipelago." ***. Chapter 34, The Big Mom and the Beasts in Action. The jailbreak officially begins. Just as Sengoku set off for the Sabayati Archipelago, Uchiha Itaki had already found out the location of the underwater prison and boarded a ship directly. At the same time, 2 coded pirate ships from New World have also just been drilled from the bottom of the sea. "Whose house is that?" Jack the Drill stood on the bow of the pirate ship, staring at the pirate ship not far away. "It's the Big Mom pirates." Plague Quinn stood proudly beside Jack and said with a sneer, "These guys don't know what to do, anyway, they don't conflict with us. I went to find out." The woman Charlotte Linlin, for some unknown reason, wanted to attack the underwater prison, and all the 4 desert generals under her command were sent out. At this time, Fire Calamity flew down from the sky, and said lightly, as Quinn said, "Our purpose is to attack the naval headquarters to rescue Boss Kaido. It would be a lot easier for them to help take away part of Marine's combat power." Another pirate ship. Cracker hid in the biscuit soldiers and glared at the pirate ship of the beasts. "These guys should be going to save Kaido. Mom is too calm. This is equivalent to helping the beasts pirates for nothing. No way, who made my mother want to be crazy about a new race? My mother even wanted to come in person at that time, but she was persuaded." Smoothie spread her hands helplessly. "Big brother Katakuri." The 4 looked at Snug, who was at the end of the star, to his eldest brother, hoping that he could come up with an idea. "Just follow Mom's original plan," Katakuri said in a deep voice. "Rush directly into the underwater prison to grab Xia Yan, then don't fight, and evacuate at full speed." "Yes." Big brother said so. The other 3 naturally won't say anything more. As for whether they will fail or not, they never thought about it. Just an undersea prison. Kaido can kill himself. The 4 of them joined forces, can't they still kill them? Undersea prison, 6th floor. Saw Uchiha Itaki rushing this way. Xia Yan immediately notified Orochimaru, who was pretending to be Vice Admiral Dalmatian in Naval Headquarters. When Marine sends reinforcements to the underwater prison, the 2 of them just need to keep up. Then Xia Yan started to wait. When Uchiha Itaki was still dozens of nautical miles away from the underwater prison, Xia Yan turned her head sharply to look at Redfield. "The time is ripe. Then go. Redfield's eyes widened suddenly, refreshed. What about the sea stone handcuffs? Bullet on the opposite side asked. I'll just burn it. Xiayan's eyes turned into Mangeki Sharingan, Amaterasu. Whoa! Black flames fell on the sea stone shackles on Bullet and Redfield. It's so weird. Seeing that the sea stone handcuffs were really ignited by this black fire, Redfield looked at Xiayan with even more fearful eyes. This kid is not as harmless as he looks, it's terrifying. After a few minutes, Xiayan received Revolving Heaven's photo of the flame. The pupil strength was drawn twice, and it felt good, but the pupils felt a little sore. It really burned out. Feeling the flexible limbs and the strength starting to recover, Bullet looked at Xiayan with amazement in his eyes. Go. Redfield asked. Go. Xiayan doesn't want to delay here, who knows how many reinforcements Marine has. At this time, the other criminals on the 6th floor finally noticed the strangeness of Xiayan and others. Are you going to run away? Take me one. I'm a pirate with a bounty of 700 million Baileys. Laozi offers a reward of 1.4 billion. Can beat an admiral. Seeing that Xiayan and others could actually break the sea stone locks, the big pirates who had survived under Kaido's hands suddenly burst into tears. Many of them have been looking forward to freedom for decades. But Xiayan naturally ignored them. Just kidding, he uses Amaterasu to open the sea stone locks, which is very eye-catching. Open it up to these guys, then his Mangeki Sharingan must be blind. These guys are so loud. Bullet was a little impatient with the noise around him, and his eyes suddenly glared. The terrifying conqueror's haki swayed around him with him as the center, and directly sent this group of pirates with 10,000 strengths to the pale. Ha 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 ha. Feeling the power of his own return, Bullet burst out laughing, contented. At the same time, the guards of the submarine prison also instantly noticed the mutation on the 6th floor and reported it layer by layer. Damn pirates! Don't stop for a moment. Magellan cursed harshly. He never thought that not long after Kaido made a scene in the underwater prison, someone wanted to escape from the prison. Didn't these BD pirates see what happened to Kaido? But he didn't dare to underestimate the pirates who were imprisoned on the 6th floor. While ordering his subordinates to notify naval headquarters, he quickly notified the 3 vice-admiral who stayed here. They are Flying Squirrel, Burning Mountain, and Dogman. Because of Kaido's attack on the underwater prison, Marshal Kong temporarily added 3 vice-admiral guards to the underwater prison. Who is the enemy? The Flying Squirrel was the first to arrive, and he immediately asked as soon as he entered the door. Immediately afterwards, Hua Shaishan, Daugman, and Shiliu of Rain also entered. Ziliu, are you here too? Magellan breathed a sigh of relief when he saw 4 vice-admiral level combat powers appear. But his face was still solemn. The enemy is Goldo Xiayan, Barrick Redfield, and Douglas Bullet. What? Hey, were the 3 of them the ones who escaped from the prison? Have you notified the headquarters? This is a big event. Several vice-admiral, you said a word, the face is much more dignified than just now. Bullet, a member of the Roger Pirates, can stand alone against the existence of Marine Buster Call. Redfield is a monster that can keep pace with the Whitebeard Pirates and the Roger Pirates. And Xiayan, the adopted son of One Piece Roger, who once killed 900 million criminals with a bounty in prison, the exact strength is unknown. Even if they can only display 50 to 60% of their strength because they have been in prison for too long, it is still extremely terrifying. Boom! A loud bang came from below. What's wrong? The Flying Square looked down solemnly. Report, report. Something went wrong. A prison guard rushed in and shouted in horror. 2 giants appeared in the underwater prison, and the ground that was repaired not long ago was forcibly opened up by them, and now they have reached the 2nd floor. Asterisk. Chapter 35, Susanoo and Vice Admiral the Flying Squirrel, At this time, Admiral Sengoku is on his way. The giants in the mouth of the prison guards are actually Xiaoyan and Bullet. The blood-red Susanoo is 20 or 30 meters tall, taller than most giants in the pirate world. The other giant was even bigger, at least several hundred meters tall. That's Bullet's fruit ability. He can fuse his body with foreign objects. It is extremely terrifying that he can fully display his abilities and even integrate an island with himself. Boom! Xiaoyan's Susanoo smashed the second floor of the underwater prison with his sword, making a deafening roar. His Susanoo is similar to Itaki, but not exactly the same. For example, Itaki's Susanoo has a 10-fist sword. And his Susanoo is holding an enlarged version of the Kusanagi sword. Speaking of seals, it must be Itaki's Susachiang. But in terms of attack power and sharpness of weapons, Xiaoyan's is definitely better. Monster! Monster! Don't get close to these two giants, shoot them with guns. The prison guards and the marines who stayed here shouted desperately, and everyone's eyes were full of horror. Roar! Bullet's nearly 100-meter-long arm swept forward sharply. The Kusanagi sword in Xiaoyan Susanoo's hand, which was enlarged several times in size, also slashed forward. Boom! Hundreds of prison guards and marine turned into blood mist, not even a trace of screams were left. Ha 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 ha! Cool! Bullet burst out laughing, it's been a long time since Laozi was so cool. Xiaoyan didn't speak, but it could be seen from his blinking eyes that he was not at peace at this time. Been locked up by Marine for a few years. Even the clay figurines have a 3-point fire. Not to mention the transmigrator Xiaoyan. Now that the time is right, he has enough power. Why don't you have a good time? Kill! Xiaoyan shouted violently. Shot at the same time as Bullet and slammed it towards the top of the head. Boom! The ground between the first floor and the second floor of the submarine prison was smashed by the two of them. Just like what Kaido did not too long ago. Damn pirates! In the huge hole, a familiar figure descended from the sky. It's Han Yabao. The last time he was beaten by Kaido, his whole body was broken, and now his injury has not recovered, but he still rushed up with blood-red eyes. You are crazy! Han Yabao roared at Xiaoyan, you are the adopted son of One Piece, and your identity will only attract countless chases and kills. For the sake of the great secret treasure, the whole world will treat you as a piece of fat, why are you not honest? Really spend the rest of your life in a prison under the sea. What he said actually made sense. But Xiaoyan didn't care at all. Free or die. So what responded to Han Yabao was the huge Kusanagi sword in the hands of Xiaoyan Susa. Click! Han Yabao's whole body was split in two by Xiaoyan, and he couldn't die any longer. Damn Xiaoyan! Above, seeing the tragic death of Han Yabao, Magellan's eyes instantly turned blood red. The rest of the vice admirals' faces were solemn and extremely serious. They finally realized that even though their strengths could not be fully exerted due to being imprisoned for many years, Xiaoyan, Bullet, and others still possess terrifying abilities. Even, they Vice Admiral are probably not the opponents of these guys at all. Have you contacted the headquarters? Flying Squirrel asked in a deep voice. Contacted. Magellan gritted his teeth. That's good. Flying Squirrel was relieved, and he took one step forward as if he were at home. I'll stop it first, and you will follow later. We must delay as much as possible to the headquarters to come to support, these guys must not be allowed to escape successfully. This is my duty as a Marine. At the same time, Sabayati Archipelago. Sengoku, who had just landed here, did not capture his target. But he also caught a group of pirates with a high bounty, which was an explanation for celestial dragons and the world government. However, the news that came out made him a little uneasy. According to witnesses who were watching at the time, Uchiha Itaki, who killed celestial dragons, was shot but not injured. Instead, the body turned into a pile of black crows and flew away. Logia? Weird demons? Or illusion? Hey, I've really watched Hokage a lot recently, where is the illusion? Gently patted his head, Sengoku sighed deeply, let's go back and issue a reward first, I don't even know that person's name. Poro Poro. Sengoku's phone bug rang suddenly. Hey. Sengoku immediately connected the phone bug. The opposite side didn't know what to say, which made Sengoku's face change suddenly. Undersea prison. I understand. I'm in Sabayati Archipelago, and I'll be there as fast as I can. Sengoku agreed respectfully, hung up the phone, and his eyes were cold. Undersea prison, Xiayan, Redfield, Bullet, the mysterious man who dressed up as Uchiha Itachi to kill celestial dragons. I hope these two things are not related. Boom. The Vice Admiral Flying Squirrel was thrown by Xiayan with Suzanu's left punch and slammed into the prison wall. Wow! The Flying Squirrel covered its stomach and vomited a mouthful of blood. Even with his armament haki defense, the skeleton giant's power can still damage him with shock. I have to hold on a little longer. Watching Bullet slaughtering marine and prison guards not far away, the Flying Squirrel gritted his teeth and waved his sword in pain. Swish! 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 The dense sword chi waved from the Flying Squirrel's hands, and there were dozens of them. A master of kendo, the Flying Squirrel can split a sea king's in half with every blow. The power is terrifying. Boom! The sword energy slammed into the outer layer of Xiayan's Suzanu, causing a violent shock. Success! The Flying Squirrel was delighted. But in the next second, the familiar giant sword swung out of the smoke with extreme speed. Damn! Flying Squirrel immediately raised his hand to block, and at the same time covered armament haki armor on his arms and weapons to enhance his defense. But even so, it's of no use. Accompanied by a deafening loud bang, the Flying Squirrel was knocked flying again by Xiayan with Suzanu, directly smashing through more than 10 walls of the prison, and the bones in the body kept making a click sound. Wow! The Flying Squirrel fell into the ruins, twitching in pain. Looking at the blood-red skeleton giant who walked out of the smoke and left no trace on his body, he only felt extremely desperate. Goldo Xiayan, what kind of fruit power is this guy? Asterisk. Chapter 36, Impossible. Isn't this the ability in Hokage? Just when the Flying Squirrel was guessing Xiayan's ability, the blood-red skeleton giant slowly dissipated. Xiayan covered her eyes and walked out. Well. Xiayan felt a little sour in her eyes. The first time he used Suzanu, he realized how terrifying the wear and tear of this thing on the body. It is simply a powerful force that consumes the user's life in exchange for it. Xiayan even doubted. In the original book, the reason why Uchiha Itachi broke down at a young age was because Suzanu used too much. He came out of the giant skeleton body. Seeing Xiayan revealing himself, the Flying Squirrel couldn't help but stunned, and then seemed to understand something. The Devil Fruit ability consumes the user's stamina. In general, the more powerful the ability, the more stamina it consumes. Xiayan is only 17 years old. He was arrested at the submarine prison when he was 13 years old. Even if he exercises in prison, how strong can his physique be? This kid is dead end. Realizing this, Flying Squirrel endured the severe pain of the broken bone and stood up from the ruins. Hey, do you want the old man to help? Redfield asked with a smile beside Xiayan. Bullet also slaughtered Marine not far away. The red-eyed man seemed to want to prove his strength, and even many imprisoned criminals became his targets. Xiayan shook her head and said lightly, I can solve it myself. After speaking, he raised his foot and walked towards the Flying Squirrel. Sinner! Flying Squirrel! Clenching the long sword in his hand, he gasped for breath, you don't know what you are doing. The support of the headquarters is already on the way, you lunatics will not have good results. Oh! Xiayan responded calmly. Then, a mass of blood-colored energy poured out of his body. Tailed beast coat. Feeling the sudden surge of body strength, Xia Yan's eyes narrowed, and 2 eyeshadows appeared in the corners of his eyes again. Sage Mode. The power from 9 Tails and Jiraiya finally made their first official appearance in this world. This ability. The flying squirrel's eyes widened in astonishment. Impossible. The tailed beast coat in Hokage? Isn't this the ability in your comics? Xia Yan stepped forward and appeared in front of the flying squirrel in an instant. The light blue energy ball in his hand spins wildly. What? The flying squirrel was shocked. He couldn't react to Xia Yan's speed at all, so he could only barely raise his arms and defend with armament haki. Raise Nan. Xia Yan's palm slammed forward. Boom. With the blessing of Sage Mode and Tailed Beast energy, this blow is enough to knock down a mountain. The flying squirrel's arms covering armament haki were minced into pieces in an instant, and a bloody mouth as thick as an adult's thigh was blasted out of the shielded chest. The whole person even flew upside down hundreds of meters away, not knowing whether to live or die. The flying squirrel is defeated. On the top floor, Hua Shaishan's face was very ugly. Daubman gritted his teeth. How long will the support from the headquarters take? The first wave of support will take at least 3 minutes to arrive. Magellan exclaimed. 3 minutes? Enough. Let's go together. Shiryu of the Rain sneered, the 4 of us work together, even if we can't win these 3 people. We can still do it for 3 minutes to prevent them from escaping. Good. Hua Shaishan shouted and jumped down first. Daubman and Magellan followed. Shiryu of Rain, who made the proposal, hesitated, but followed. He likes to kill. It would be even better if he could kill the famous powerhouses in the sea. Eat my sword. Hua Shaishan rushed to the front and slashed at Xia Yan with his sword. Go back. Xia Yan sneered, and her pupils suddenly turned pure white. 8 trigrams 64 palms. Snapped. 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 The palm finger is like a pear blossom in a rainstorm, and it is swung out at the burning mountain. 1 palm, 2 palms. 64 palms. In less than a second, all 64 palms were finished. With the support of Sage Mode and 9 Tails Coat, Xia Yan increased the power of 8 trigrams 64 palms at least dozens of times. Hua Shaishan didn't even react, and his body was already tattered, spewing blood and flying backwards. Burning Mountain Vice Admiral. Followed by Daubman Vice Admiral angrily roared, his fist wrapped around armament haki and slammed towards Xia Yan. But Redfield shot. Boom. The Red Earl wrapped around haki and kicked Daubman's stomach hard. Even if he is only half as strong as he was at his peak, Redfield's strength is still not something that a mere Vice Admiral can match. Wow! Daubman vomited out a large mouthful of blood, only to feel that his internal organs and ribs were kicked to pieces, which made him unbearable. But Xia Yan will not let any of the enemies go. The Kusanagi sword suddenly appeared in his hand and slashed at Daubman. Laugh! Daubman's left arm flew into the air, spewing blood. Dogman Vice Admiral! The slower Magellan exclaimed, and a purple poisonous dragon appeared on his hands, and he was about to throw it out to forcibly save people. But one person is faster than them. A tall and sturdy figure teleported generally behind Magellan and the 2 of them. Marine. It's been great to shut Laozi all these years, isn't it? Bullet grinned wildly and grabbed the heads of Magellan and Yuji Shiryu with both hands like lightning. I can't even fill Laozi with rice, thank you Laozi. Boom. Bullet's arm muscles exploded and he slammed down like a bumper ball. Hit the heads of Shiryu of Rain and Magellan directly, making a terrifying loud noise. What? Magellan screamed, but still managed to endure the pain and threw out the poisonous dragon. Xia Yan suddenly stretched out a skeleton arm, and Daubman, who grabbed the broken arm, threw it forward. Whoa! Daub Man was swallowed by the poisonous dragon and smashed on Magellan like a meteor. Wow! Magellan felt as though his body had been run over by a mountain, and he was vomiting blood uncontrollably. Daub Man was even more miserable. Not to mention how many bones were broken, his whole body was also poisoned by poisonous fruits. Shiryu of Rain was half kneeling on the ground, his right hand holding the sword trembled slightly. The entire 5 weakest were Vice Admiral level combat power, and in the blink of an eye, he was the only one left intact. Is this the power of the apex of the sea? Asterisk. Chapter 37, Uchiha Itachi is not so strong in the manga. Ask for flowers, ask for an evaluation ticket. Kill this guy now. Redfield said eagerly, Marine's support should be coming soon. If we don't hurry up, we won't be facing a few vice admirals. Are you afraid, old man? Bullet quipped aside. Humph. Just kidding. The old man is afraid of Marine. As if he had been humiliated, Redfield blushed and shouted angrily, that old BD is all defeated by the old man, will the old man be afraid? But having said that, worries are real. Times have changed. He is old and imprisoned for so many years, and his strength is not as good as it was in the past. And Marine's new generation of young men, whom he had seen when he besieged Kaido not long ago. It's really scary, as strong as a monster. Therefore, Redfield was inevitably worried and a little urgent. If he doesn't escape successfully, then he will really die in an underwater prison. Take advantage of the fact that you can still fight now, and escape from prison to find the devil fruit that can restore your youth. Then kill this guy quickly. It just so happened that Xia Yan was not ready to delay any longer. Just when he was fighting with those vice admirals, he had received consecutive notifications from Orochimaru and Itachi. Orochimaru said Marine was halfway there, and he was on Marine's warship. This time Marine sent 3 Logia Quasi-Admiral, as well as Hero Garp and 5 Vice Admiral. He is one of 5 Vice Admirals. And, Kizaru is fast, go first. He should be the first Marine reinforcement to arrive at the underwater prison. On the Uchiha Itachi side, it was pure accident. According to Uchiha Itachi, when he arrived at the island outside the underwater prison, he saw a boat docked there. The people on the ship seem to have just settled part of Marine and are preparing to enter the underwater prison. But after seeing him, the group of people didn't know why, and suddenly launched an attack on him, as if to silence him. Xia Yan casually glanced at Uchiha Itachi's perspective. It was discovered that the man who attacked him was the desert 4-star of the Big Mom Pirates. Thinking of Sasuke's capture by Katakuri, Xia Yan instantly understood. The Big Mom Pirates were the first in the pirate world to know that the Hokage characters really existed. They caught Sasuke, and they should come to the underwater prison to take action on themselves, the author. As a result, he accidentally met Uchiha Itachi. There are not many fans of Hokage in the Big Mom Pirates, the 2 generals of Katakuri and Smoothie are. Therefore, Uchiha Itachi was instantly exposed and became the target they wanted to capture. Are the brothers of the Uchiha clan really all unlucky? Xia Yan's face was a little weird. No. When I met Uchiha Itachi, it wasn't certain who was unlucky. At this time, as Redfield walked in front of Shiryu of Rain, Shiryu of Rain suddenly threw the long sword in his hand to the ground. Okay. Redfield froze for a moment. Even Bullet looked over in surprise. I surrender. Shiryu of the Rain gasped heavily and shouted in a deep voice, I like killing people, but I don't like dying. If I can, I hope I can join you. The 3 of Xia Yan didn't speak and looked at him quietly. I am telling the truth. I definitely didn't mean to deceive you. You can check it out with observation Haki. Frightened by the calm attitude of Xia Yan and others, Shiryu of the Rain continued to shout, my strength is no worse than Marine Vice Admiral, how can I stop a Vice Admiral, very useful. Oh, okay. Xia Yan was amused by this guy, then keep up, you have to show a good performance later. Yes. Shiryu of the Rain breathed a sigh of relief, and a stone fell to the ground. His dream is to live to kill. Killing is important. But life is more important. For this reason, beg for mercy, or ask for the descendants of several famous pirates and pirate kings, no shame. Outside the underwater prison, Uchiha Itachi is being besieged by 4. Katakuri, Smoothie, Cracker, and Snag surrounded him, attacking with unbridled frenzy. Roll pretzel. Famous chestnut rice cake. Moisture sword. Hakyu. Each of the 4 generals used the moves they were good at, and continued to attack without stopping for a second. Sword chi, armament haki, sticky cake, taishu, and conqueror's haki, poured like crazy. In the blink of an eye, the superstructure of the undersea prison, which had just been repaired, fell apart again and was about to be destroyed. The attacked Uchiha Itachi did not panic at all. He was summoned in perfect condition, and his pupil power did not consume much. So he uses the full-body Susanoo. The blood-red giant with a height of hundreds of meters stood still, and even if the 4 of Katakuri used all means, they couldn't hurt him in the slightest. Okay, so strong. The pirates of the Big Mom pirate group, who were hiding on the pirate ship and trembling, looked out cautiously, only to feel extremely shocked. That's a 4-star. Even in the new world where the strong are like clouds, the 4 generals are definitely the combat power at the end of the first echelon. Katakuri can even face Marine Admiral alone, without losing any time soon. And now, these 4 people are besieging the Uchiha Itachi who is suspected to be in Hokage, and they can't attack it for a long time. Is the manga character Uchiha Itachi so strong? What an ugly attack! Among the full-body Susanoo, Uchiha Itachi raised his hand slowly and expressionlessly. The incomparably huge 10-fist sword was aimed at the 4 people below and slashed fiercely. Boom! A deafening bang. The 4 of Katakuri vomited blood and flew out in an instant, their eyes full of shock and wonder. The entire island where the underwater prison is located sank, and a crack appeared from the center of the island. Uchiha Itachi's blow directly split the island where the underwater prison is located. How could this guy's strength be so terrifying? What the hell is going on with these blood-red giants that are hundreds of meters tall? It's completely different from the one shown in the Hokage Ninja manga. P.S. Susanoo and Woodstyle are really Hokage's biggest plugins except for the 6 Paths family and other plugins. The full-body Susanoo is at least a few hundred meters high, and the Senju Buddha in Hashirama is at least 1,000 meters high. Complete body Susanoo can split a mountain with one sword. Senju Buddha I guess can destroy a ninja village with one move. If first generation wanted world peace, it would be fine to just run over it. It is estimated that in half a month, the entire ninja world can be unified *. Chapter 38, one person crushes the 4 stars of dessert, and Kizaru arrives, seeking flowers, evaluation tickets. Katakuri was very uncomfortable at this time. He saw Uchiha Itachi's performance in the manga and knew that he was very good at powerful illusions. But observation haki should be able to handle it, right? What's more, there are 4 of them. No matter how powerful Uchiha Itachi is, can he use illusion to control all 4 of them at the same time? That's why they didn't hesitate to take a shot at Uchiha Itachi. However, Uchiha Itachi did not use illusion at all. This guy actually used a terrifying move that has never appeared in Hokage, and turned into a blood-red giant with extremely terrifying defense and attack. Until this moment, Katakuri finally realized. Uchiha Itachi has only just appeared in Hokage and only showed a little bit of his strength. I am afraid that what he is using to deal with them now is the hidden true power. Damn! Totally underestimated him. Katakuri gritted his teeth, his trident wrapped in sticky cake and armament haki stabbed fiercely. Boom! The full-body Susanoo easily blocked Katakuri's attack without leaving a single scratch. Damn it! Damn it! Cracker waved the long sword in his hand like crazy. The wave-like sword energy was enough to pierce a small mountain top, but it didn't have the slightest effect. The two most attacking dessert generals can't help Susanoo in the slightest, let alone Smoothie and Snag. With the attacking power of these two, facing the pervert defense of the complete body Susanoo, they are simply specializing in paddling. Aren't you going away yet? Uchiha Ataka's eyes froze, and the chakra in his body was running wildly. Perfect Susanoo, but able to seal the ninjutsu of the jutsu user. Strange power. Full body Susanoo's huge fist slammed into the four below. In Ataka True Biography, Ataka will be strange at the age of 5. The huge fist is like a meteorite, like Mount Tai pressing the top. Just looking at it, the four of Katakuri shuddered. Back. Rewind. Katakuri roared frantically. Cracker and Smoothie reacted instantly and ran away quickly. Snag's reaction was a beat slower, and he failed to draw out the attack range of Susanoo's strange power fist. Boom! The fist with the blessing slammed heavily on the ground. Snuggle didn't even let out a scream, and was smashed into flesh and blood, and even Armament Haki didn't relieve it at all. The terrifying giant force spread rapidly in all directions with Susanoo's fist at the center. Click! Click! The island where the underwater prison was located completely collapsed and turned into dense rubble. Snag! Damn! Losing Snag's presence in observation Haki, Katakuri couldn't help but grit his teeth. But Uchiha Ataka wouldn't give them time to mourn, and with the flip of both hands, several seals were formed, fire-style extinction. Boom! The monstrous sea of fire fell from the sky, covering the sky and blocking the sun, as if the entire sky was set on fire. Brother Katakuri! Cracker roared and made countless cookie soldiers come in. Damn! Katakuri hated it so much that after he became a strong man, he had never been so aggrieved in his life. But there is no way, this overwhelming flame is too exaggerated, hard resistance will only consume physical strength in vain. Boom! The entire island where the underwater prison was located was extinguished by Ataka's arrogant fire but devoured it, turning it into a sea of flames. Hum! A golden light fell on the door of justice. This is an underwater prison. Kizaru stared at the blood-red giant hundreds of meters in the sea of flames, his eyes full of disbelief and shock. What's going on here? Are the prisoners in the undersea prison so strong? Could it be Bullet's devil fruit ability? To be able to summon such a huge giant, Kizaru can only think of Bullet. But as the flames dissipated, he saw the figure standing among Susanoo. Only then did he realize that things were probably worse than he thought. Uchiha Ataka! Kizaru murmured to himself with dull eyes, those eyes are definitely the Mangeki Sharingan from Hokage, that's right, this one looks exactly like Uchiha Ataka. Just thinking about it made Kizaru feel like a fantasy. Comic characters come back to life? How can this be? No, not right. It's not impossible. Kizaru suddenly remembered that Paramecia Devil Fruit has many strange abilities. Maybe one of them has the ability to revive manga characters. Of course, it is also possible that there really exists a Konoha village in this world, and the plot drawn by Xia is based on reality. But the odds are too low. Kizaru doesn't believe that there are countries in this world that the world government doesn't even know about. At this time, the sea of fire on the island below has been extinguished, revealing the disfigured broken island that was burned. Kizaru didn't notice until then, the biscuit soldier hiding under the sea of fire. Charlotte Cracker. Kizaru recognized at a glance that this was Cracker's fruit ability in the Big Mom Pirate's 4th Dessert General. To his astonishment, however, Cracker wasn't the only one hiding among the biscuit soldiers. Katakuri, Smoothie also came out of it. This is really... Kizaru clicked his tongue secretly. Uchiha Ataka turned out to be facing the Big Mom Pirate's sweet shogun by himself? And he still seems to have the upper hand? Hey? Kizaru suddenly remembered that there should be 4 dessert stars. What about Snug with the lowest bounty? Observation Haki swept across the crumbling island below, but Snag was nowhere to be seen. Probably didn't come. Kizaru didn't have much interest in Snag at first, just a little curious. When he found out that he was not there, he immediately turned his attention to Uchiha Itachi, Katakuri, and others. Should I make a move? Kizaru hesitated and hesitated, not knowing if he should take action, and who should he help if he did. At this time, ruins surging. As if there was life, large pieces of rubble and broken islands began to converge towards one location. Under Katakuri's astonishment, Uchiha Itachi's astonishment, and Kizaru's dull gaze, a monster with a height of 400 or 500 meters, even bigger than Susanoo, appeared in front of everyone. Asterisk. Chapter 39, But I Refuse. Humiliated Katakuri. 5 more, ask for flowers, evaluation tickets. P.S. Today, there are 5 people who have been rewarded, and those who still owe 12,000 flowers and 1,000 evaluation votes will all be added. Ha 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 ha. The sun. It's the sun. Laozi finally came out. The crazy conqueror's haki fell from the sky and enveloped everyone present. The sea surged wildly, setting off huge waves. Countless sea kings lost consciousness under this haki and floated on the sea. A cold sweat dripped from Katakuri's forehead. What's going on? Is there such a strong guard in the underwater prison? Or da? Footsteps came from under the ruins. Katakuri and the others held their breaths and looked in the direction from which the voice came. It's out. Kizaru on the door of justice narrowed his eyes, and a thick color of fear flashed in his eyes. It's really lively. Haha, this guy Bullet is really crazy. He actually used his fruit power to merge more than half of the underwater prison island. Marine is probably going to be PD this time. You are really crazy, but you are crazy with extremely terrifying strength. 1 old, 1 young, and 1 middle-aged, slowly walked out of the shadows under everyone's attention. Gold Xiaoyan. Katakuri saw the target of Xiaoyan, but his face was not happy, and Barrick Redfield? The fit ability of this huge monster. The legendary Douglas Bullet? These guys? Did you escape from prison together? Oh, it's really troublesome now. Kizaru couldn't keep his indifferent expression at this time, and his eyes were full of fear. Did Shiryu of the Rain betray too? He even wondered if he should leave for now and wait until the Marines arrive. Yo, how are you? Xiaoyan looked around at everyone present with a smile. I didn't expect so many people to pick me up as soon as I got out of prison. Should I say I have a big face, or are you sick? Golden Xiaoyan. Katakuri wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and shouted in a deep voice, our mother invited you to be a guest with the Big Mom Pirates and is willing to shelter you. We are here to save you. Oh. Xiaoyan smiled slightly, thank you so much for that. So, what's your choice? Katakuri frowned slightly, not knowing Xiaoyan's attitude. Going to the Big Mom Pirates is really a good choice. Xiaoyan stroked her chin thoughtfully. Katakuri's heart was overjoyed, of course. Mom's strength is the top in the whole world, even other 4 emperors can't do anything to you, and you just need to explain everything about Hokage and Uchiha. But I refuse. Xiaoyan suddenly interrupted Katakuri with a loud voice. What? Katakuri's face stiffened. My favorite thing to do is say no to you self-righteous idiots. Xiaoyan sneered, Big Mom wants to know about Hokage? That woman just wants to breed. I can match keys, I really want to ask her how many pairs. Katakuri looked confused. He found himself unable to understand Xiaoyan's words. But there was one thing he could understand. Xiaoyan rejected herself. Are you sure you want to refuse? Katakuri glanced at Bullet and Redfield fearfully. They may not be willing to fight against the Big Mom Pirates who are the 4 emperors for you, am I right? Oh, of course that is. Redfield's old face showed a faint smile. In prison, he is a good friend, and when he escapes from prison, he is a cooperative partner, but after leaving prison, he is a familiar stranger. The old man is not interested in playing any friendship and bond games. Me too. Bullet, who had merged half of the underwater prison island, roared loudly, Lao Zi doesn't believe in bonds and friendships the most. Only strength is everything in this world. It looks like your support is gone. Thinking that it was because of Redfield that the two of them rejected him so brazenly, Katakuri looked at Xiaoyan with a playful look. However, click. On the side, the blood-red complete body Susanoo, who had been motionless since just now, slowly dissipated. A figure came out of it. Lord Xiaoyan. The pale-faced Uchiha Itachi saluted Xiaoyan respectfully. Katakuri's face instantly became extremely pale, and it was much uglier than Uchiha Itachi. Huh? Did he hear it right? Lord Xiaoyan? Katakuri realized instantly. It doesn't matter whether Uchiha Itachi was resurrected with the power of a fruit, or whether it really existed in this world. He has a close relationship with Xiaoyan, it's a given. This not only means that their trip is likely to be empty. It also means that they are now in danger. It's scary. Kizaru at the Gate of Justice took a deep breath. Uchiha Itachi in Hokage appeared in the world and seems to be loyal to Xiaoyan, the author of Hokage. Does this mean that other characters in Hokage will also appear and even be equally loyal to Xiaoyan? The current Hokage is obviously still in the early stages, but Uchiha Itachi, who just appeared on the stage, is already so terrifying, and the role after that. Hiss. Kizaru's body couldn't help shaking. Whether it's the resurrection of the comic book characters, or the fact that there are these people, Xiaoyan just drew them up, it's terrifying. At this time, Katakuri on the field is facing a very embarrassing situation. The cruel words were released, and the face was refuted by Xiaoyan. What's next? Go? That's too embarrassing. And it's not easy to walk. Uchiha Itachi is staring right next to him. Hit? After thinking about Snag, who didn't know where the body was, Katakuri continued to be silent. Really embarrassing. In the end, it was Xiaoyan who said, kneel down and apologize, then get out of here. Katakuri's eyes froze, and he was immediately annoyed. Kneel down and apologize to you? Impossible. Even if he doesn't want the face of the Big Mom pirates, he must not lose his own face. How can someone who owns Conqueror's haki kneel? Fitting into a giant 400 or 500 meters high, bullet suddenly slapped down, targeting Katakuri. What? Unexpectedly, Bullet, who said that he would not shoot, would suddenly shoot, and Katakuri reacted very quickly while he was angry in his heart. I saw him prop up a large piece of sticky cake directly above his head, and covered the surface of the sticky cake with a layer of dark armament haki to enhance the defense. Boom! The huge palm hit Katakuri's head like a mountain. What? Katakuri shouted frantically, and his whole body was full of blue veins and muscles. But even so, there is still a big gap between his strength and Bullet. Boom! Katakuri was forced to kneel on the ground, his face full of forced humiliation. Until then, Bullet slowly stopped. Katakuri. Cracker looked at what was in front of him in disbelief. He never thought that one day he would see Katakuri so embarrassed. Waste time. Bullet roared, hurry up and leave by boat, Marine is almost here. Are you an idiot? Xiaoyan looked at Bullet speechlessly. Okay. Bullet looked at Xiaoyan inexplicably, not understanding why he was scolding himself. Ah! Xiaoyan sneered and raised her finger to the door of justice. With that flashing monkey here, it's impossible for you to leave in a short time, besides. Marine has arrived. The door of justice opened wide. A huge warship like an iron beast poured into the gate of justice. Asterisk. Chapter 40, Sakazuki. Didn't you say you don't watch Hokage? 6 updates, 5 additional updates for rewarding people. Here comes the Marine. The speed was as expected by Xia Yan. He knew for a long time that if he wanted to get out of the underwater prison, he would definitely suffer from Marine's frantic pursuit and revenge. That's why he let Orochimaru and Kakashi go undercover in Marine, and escaped after summoning Uchiha Itachi. He didn't want to be captured by the strong men in Marine just after he successfully escaped from the underwater prison. Afraid? Xia Yan asked Uchiha Itachi next to him. How come? Uchiha Itachi's pale face turned a little rosy, and he smiled gently. If you can really die for Lord Xia Yan, Itachi will die without regret. Head on, worry, I won't let you die. Xia Yan smiled slightly. You are the most important person under my command. At least for now. Xia Yan added softly in her heart. Hey! Redfield shouted at the bullet 400 or 500 meters high, are you going to fight? Click! Click! Bullet quickly returned to his original human appearance, with a solemn and serious expression on his face. Nonsense, Laozi is demon fruit power, it is impossible to escape from the sea, what else can we do if we don't fight? Whispering sound. Redfield pouted, then looked at the embarrassed Katakuri III again. How about you? Katakuri's face was gloomy as if it could drip, but he didn't speak. As the king who owns Conqueror's Haki, he was forced to kneel, and he is not happy now. Don't worry about them. Xia Yan glanced at the three of Katakuri. Together, it is estimated that it will block one Kizaru. With them or without them, there is no difference. What did you say? Say it again if you can. Cracker was instantly annoyed and glared at Xia Yan angrily. Humph! Before Xia Yan could speak, Uchiha Itachi glared at Cracker first. Do you want to taste the power of Susanoo again? How dare you disrespect Lord Xia Yan? At the moment of the enemy, I will not quarrel with you too. Cracker shrank his neck, wanting to say something harsh, but in the end he swallowed it. The blood-red giant hundreds of meters high just now and the terrifying power of splitting the island with one blow really frightened him. Can't be provoked, can Laozi still hide? Cookie soldiers! Cracker called out the cookie soldiers directly, and quickly ducked in. Or it makes him feel more secure. In front of the door of justice. Marine warship. Aokiji and Akainu stand on either side, with Vice Admiral Garp in front of them. The rest are future prospective Admiralty dolphins, 3 ordinary Vice Admiral including Orochimaru pretending to be Dalmatian, and 2 giants who have appeared in the original Vice Admiral. 5 Vice Admiral, 2 Admiral, 1 4 Emperors. The lineup that Marine sent to the undersea prison, even if they were to fight against a 4 Emperors regiment, would have no problem. This group of evil pirates, damn it! Looking at the undersea prison that has been razed to the ground from a distance, Akainu's face is gloomy and terrifying. Even Garp, who has never done much business, has a serious face and fire in his eyes. The underwater prison was destroyed like this. How miserable it is inside, you don't need to look at them to know. I'm afraid Marine and the prison guards are nearly dead or wounded. These lunatics. Did that kid Xia Yan deceive the old man last time? Garp's bones cracked, his fists clenched violently, and he muttered to himself in his heart. Sure enough, Ace has extraordinary qualifications, and this is the same. I know that I can't underestimate the child left by Rogers BD. Hey, there are so many people here. Looking at the figures on the warship from a distance, Xia Yan pouted and sneered. Except for Sengoku, Sora, Zephyr, and Crane, Marine has dispatched almost all the advanced combat forces, and he is not afraid that naval headquarters will be taken by others. Pfft! Redfield, who was on the side, couldn't help laughing. How is it possible that we escaped from prison on a temporary basis? Unless someone can predict, how could they take a huge risk to attack naval headquarters? Katakuri and Smoothie on the side gave Xia Yan a complicated look, but did not speak. Only they knew that Xia Yan was right. Those 3 lunatics from the Beast's pirates are going to attack naval headquarters. Even with naval headquarters' current weak defense, they might actually succeed. And this is their credit. Thinking of this, Katakuri felt extremely depressed. Running all the way from the New World, getting beaten up, and making wedding dresses for the beast's pirates, what are they doing? Mom's decision this time is such a failure. Of course, Katakuri was just thinking about it in his heart. For him to say those words in front of Charlotte Linlin, he would never dare. At this time, a golden light fell from the sky. Kizaru. Katakuri's eyes widened, and he picked up his trident and pointed at the incoming person vigilantly. I'm not too interested in you, Katakuri. Kizaru said strangely, the purpose of Marine this time is to catch Xiaoyan and other prison escapees, but I didn't expect the desserts of the Big Mom pirates to be delivered to their door, just as an appetizer. Insanity. Katakuri shouted coldly, you may not be able to win me alone if you fight alone, you. You are the one who is arrogant, right, pirate? With a loud shout, Katakuri was forcibly interrupted. Katakuri's eyes froze, and he glared at the speaker. It was Akainu who jumped from the warship to the wreckage. Immediately afterwards, Aokiji also jumped off the warship. Ice Age. With a loud shout, Aokiji opened his hands. The terrifying air conditioning spread rapidly in all directions with him at the center. Click. Click. The sea and the broken submarine prison were completely frozen and turned into an endless ice field. Obviously, this is the battlefield. Not bad. Xiaoyan praised without hesitation. You're crazy. Aokiji landed not far from Xiaoyan, with a complicated expression, I like watching your painting Hokage very much, I am a fan of yours, and I hope to see the ending of this story. Do you know that after failing to escape from prison, I am afraid that will you lose the chance to publish comics forever. Don't talk to him so much, Kyuzan. Akainu, who is jealous of hatred, stepped out, and the hot magma spurted out of his arm. To deal with these vicious pirates, there must be no mercy. Great eruption. Boom. The magma fist that was enough to burn a person to ashes in an instant smashed Xiaoyan hard. The moment the magma fist appeared, the surrounding temperature increased by at least several hundred degrees, which was amazingly hot. But Xiaoyan didn't dodge. And didn't even plan to fight back. Boom. A blood-red skeleton palm suddenly appeared in front of Xiaoyan, blocking all the magma easily. Okay. Akainu then turned his attention to the person he hadn't been paying attention to. As a result, I was stunned when I saw it. Uchiha Itaki. Akainu exclaimed. What? Xiaoyan looked confused, does Akainu know Itaki? Aokiji and Kizaru looked at Akainu in astonishment, and subconsciously exclaimed, Sakazuki, didn't you say you don't want to read cartoons drawn by criminals? Asterisk. Chapter 41, The Melee Begins, Licking the Dog, Tea, and Dolphin. Akainu is embarrassed. He had despised Hokage in front of many marine generals, and even said that he would never watch Hokage. However, he later confiscated the comics of his soldiers, and he planned to see why this comic was so attractive. Result. So fragrant. Don't say it, it's really pretty. Although Akainu scoffs at things like friendship and bonds. But the abilities, combat, and plot in the manga really appealed to him. The game is that Aokiji and Kizaru even cooperated to develop the ninjutsu in the manga Hokage, and the horror of power can even defeat Kaido of the beasts. This made Akainu a little jealous. The absolute justice he yearns for must have a strong support. And now that he has the fighting power of the Admiral class, it is difficult to continue to improve. Although it seems a little ridiculous to say that. But Hokage is really his hope. Even two lazy guys like Aokiji and Kizaru can develop powerful moves from the manga, why can't he Sakazuki? However, exposed to the author. The author is still the pirate who must be caught this time. Sakazuki's face was extremely dark, and he gave Kizaru and Aokiji a hard look. Then he turned to look at Xiaoyan, and shouted coldly, Marine will never let you evil pirates go out to sea to do something wrong. If you don't want to be captured, then let's fight." The voice fell. One of the two giants' vice-admiral stepped out. "In the name of justice, I will never allow you pirates to escape from here." The giant shot by vice-admiral was named John Giant. In the original, he was one shot killed by Whitebeard in Summit War. It is a familiar face and a trick. Ha 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 ha. Giant vice-admiral? Lousy here. Bullet, who had long since exited the giant mode, laughed recklessly, and his body was full of terrifying ghosts and haki. Bullet stepped out in one step, the speed was appalling. John Giant didn't even realize that Bullet was shooting, and the latter was already in front of him. What? John Giant looked at the figure in front of him in shock, and subconsciously waved the giant sword in his hand. But his size is so big that his body is not flexible at all. In terms of speed, it was completely crushed by Bullet. The strongest fist. Bullet's arrogant roar was entwined with ghost energy and Haki's punch. Boom! The face of the giant vice-admiral was smashed through, and the blood was like a spring. John Giant's huge body flew out hundreds of meters uncontrollably, smashing a big hole in the ice, and he didn't know if he was alive or dead. What just happened? John Giant vice-admiral was killed? No, impossible. Monster. Douglas Bullet, the battle monster of the Roger Pirates. What BD let this lunatic out? Before the battle officially started, the giant vice-admiral was instantly killed by one. Marine exclaimed in shock and looked at Bullet in disbelief. It all happened in an instant just now. Most of them didn't even react, the battle was over. It's really scary. Douglas Bullet. Akainu's face was gloomy and terrifying. Don't rush up alone, go up together. After speaking, Akainu took the lead in the charge and charged directly towards Redfield. In his opinion, the strongest person here is the Red Earl who once defeated Marshal Sora, and naturally he has to deal with it. Humph! Bullet snorted and was about to trouble the Marine Vice-Admirals. A figure suddenly fell to the ground. Ha ha ha! The old man can't let you go, Bullet boy. Garp landed in front of Bullet and laughed loudly. Let this old man come and see how you have grown over the years. The rest of the battlefield. Another giant, Vice-Admiral Rance, confronts Shiryu of the Rain. Vice-Admiral Stolo Berry takes on Charlotte Katakuri. Vice-Admiral Gumir takes on Charlotte Smoothie. Orochimaru as Vice-Admiral Dalmatian confronts Charlotte Cracker. Aokiji vs Kizaru vs Uchiha Itachi. Only the Quasi-Admiral T. Dolphin was left, walking towards Xia Yan step by step. Are you the leader of this escape, Golden Xia Yan? T. Dolphin smiled slyly, with a flash of grief on his face. I heard that you and Momuzagi have a good relationship, and she seems to value you very much. Why do you commit a crime? Okay. Xia Yan was slightly startled, but she didn't expect the T. Dolphin to mention Momuzagi. To say that before he awakened the system, there should be only 2 harvests in the pirate world. One was saved by Roger. Even though he lost years of freedom because of his relationship with Roger, Xia Yan has no resentment or regret. The second is Momuzagi. That woman was very kind to herself, and she should treat him as her younger brother. Back then, when he was captured by Marine, with his status as a crane, I'm afraid Momuzagi still doesn't know the truth of the matter, right? What do you mean by bringing this up now? Xia Yan looked at the T. Dolphin with complicated eyes. Could it be that you want to catch up and talk about friendship, so that I can let you go in the fight for a while? Ha! How could it be? I'm the elite Vice-Admiral after all, and the future Marine Admiral. T. Dolphin said with a big smile, and then changed the conversation. I just sincerely hope that you don't die here. Xia Yan. Because you're someone Momuzagi cares about. T. Dolphin said seriously, Momuzagi cares about you, so I will protect you, but I am also a Marine General, so I will not show mercy to you in battle, but I will definitely save your life. I will help you later. Heal the wound, or Momuzagi will be sad. Forward. Xiaoyan finally understood. This T-Dolphin is Momuzagi's licking dog. Asterisk. Chapter 42, Kamui shows his power, beat yourself up. Ask for flowers, evaluation tickets. It was quite a strange experience to meet my sister's licking dog in a fight. Xiaoyan asked with a strange face, then are you still fighting? Hit. T-Dolphin took off Marine's cape and smiled slyly, after all, I am the future admiral. How can I back down in front of criminals? The moment the voice fell, the T-Dolphin stomped dozens of times. Shave. With the burst of speed, the T-Dolphin instantly appeared in front of Xiaoyan. Iron body. The T-Dolphin turned his palm and stabbed forward, finger pistol. Boom. An astonishing bang. The finger pistol, which was enough to pierce the steel plate, did not stab Xiaoyan, but was blocked by a blood-red skeleton armor. What the hell is this? T-Dolphin was horrified, and his eyes were even more attracted by Xiaoyan's bizarre pupils. Mangeki Sharingan. Looking at the pair of pupils that clearly belonged to the same type in the comics, the T-Dolphin's heart shook violently. Not only the characters from the manga appear, but also the abilities from the manga? Could it be that Xiaoyan really just drew his own abilities and real people into the comics? Thinking like this in my heart, my hands are not slow at all. The T-Dolphin waved its arm, and an earth dragon roared at Xiaoyan. Tips for carving insects. With Sage mode turned on, Xiaoyan threw a punch. Boom! The huge and ferocious earth dragon was smashed by Xiaoyan with one punch. So strong. Unexpectedly, Xiaoyan, a young man, can achieve this level only by virtue of his physical fitness. While the T-Dolphin was surprised, the movements of his hands did not relax at all. Whoa! A large amount of soil suddenly condensed out of thin air, instantly blocking Xiaoyan's lower body completely. Success! T-Dolphin was ecstatic. But even so, he didn't carry it at all, and the fruit ability and armament haki were activated in succession. Zhang! The outer surface of the soil that blocked Xiaoyan was instantly covered with a layer of armament haki, making it impossible for Xiaoyan to break free and break through. At the same time, 5 black earth dragons wrapped around armament haki slammed into Xiaoyan with the momentum of a mountain and a tsunami. Lie down. T-Dolphin said proudly, after defeating you, I will treat you, and there will be no sequelae. Boom! As soon as the words fell, Xiaoyan's whole body was devoured by the earth dragon. Hey? No way! Just died like this? Is it too weak? Discovering that Xiaoyan's aura and observation haki suddenly disappeared, Chato was shocked. While rushing in the direction of Xiaoyan just now, he muttered in a low voice, "It's your fault that you are too weak, I didn't expect it." Discourse was interrupted. A hand appeared inexplicably from the void and grabbed the face of the T-Dolphin. The same moment, T-Dolphin's observation haki also sensed Xiaoyan's presence again. This kid is not dead. Not even the slightest injury. How can this be? How did he escape the blockade of his own abilities? How did he hide his breath under his own observation haki? There were countless confusions in his heart, but Cha-Dolphin had no chance to ask them. Boom! Xiaoyan pressed the T-Dolphin's head and smashed it hard on the ice. Okay. Xiaoyan was a little surprised, even though he can control the soil, isn't it Logia's ability? Wow! The T-Dolphin vomited a large mouthful of blood, and there was a rumbling in his head. He just felt as if he had been hit by a hammer in the brain, and even the brain turned into a pool of blood. Woo, armament haki! Despite the dizziness, as a quasi-admiral carefully cultivated by Marine, the T-Dolphin still made the best choice. Just before Xiaoyan's second attack, he completely covered his head with armament haki. Boom! The ice surface shattered, and the T-Dolphin's head was smashed on the ice surface by Xiaoyan again. With the dual blessing of Sage Mode and the Tail Beast Coat, Xiaoyan's power has reached an incredible level. But the T-Dolphin just vomited blood and showed ecstasy. Block, block. Is it blocked? Xiaoyan chuckled playfully and raised his hand to smash it for the third time. But the T-Dolphin's counterattack has also begun. Roar! The Earth Dragon entwined with armament haki emerged from behind Xiaoyan out of thin air and bit Xiaoyan's head fiercely. This guy has to hide, and I can take the opportunity to get out of his attack range and continue to fight back. T-Dolphin has already thought about his next series of counterattack plans in his heart. As long as Xiaoyan dodged and managed to distance himself from him, this battle was his victory. However, the development of things completely exceeded the expectations of the T-Dolphin. Facing the Earth Dragon whistling behind him, Xiaoyan did not hide, but slowly released the palm that grabbed the T-Dolphin's head. At the same time, a space Uzumaki slowly emerged behind him. What? T-Dolphin didn't understand what Xiaoyan was going to do. Did he give up resisting? That's right. This is the best choice. Raising his hand to wipe the blood from his mouth, Cha-Dolphin laughed and said, "Reform well in prison, don't let Momuzagi worry about you, I'll come to see you when I get a chance." Saying that, Cha-Dolphin raised his hand to grab Xiaoyan's neck. He was even thinking that if Xiaoyan was honestly caught by himself, he would withdraw his attack and not shoot this kid. However, it was empty. The T-Dolphin was shocked to find that his palm had penetrated Xiaoyan's body to death. It's not like Logia's body becomes fluid, but it's like a phantom, without the slightest touch. How can this be? The T-Dolphin exclaimed, his eyes full of surprise and disbelief. What kind of fruit power is Xiaoyan? He was clearly right in front of his eyes, he was even smiling at himself, his eyes were blinking, but he couldn't touch it. Could it be that this is a move that did not appear in the Hokage manga? T-Dolphin's heart was full of thoughts for a moment. At this moment, the head of a ferocious earth dragon suddenly appeared in front of the T-Dolphin. Feeling the terrifying sense of oppression, Cha-Dolphin remembered something very important. Xiaoyan was just above him, so he summoned an earth dragon to attack Xiaoyan's head. But now, Xiaoyan can't touch it at all. Therefore, the earth dragon also penetrated. And Talong's goal is also his head. Boom! The ice surface was shattered by a terrifying force. The earth dragon wrapped around armament haki just slammed into Chabu's own head. What? The T-Dolphin screamed mournfully, and there was a deep hole in the head, which was twisted and deformed, even the brain was smashed. So far, Chado used his armament haki to attack his own armor. And although he did not die, he wounded himself heavily. And he didn't even understand why his attack penetrated Xiaoyan's body. T-Dolphin Vice Admiral. Impossible. How did that guy from the T-Dolphin lose so quickly? Damn it. How much power does this Xiaoyan hide? I said that I should have killed this One Piece's adopted son together. It's not a fuel-efficient lamp. Not far away, Aokiji, Akainu, and others who were fighting with the pirates, all looked at the direction where Xiaoyan and the T-Dolphin were in shock. They never thought that it was Xiaoyan who ended the battle first. Doesn't this mean that Xiaoyan has the ability to walk on the battlefield and support other pirates? Asterisk. Chapter 43, The Toy Giant Vice Admiral. Cough cough. The T-Dolphin coughed violently, his brain emptied. He could feel that his head seemed to be deformed. But, you can still fight. He hasn't lost yet. People in the pirate world are as strong as monsters. As a marine quasi-admiral, the T-Dolphin is no exception. Boom! Clap the ground with one hand, the T-Dolphin used this strength to stand up again. Pirates! T-Dolphin lost the wretched and playful smile on his face, and roared and threw a fist at Xiaoyan. A mass of dirt condensed into a cone on his palm, and a layer of armament haki covered it. This guy actually learned the green pepper of the cone, and it seems that he wants to pierce Xia Yan. Ah! Xia Yan smiled playfully, without dodging or evading, her palm turned into a fist and went straight to meet him. Laugh! The two fists collided. However, the scene that Cha Dolphin imagined did not happen. His fist cone directly penetrated Xia Yan's fist. Damn it! This trick again? What the hell is going on? Unexpectedly, Xia Yan performed hollow again. T-Pig was extremely annoyed and felt extremely aggrieved. If the skills are not as good as people, it's fine. This is obviously hit, but why can't it be touched? Boom! After the body was completely separated from the T-Dolphin, Xia Yan turned around and punched the back of the T-Dolphin's head. With this punch, blood spurted from the nose and mouth of the T-Dolphin, and the ear roared. It's a pity that you couldn't see through Kamui's mechanics, so you couldn't beat me. Said playfully, Xia Yan raised her hand and grabbed the T-Dolphin's head, and said softly, "My sister Momuzagi, the goddess in your heart, leave it to me to take care of it, you don't have to worry." The words fall. Boom! The T-Dolphin's head was held down by Xia Yan and smashed hard on the ice. Is this the second time, or the third time? Feeling the deformed face, Cha Dolphin's consciousness has become somewhat blurred. But Xia Yan had no intention of showing mercy. Sympathy for the enemy is cruelty to oneself. He didn't commit a crime, but Marine could hold him for many years with peace of mind, and no one ever pleaded for him. Therefore, he had no guilt in dealing with Marine. Boom! 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 Under the super boost of the tail beast coat and sage mode, Xia Yan grabbed the T-Dolphin's head and kept smashing it on the ice. Every time it was smashed, a large pit with a diameter of several meters appeared on the thick ice surface, and it had to be moved to another place to continue smashing. T-Pig! Damn it! How dare you, criminal kid! A magma fist pushed Redfield back, and Akainu looked at Xia Yan angrily, his eyes spitting fire. But then Redfield kicked him in the face. Boom! Akainu was kicked several dozen meters away, and rolled on the ground for 7 or 8 laps before finally stopping. Ah, are you still distracted when you are fighting with the old man? Redfield slowly put down the right foot that kicked Akainu, and sneered, "Want to deal with that kid Xia Yan? Let's kill the old man first and then think about those things. You're so damn good." His arrogance skyrocketed, Akainu was bathed in the sea of magma, and roared angrily, "None of you want to leave today." Boom! Xia Yan smashed the T-Dolphin's face on the ice again. Has he smashed 20 or 30? Anyway, it's uncountable. And the T-Dolphin also completely lost consciousness, only the last breath left. Xia Yan didn't kill him. Instead, throw him into his own Kamui space, like Magellan before him. The living are more useful and valuable than the dead. Xia Yan knows this very well. Call. After finishing the T-Dolphin, Xia Yan turned his attention to several other battlefields. Redfield has been locked up for so many years and is getting old. But he can still suppress Akainu, which is really scary. Katakuri loomed over Marine Vice Admiral Stolo Berry. Now it is 13 years ago when he appeared in the original book, and this strength is quite amazing. Look at the rest. Smoothie is hitting Vice Admiral Gumir. Orochimaru was beaten by Cracker because he couldn't expose himself with ninjutsu. Aokiji was injured by Uchiha Itaki and broke a finger. Apparently, he and Kizaru were completely unfamiliar with Uchiha Itaki's abilities, and Itaki was overpowered by Itaki alone. Bullet was pressed and beaten by Garp, but his momentum did not diminish, and he even became more and more excited. Only Shiryu of Rain and Vice Admiral Rince fought hard. As the giant Vice Admiral, Rince is inflexible, so he did little damage to Shiryu of the Rain. But Shiryu of the Rain could only leave some minor sword marks on Rince's body, unable to cause any real damage at all. Go help this guy first, after all, he will be my little brother. Xia Yan secretly chose the first target to intervene. Cut! Shiryu of the Rain slashed out a dozen sword chi in a row. The masked giant Vice Admiral Rince blocked the huge axe in front of him, easily intercepting the large sword energy. Then an axe fell. Ding! The axe and the blade collided, making a crisp sound of gold and iron. Well! Shiryu of Rain's knees went weak and he almost fell to his knees. Now is the original story 13 years ago, and his strength is the level of ordinary Marine Vice Admiral. And the power of the giant in front of him completely crushed him. Damn traitor! You're done! The giant Vice Admiral Rince laughed wildly, and slashed the giant axe mercilessly. Damn! Shiryu of the Rain was terrified by the power of the giant Vice Admiral, and with armament haki on his arm and blade, he would desperately defend. Boom! The ice surface vibrated violently, and it sank down a full half a meter. Shiryu of the Rain stared blankly at the figure standing in front of him. The blood-red skeleton giant slowly emerged on the surface around him, condensing into flesh, meridians, and armor. In the blink of an eye, a blood-red giant at least 100 meters tall appeared in front of him. It was the palm of this blood-red skeleton giant that grabbed the axe of the giant Vice Admiral, making it impossible to chop it down. This is... Shiryu of Rain's eyes were dull. The skeleton giant that killed the flying squirrel? Is it Xia Yan's ability? You're so weak right now, Shiryu of the Rain. Standing in the midst of Susanoo, Xia Yan sneered, you are so weak, I am afraid that you are only assigned to serve me tea and water, and be a little brother. Shiryu of the Rain didn't speak, but his face was flushed. Not even a giant, Vice Admiral, could be defeated, and he did feel ashamed of himself. Damn it! What the hell is this? The giant Vice Admiral roared angrily, and the skin on his face was also flushed because of the excessive force. But the axe did not move at all, and was still firmly grasped by the blood-red giant in front of him. What a terrifying power! Looking at the blood-red giant 5 times his height in front of him, the giant Vice Admiral Rince finally flashed a trace of fear in his eyes. Run? No. He is the righteous Marine, how can he run away from criminals? Rince gritted his teeth, suddenly letting go of the palm of his hand holding the axe, then wrapped his arms around Susanoo's wrists. What? The giant Vice Admiral's muscles burst out, and his veins surged. He actually tried to forcibly overturn Xia Yan's Susanoo with brute force. However, it failed. Susanoo didn't move, which made the giant Vice Admiral look comical. How sad! Looking down at the cat-like giant Vice Admiral in contrast to Susanoo, Xia Yan shook her head and pressed her palm down sharply. Boom! The entire ice surface shook violently, and the dense cracks spread rapidly in all directions with Xia Yan as the center. Wow! The giant Vice Admiral Rince vomited a mouthful of blood, feeling that his spine was about to be forcibly crushed. Spike! Xia Yan smiled relaxedly and controlled Susanoo to grab the giant Vice Admiral. The huge 20-meter tall giant, in Susanoo's hands, was like a doll and had no resistance. Then Xia Yan suddenly charged up and threw the toy giant at Cracker in the distance. What? Cracker, who was pressing down on Orochimaru's fight, immediately sensed the strangeness behind him, but it was too late to dodge. Boom! The huge giant more than 20 meters high slammed into Cracker like a cannonball, sending him vomiting blood and flying upside down for hundreds of meters. Xia Yan UBD! Cracker's shrill screams came from a distance. Katakuri and Smoothie waited angrily for Xia Yan. Are you crazy? We are on the same boat now. Asterisk. Chapter 44, the man was full of confidence, but was killed in seconds. Who is on the same boat as you? Faced with questions from Katakuri and Smoothie, Xia Yan sneered. He remembered very clearly that these guys were obviously here to arrest him, and to a certain extent they were also enemies. You. When Katakuri was angry, he glared at Xia Yan fiercely. Vice Admiral Stolo Berry, who was fighting against him, instantly seized the flaw and attacked to save a little bit of the situation. Oh, the current katakuri is also weak and pitiful, far less strong than the original plot. Losing interest in katakuri, Xiaoyan said to Orochimaru in the bottom of her heart, "Don't expose yourself, you can get hurt properly, but don't be too serious." "Yes, Lord Xiaoyan." Orochimaru agreed in a deep voice and walked towards Cracker, who was knocked out by the giant Vice Admiral Rince. Strangeness. Garp, who was pressing down on the bullet, glanced at Orochimaru in surprise. "Why has Dalmatian been using no fruit ability today? Is it hiding a hand, preparing to kill the enemy by surprise? Where are you looking?" Garp. Seeing that Garp was still distracted when fighting with him, Bullet suddenly became furious, and his whole body was full of ghosts. Boom! 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 The fist slammed into Garp like a storm. Garp immediately retracted his mind and wholeheartedly faced the Bullet in front of him. Even if his strength is stronger than Bullet, he has to admit that this kid's strength is infinitely approaching his level. The other side. Xiaoyan withdrew from Susanoo. Eyes a little sour, slightly panting. The power of this life-consuming technique is indeed terrifying, but the loss is too exaggerated. "Are you all right?" Shiryu of the Rain asked with complicated eyes. His feelings for Xiaoyan are somewhat complicated. They were enemies not long ago, and he succumbed to the mighty power of Xiaoyan and others and became his subordinate. But now, he really agrees with Xiaoyan. Not just because of Xiaoyan's terrifying strength. Also because Xiaoyan is willing to take the initiative to protect him. "As long as you don't stop me from killing people in the future, I will follow you." Looking directly into Xiaoyan's eyes, Shiryu of Rain said in a deep voice. "It's okay to kill." Xiaoyan glanced at him lightly, "But people must have a bottom line. You can kill pirates and marines at will, but you can never kill ordinary people who are powerless." "Good." Shiryu of Rain's eyes lit up, "Then I will be yours from now on." Anyway, he had no interest in killing ordinary people. Being able to kill pirates and marines at will is much better than he expected. Boom! There was a sudden loud noise in the direction of the Gate of Justice in the distance, attracting the attention of everyone present. A marine warship broke in. Marine reinforcements. Katakuri smashed Vice Admiral Stoloberry into the air with a sticky cake, and looked at the warship in the distance in surprise. They didn't notice that there was a flash of happiness and ecstasy in Marine's eyes. "Finally come!" Vice Admiral Stoloberry, who was kicked out by Katakuri, raised his hand to wipe off the blood from the corner of his mouth, secretly rejoicing in his heart. If it comes later, they really won't be able to hold on. Marine has reinforcements again. Shiryu of Rain looked at the marine warship at the Gate of Justice in surprise. Maybe. Xiaoyan didn't know who was coming. Marine's current high-level combat power seems to be only a few of them. Sengoku, Zephyr, or Marshal Sora. Or a member of CP0 underworld government. I'm going to try him. Shiryu of the Rain suddenly became interested, drew his sword and walked forward. Just now I didn't have a good fight, and this new enemy is handed over to me. In Shiryu of Rain's view, he just became Xiaoyan's subordinate, and naturally he has to prove his worth. The loss against the giant Vice Admiral just now was a shame. He wants to prove to Xiaoyan that he is not a waste and can defeat the enemy head-on. So, don't wait for Xiaoyan to give advice. Shiryu of the Rain jumped straight up. Moonwalk. Stepping on the void with both feet, each foot can hear a harsh sonic boom. It is moonwalk in Marine 6 styles, the superhuman technique that allows people to fly briefly. Shiryu of the Rain burst out with extremely fast speed, and charged towards the approaching warship. On the warship, Admiral Sengoku frowned, his face very ugly. Celestial dragons were killed. The underwater prison was destroyed. Xiaoyan and others escaped from prison. Suspected characters from Hokage appeared. Buildings and events all crowded together, making him wonder if someone was planning it all. Could it be Xia Yan? Come to think of it, these things are really all about Xia Yan. Even Hokage was painted by him. I'm careless. Sengoku sighed deeply. Not only was he careless, but the world government was also careless. Everyone underestimated Xia Yan. The adopted son of Roger, the Pirate King, has already done such appalling things at the age of 17. If he continues to grow up, wouldn't he be another Roger? Sengoku Admiral. Someone is coming. The adjutant beside him suddenly shouted loudly. Who? Sengoku frowned slightly and looked forward. In the sight, a figure is stepping on the moonwalk and approaching at high speed. That's Shiryu of the Rain. Sengoku immediately recognized the identity of Shiryu of the Rain. After all, it is the strongest in the underwater prison after the director Magellan, and has a very good reputation in naval headquarters. I received a notification from the survivors in the underwater prison before that he betrayed. The adjutant's face was very ugly. Come here now, I'm afraid I want to shoot at you, Sengoku Admiral. Okay. Sengoku nodded slightly. He saw the sword in Shiryu of Rain's hand and felt Shiryu of Rain's killing intent. Want to kill yourself? What a bold move! Sengoku's body swelled suddenly, and a golden light emerged from his body. At this time, Shiryu of the Rain had just arrived above the warship. What? When his eyes were swayed by the golden light below, Shiryu of Rain was startled. Kizaru. No, that guy is still fighting that guy from the Uchiha clan, so this golden light is... The golden Buddha appeared as if teleporting above Shiryu Rain's head. Shiryu of Rain's pupils shrank suddenly. Looking at the majestic Buddha in front of him, he subconsciously stabbed the sword in his hand. But Sengoku the Buddha had already pressed the shock wave in his hand against him. Big Buddha shock wave. Sengoku Golden Buddha roared. Boom! The sea within a few hundred meters of the surrounding presents an eerily large uzumaki. Even the frozen ice on the far edge was shattered by the aftermath of the impact. At the center of the shock wave, Shiryu of Rain, who had received Sengoku's full-strength blow, lost consciousness in an instant. His body was stained red with blood, and he fell towards the ocean uzumaki below. Shiryu of the Rain, instant kill. Chapter 45, Sage Art Raise Nan. The Golden Buddha is a club. So strong. Seeing Shiryu of the Rain's tragic state, Xia Yan couldn't help smacking her tongue. This guy Sengoku is as strong as a monster. In the original book, he also transformed into a giant Buddha with a shock wave that wounded all members of the Blackbeard pirates. So it's really outrageous that Luffy can save Ace. How much water did these marines put in at the time? Summit War is basically taking the life of the bottom marine, right? All the top executives except Akainu are acting. Xia Yan groaned inwardly, and felt even less fond of marine. At this time, Sengoku also saw Xia Yan from a distance. It's you. Gordy Xia Yan. The Golden Buddha roared angrily and stomped his feet in the air. Boom! 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 It was moonwalk. The huge body exploded with incredible speed, and the Golden Buddha rushed over Xia Yan in an instant. Death! The palm of the Golden Buddha slammed towards Xia Yan below. Shock wave. Boom! Before the shock wave hit Xia Yan, the ice surface under Xia Yan's feet began to crumble. What a terrifying power! Xia Yan was slightly startled, but two blood-red skeleton arms suddenly stretched out from her body and waved upwards. Boom! The shockwave collided with Susanoo with a deafening explosion. Not far away, the warships that were approaching here were almost overturned by the impact, and countless marine soldiers fell to the ground in embarrassment. Click! A crack appeared on the surface of Susanoo. Xia Yan's pupils shrank suddenly. Since owning the Mangeki Sharingan, he has used Susanoo several times, and this is the first time he has encountered an enemy who can smash it to pieces. The defense of this layer of turtle shell is nothing but the same. Sengoku roared and threw another punch. Boom! The blood-red skeleton arm completely collapsed. Then Sengoku didn't stop falling, and his palm quickly aimed at Xiaoyan, who was already defenseless below. Eat me a shock wave. Boom! The ice sheet within a few hundred meters was broken into powder, revealing the sea hidden under the ice, and even Xiaoyan disappeared completely. Do you died? With moonwalk falling on ice hundreds of meters away, Sengoku covered the field with observation haki, trying to find out what was going on with Xiaoyan. As a result, it can't be found at all. Phew, that kid is indeed dead. After Xiaoyan was eliminated, Sengoku breathed a sigh of relief and turned to look at the battlefield on the other side. Uchiha Itachi, Redfield, Bullet, Charlotte family desserts will be the stars. Sengoku felt terrified as the names were read out. This lineup is too terrifying. If you come late, these guys may really be able to kill them. However, now there is no such opportunity. With a jerk under his feet, the Golden Buddha leaped high, and he was about to jump to the center of the battlefield for reinforcements. However, a familiar voice suddenly sounded from behind him. You don't think I'm dead, do you? Sengoku roared in his head, turned around without hesitation, and slammed it with a palm. But Xiaoyan took the lead. With the blessing of Nine Tails and Sage Mode, the whip legs were as sharp as battle axes and swept across the head of the Golden Buddha. Snapped! The Golden Buddha smashed onto the ice like a meteor, and almost fell directly into the sea. Cough cough! How is that possible? That kid Xiaoyan didn't die. Sengoku coughed violently, a trace of blood flowed from his mouth, and his eyes were full of horror. You're not dead yet, how could I die first? Xiaoyan's playful voice sounded from the air. Sengoku looked up and suddenly widened his eyes. A blood-red armored giant with a height of hundreds of meters is inciting its wings to fall rapidly. I saw a group of blue energy balls with a diameter of tens of meters spinning wildly in the palm of the giant's palm, constantly cutting the surrounding air, making a harsh sonic boom, and the momentum was extremely terrifying. Sage Art Raise Nan! Xiaoyan shouted loudly, and Raise Nan fell directly on the Golden Buddha under the control of Susanoo. Boom! The shock wave, which was 10 times stronger than before, slammed into all directions with the two at the center, and even the clouds in the sky were punched out of a big hole. Aokiji, Kizaru, Katakuri, Smoothie, Uchiha Itachi, and others who were fighting in the distance were affected by the shock and had to avoid the edge for a while. In the entire battlefield, it seemed that only Garp, Redfield, and Bullet remained unaffected. That is. Garp's pupils shrank, staring in disbelief at the direction where the explosion and impact came. If he remembered correctly, it was Sengoku who just arrived over there. Boom! Bullet's strongest punch suddenly hit Garp in the face. The terrifying force directly knocked Garp's nose crooked, and the blood flowed and sprayed all over the ground. How dare you be distracted fighting Laozi? The old thing is really courting death. Bullet's body was full of ghosts, and he became more and more brave, and chased Garp furiously. Damn, Bullet's physical strength and defense are too terrifying, and there is no way to tell the winner in a short period of time. Garp cursed inwardly, but he could only turn his attention away from Sengoku's direction and focus on facing the lunatic Bullet. The other side. Katakuri trembled slightly. That move just now was too scary, right? Is it really something a 17-year-old can do? Sengoku Admiral Stoloberry and other marine were also extremely nervous, for fear that something would happen to Sengoku. Sengoku, the Marine Admiral, is not only the object of their respect, but also the key point of their comeback in this battle. Polosalino. Aokiji threw out an ice dragon to force Uchiha Itachi back, and then gave a loud shout. I know. Of course, Kizaru knew what Aokiji was thinking, and his figure immediately turned into a flash, wanting to rush to where Xiaoyan and Sengoku were. Don't disturb Mr. Xiaoyan. Seeing Kizaru's actions, Uchiha Itachi was instantly furious. Ignoring the excessively depleted pupil power, Itachi unhesitatingly released Mangeki Sharingan's pupil technique, Amaterasu. Whoa! Kizaru's flashing left leg was instantly ignited by black fire. What? Aokiji shouted in disbelief, Xiayan's black flames? Damn it! What the hell is going on with your two abilities? Fire style fire extinguishing. Without answering Aokiji's question, after Uchiha Itachi planted Amaterasu on Kizaru, he turned his head and spit out a sea of fire at Aokiji. Ice Age. Aokiji was not to be outdone, and the cold air poured forward without reservation. While the frost blocked the sea of fire, it also refrozen the ice surface that was shattered by Xiayan and others. After losing a finger, Aokiji fights Itachi again. The other side. Ignoring the black fire burning in his left leg, Kizaru turned into golden light and fell at the center of the explosion just now. Sengoku Admiral. Kizaru releases observation haki in an attempt to find Sengoku's breath. As a result, he really found it, and it was not far in front of him. Great, Sengoku Admiral, you're not dead yet. Sensing Sengoku's breath, Kizaru breathed a sigh of relief, and wanted to go save people. But as a whistling sound rang out, a golden light broke through the smoke and smashed straight towards him. Boom! The ice surface that had just been frozen by Aokiji shattered into large pieces again. Kizaru was smashed by the Golden Buddha. Although he was not injured, he was very embarrassed. He rolled on the ground twice before standing up again. This is... Under Kizaru's astonished gaze, a blood-red giant hundreds of meters high slowly walked out of the sky. And what the giant was holding was the Golden Buddha that was used as a weapon to smash him just now. Sengoku of the Buddha. Kizaru? No armament haki, it's a bit of a hassle to deal with you Logias. Wiping away a line of blood and tears from the corner of her eyes, Xiayan raised the Golden Buddha in her hand high and smashed it down again at Kizaru. After this guy Sengoku transforms into a Golden Buddha, it's quite useful as a club. Asterisk. Chapter 46, The World Live in Charge of Morgans, Caught in a Crazy World. Just when Xiayan smashed the giant Golden Buddha incarnation of Sengoku the Buddha as a mallet, Morgans had already prepared the telephony bug. In order to prevent the newsbirds from being attacked by the aftermath of the battle, in addition to the staff responsible for the care and live broadcast, he arranged for at least 20 newsbirds. It's all about protecting the image phone bug. All for this worldwide live broadcast. All for the popularity of Hokage. Morgan seems to have seen that after this big event, the popularity of Hokage is unprecedentedly high, and a comic has sold tens of millions of copies. War news is shit. Sell comics at least 10 times more. At the same time, civilians and pirates all over the world who saw the live broadcast on the local big screen were all dumbfounded. Leadfield, Bullet? I know them. They are all famous pirates, but shouldn't they be imprisoned in an underwater prison? Icefield? The sea? What a weird scene, shouldn't this be an underwater prison? It's the hero Garp who is fighting Bullet. Who is the opponent of Aokiji Vice Admiral and Kizaru Vice Admiral? Why does it sound familiar? Uchiha Itachi. It's Uchiha Itachi. Didn't you see the battle just now? The blood-red giant that is 100 meters tall is so terrifying. What? Isn't Uchiha Itachi a character from the manga? I heard the author is Paramecia's demon fruit power, so bring Uchiha Itachi back to life. My god! This is too awesome. By the way, these people are breaking out of prison? Is the author of Hokage also a criminal? Never mind. I just want to watch Uchiha Itachi now. Lao Zi never thought that the characters in the comics would actually appear in reality. Woo 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 woo, so moved. This is the true power of Sharingan? It's not drawn in the comics at all. It's too scary, shocking, and gorgeous. Uchiha Itachi crushed the 4 generals of the Big Mom pirates with one person's power, so terrifying. All over the world, tens of millions of viewers are attracted by live broadcasts. A large number of them even looked at Uchiha Itachi with radiant eyes, just like fans who saw idols. If Xiaoyan can now update the system panel, he will find that Uchiha Itachi's popularity has reached an incredible level. The battle for the underwater prison continues. Live broadcasts around the world are also continuing. The world boils over to see Uchiha Itachi single-handedly face off against two illustrious Logia vice admirals. What about the other characters in Hokage? Why not come out? Uchiha Itachi is so scary. From today he is the #1 male god in my heart. Uchiha Itachi is invincible. Itachi's popularity ushered in a second explosion. At the same time, Xiaoyan finally caught the attention of many viewers. Who is that young man? His enemy seems to be the Marine Vice Admiral T-Dolphin. Compared with Logia monsters such as Akainu, the T-Dolphin is not famous, but its strength is quite powerful. As an unfamiliar face of Vice Admiral alone, Xiaoyan has naturally attracted the attention of many people. As a result, someone keenly discovered Xiaoyan's anomaly. Is that Mangeki Sharingan? Is it the same type as Uchiha Itachi's eyes? Someone saw the strangeness of Xiaoyan's eyes and immediately exclaimed. What? Is that young man also from the Uchiha family? It was found that Xiaoyan actually had a Sharingan similar to Uchiha Itachi, and the audience of the whole world was clamoring again. Immediately afterwards, Xiaoyan killed Marine Vice Admiral in an extremely powerful manner. Moment. The world cheered. The number of fans of the comic Hokage in the pirate world has reached more than 20 million. So many civilians didn't even cheer on Marine, but frantically cheered on Xiaoyan and Uchiha Itachi. Especially when Xiaoyan also released Susanoo similar to Uchiha Itachi and killed the giant Vice Admiral in seconds. The emotions of the whole world were ignited by him. That black-haired boy really belongs to the Uchiha family. Secretly kill the giant Vice Admiral. Who is more powerful, he or Uchiha Itachi? I don't know, I'm more curious about who is more powerful than the 4 emperors of the Uchiha family. It's almost time. Receiving feedback on the live stream from around the world, Morgans gave another order. Next second, a voice was uploaded on live streaming platforms around the world. Hello everyone, I'm the on-site person in charge of the live broadcast of this war. The voice said loudly, I know that you are all very curious and want to know who the young man with the Mangeki Sharingan is. I can tell you in person in charge that he is not a character in Hokage. What? Not from Hokage? Impossible. That must be the Mangeki Sharingan. How could it not be a character from Hokage? Hearing the host's words, the entire world's audience immediately sneered. Hey hey! The man with the video phone worm laughed loudly, then allow me to formally introduce it to you all. His fame is Goldo Xiaoyan, the adopted son of One Piece Roger. He will become the world's #1 criminal. Because this submarine prison escape plan is led by him. And most importantly, his hidden identity. He's the author of Hokage Ninja. Yes. You heard that right. Hokage is real. The characters in Hokage are real. As the author of Hokage, Xiaoyan can also use the pupil technique called Mangeki Sharingan. The deafening sound of propaganda resounded throughout the world. And people from all over the world watching the live broadcast were dumbfounded. Including the 7 warlords of the sea, the 4 emperors, the world government, and countless civilians around the world. Long silence. Instant explosion. Impossible. The author of Hokage. Hokage ninjas are real? Does that mean Kakashi, Uzumaki Naruto, Uchiha Sasuke, and Orochimaru will all appear? 8 inner gates. So 8 inner gates are real. Ninjutsu illusion, can we also learn it? The information thrown by Morgan's subordinates was beyond shocking, and the whole world fell into madness at this moment. Just imagine. You live normally in an ordinary world. Suddenly one day, everyone told you. You don't know anything about the world at all, and the novels and movies you've read are actually things that actually happened. What would that feel like? Although it does not reach the point of reshaping the three views, it also makes countless people tremble, fear, excited, and rejoice. Can we also learn all kinds of gorgeous ninjutsu? Will we see all the handsome characters from the Hokage comics in the future? Who is Xia Yan? Did he simply draw the stories of people who exist in the world, or did he resurrect the characters in the stories with the power of fruits? Who will win and who will lose in the end of this war? Admiral Sengoku arrived, and he seemed to be very embarrassed by Xia Yan's Susanoo beating. Did Admiral fall into the sand like this? With full of doubts and expectations, people in the world continue to watch the live broadcast with full attention. The popularity of Hokage and various characters is also skyrocketing like crazy. If Xia Yan could see the updated data of the system panel, she would be shocked. If he releases the 5th volume of Hokage now, I am afraid that any new role that attracts fans will instantly gain 5 million fans. Asterisk. Chapter 47, Tsukuyomi. Undersea Prison Battlefield. Xia Yan didn't know that the live broadcast he casually mentioned to Morgans has caused the whole world to fall into extreme madness. He only felt that Mangeki Sharingan hurt a little bit now. There was even blood flowing from his eyes. He knew that it was Mangeki Sharingan being overused. Very normal. Not even the eternal Mangeki Sharingan, but forcibly uses the full Susanoo. If he hadn't drawn his pupil power twice, I'm afraid he would be almost blind now. Boom! The golden Buddha became the hammer in Xia Yan's hand and slammed hard on Kizaru. Kizaru turned into golden light and dissipated, dodging Xia Yan's attack embarrassedly. Sengoku was dizzy and gasping for breath, unable to fight back for a while. Shit! Kizaru suddenly found that the black inflammation on his left leg grew bigger and bigger, and it was almost burning to the knee. The body turned into golden light, and Kizaru's palm turned into a knife and slashed. Laugh! The flashing left leg was cut off by Kizaru in one fell swoop. But Kizaru was shocked to find that as long as he moved his body away, the black flame would also move with him. In other words, no matter how he elementalizes, this black flame is like a maggot on the tarsus, and it will not disappear easily at all. Damn! Realizing this, Kizaru felt helpless, but he could only raise his hand and aim at his left leg. Click! A laser cut through. Kizaru's left leg, which was burning with black flames, flew into the air, splashing a large splatter of blood. In order to escape Amaterasu, Kizaru cut off his left leg. At this time, Sengoku finally recovered a little. Seeing that he was being lifted upside down by Xia Yan, Sengoku slapped his palm out, shockwave. Boom! The huge Susanoo shuddered, and a thin layer of cracks appeared on the surface. The other side had just broken his leg, and Kizaru, who was pale, immediately raised his hand to make up for it. Boom! 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 One after another laser beams blasted on Xia Yan's body, setting off waves of terrifying explosions and shocks. The fissures on Susanoo's body also became more and more conspicuous. This guy's defense is about to be broken. Sengoku wiped the blood from his face and shouted, "Let's do it together, and crush this giant first." Yes. Kizaru endured the severe pain and agreed with a pale face, with hatred for Xia Yan in his eyes. Admiral Sengoku and Quasi-Admiral Kizaru attack Xia Yan at the same time. The world live broadcast, which had just calmed down a little, made waves again. So shameless. An admiral and Logia vice-admiral, besieging a person. Xia Yan is One Piece's adopted son, and Marine's actions against him are justified. I don't care. The author of Xia Yan worked so hard to draw comics, how could Marine take action against him? Mr. Xia Yan kills these bastards. Marine. Come on. Seeing that Kizaru and Sengoku started to besiege Xia Yan, people from all over the world watching the live broadcast exclaimed. Some are gloating, some are secretly frightened, some are extremely shocked, and some are worried. At the same time, tens of millions of people are looking forward to it. Look forward to Xiaoyan crushing Marine with the power of Hokage, so that their Hokage fans will have a good time. At the same time, the rest of the battlefield. Katakuri's arm turned into a rice cake hammer. And the hammer was full of dense spikes. With the blessing of armament Haki, he directly hit Stoloberry's head with this spiked hammer. Wow! Stoloberry Vice Admiral's head was directly smashed through a bunch of holes, blood spurted wildly, and he fell to the ground without knowing his life or death. On the other hand, Smoothie also drained Vice Admiral Gumir, severing his head with a moisture sword. Dalmatian, who Orochimaru pretended to be, is still struggling under Cracker's hands. Although he is embarrassed, it is estimated that he will not lose in a short time. Bullet's injuries have been increasing, even more than Garp. If the two of them were still 46 at the beginning, they are now at least 37. Garp beats Bullet. Redfield has begun to gasp heavily, from suppressing Akainu at the beginning, to being suppressed by Akainu now. It's getting old. Feeling his tired and aging body, Redfield forced Akainu back with a wry smile, then glanced enviously at Uchiha Itachi not far away. I saw black flames burning on Aokiji's body. Although Uchiha Itachi is also a little embarrassed, but overall it completely suppresses Aokiji. Ice Age. Aokiji unreservedly released a lot of cold air, and at the same time he waved his palm sharply at Uchiha Itachi, Bing Yun Bing Long technique. Boom! The huge ice dragon slammed into Uchiha Itachi. But Uchiha Itachi turned into a black crow, easily avoiding Aokiji's moves. I can't waste any more time on you. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw that Xiaoyan was being besieged by Sengoku and Kizaru, and Uchiha Itachi couldn't help but feel anxious. Want to support that kid Xiaoyan? I won't give you this chance. Aokiji snorted coldly, and several ice dragons roared and rushed out behind him. But Aokiji didn't dodge, just glanced at Aokiji's eyes with Mangeki Sharingan. Blood flowed from his eyes. At this time, he couldn't care about the loss of pupil power. Space transformation. Aokiji found himself appearing in a different dimension out of thin air, and his body was tied to a cross, unable to move. This is... Aokiji was startled, and subconsciously wanted to break free. However, to his astonishment, his haki and frozen fruit were no longer available. This is a world I have full control over. Covering his bleeding eyes, Uchiha Itachi walked to Aokiji step by step. No matter what I do here, no matter how long the time passes, the outside world is just a moment in the past. Laugh. The sharp kunao pierced into Aokiji's heart. Well. Aokiji's eyes widened suddenly, and he never thought that he would die so easily. What about his elementalization? Why can't he resist? Oh, right. Only then did Aokiji remember that he had seen this trick in the manga. It seems to be called Tsukuyomi. In the manga, Hitaki Kakashi was instantly killed by this move. What to do? Furious, Aokiji tries to decipher Aokiji's illusion using observation haki. But it didn't work. As he was killed, everything around him returned to normal, even the wound at his heart disappeared. This is just the first time. Uchiha Itachi said lightly, I hope you can collapse soon, so that I can help Lord Xiaoyan. After he finished speaking, the kunao stabbed out of his hand again. Once, twice, 3 times. Aokiji only felt that his heart was starting to twitch, and he experienced extremely real death again and again, almost breaking his whole body. A long time. I don't know if he died dozens of times or 100 times. Aokiji's eyes were blank, staring blankly ahead. Now, even if his heart was pierced by Uchiha Itachi, he wouldn't have any reaction. Asterisk. Chapter 48, Smoothie, Let's Help Xiaoyan. Call. The moment Tsukuyomi was relieved, Uchiha Itachi gasped with a pale face. Mangeki Sharingan was even more painful, and a line of blood dyed his face red. Opposite him, Aokiji was kneeling on the ground, his body trembling constantly. Leaving Tsukuyomi, the throbbing feeling of the heart and the real memory of death almost crushed him. Tsukuyomi. This is Tsukuyomi. That's right, I just watched Hokage. This is undoubtedly Mangeki Sharingan's pupil technique, which instantly killed Hotaki Kakashi's Tsukuyomi. So strong. Just one look makes Logia's Marine Vice Admiral so embarrassed. The power of Uchiha Atake and Mangeki Sharingan is really terrifying. Seeing Uchiha Atake with just one look is like a heavy blow to Aokiji. Audiences around the world were excited again. Especially the fans who have watched Hokage are even more passionate and explain crazy with the people around them. Explain the power of Uchiha Atake and Mangeki Sharingan. Explain the horror of Tsukuyomi. Explain the wonderful plot of the manga Hokage Ninja. Is it really that beautiful? There must be. The characters in it can instantly kill Logia Vice Admiral. I must buy a copy later. I want to buy it too. It's a shame that I thought the comics were meaningless at all, but only read by children. Now it seems that I'm really blind. I was shocked by Uchiha Atake's performance in the live broadcast, and was also attracted by the passionate commentary of the people around him. At this moment, at least millions of people around the world made up their minds. After watching this live broadcast, be sure to buy a Hokage manga. They want to be Hokage fans too. You can actually see your favorite character defeating Marine's famous powerhouse. So worth it. Undersea prison battlefield. It's over. Not knowing that he had become a world-class star, Uchiha Atake, breathing hard, walked up to Aokiji to take his life. But just at this critical moment, a sound of breaking the air suddenly sounded from behind Atake. Whoa! Something hit Uchiha Atake, directly knocking him into a pile of scattered crows. Then the thing that hit it didn't stop, and it slammed straight forward like a shooting star. Accompanied by a deafening loud noise, boom, the entire icefield seemed to be shaken. That is. The crow condensed and formed in the air and landed smoothly. Uchiha Atake looked at the smoke not far away in surprise. The person who just bumped into me was someone. Bullet besides Xiaoyan-sama? Isn't he fighting the Vice Admiral Garp that Lord Xiaoyan said? Oops. I instantly realized that I wanted to make up for Aokiji's behavior that Garp might have been eyeing it, and the bullet that suddenly flew was Garp's obstruction. Swish! A figure appeared in front of Uchiha Atake out of thin air. Garp. Looking at the Marine Vice Admiral that Xiaoyan said to be careful with, Uchiha Atake's eyes narrowed and he subconsciously covered his body with a layer of Susanoo as an armor. But Garp still punched. Fist bone. Boom! Uchiha Atake was knocked hundreds of meters away and even left a deep ravine on the ice. Wow! Uchiha Atake gushed blood while clutching his chest. Susanoo was even more tattered, smashed to pieces by Garp. What a terrifying power! With Susanoo protecting him, he almost got seriously injured. Is this the Marine that Xiaoyan said to be careful? So strong! Kyuzan Kid! Garp, who had knocked Uchiha Atake into the air, hurried to Kyuzan's side, his face suddenly gloomy. I saw that Aokiji's body was still shaking, and his eyes were full of fear. To let a tough soldier show such a vulnerable posture, he wondered what terrible thing he had just experienced. Damn you! Garp growled angrily. For the first time, he had murderous intentions on Uchiha Atake, and he raised his foot and was ready to rush to fight him for 300 rounds. But with a boom sound, a figure broke out of the ice, wrapped in ghostly energy, and rushed towards Garp at an extremely terrifying speed. Get out of here for lousy! Garp! Bullet roared frantically, punching like a meteorite, and like a storm, smashing towards Garp with extreme speed. Bullet, you bastards are tough enough. Garp had no choice but to give up Uchiha Atake for the time being and instead deal with Bullet's onslaught. But Garp gave up attacking Uchiha Atake, but Uchiha Itachi would not let him go. This old man named Garp is the strongest among the Marines. If you get rid of him, the battle will be much easier. Thinking to himself, Uchiha Itachi couldn't care less about his bleeding eyes. Mangeki Sharingan suddenly glared at Garp, his pupils pouring out. Amaterasu. Whoa! Black flames appeared on Garp out of thin air. Success! Uchiha Itachi was overjoyed. Amaterasu is a divine fire that will never go out without burning the target to ashes. Now that Garp is stained, it is impossible to solve it without peeling off the skin. Like Aokiji and Kizaru. Just because they solved it a little slower, one broke a finger, and the other broke half of his left leg. However, Garp, who had long sensed the horror of this black flame, had a reaction speed and decision that far exceeded Uchiha Itachi's expectations. Laugh! Turning his palm into a knife, Garp directly cut off the flesh attached to Amaterasu in front of him. Well! Garp groaned as he cut off a piece of his own flesh with his own hands. What? Bullet, who was madly attacking, instantly caught Garp's mistake and slammed his fist down like a phantom. Boom! 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 Garp was hit 3 times in a row, vomited blood, and flew out dozens of meters away. Damn Garp! Aren't you a genius? You didn't vomit blood from Lao Zi's beating. Seeing that he actually injured Garp in turn, Bullet's already high heart was even more excited. As for Uchiha Itachi's intervention, he ignored it. In his opinion, it was he who defeated Garp head-on. Damn! Covering his wounded internal organs, Garp wiped the blood from the corners of his mouth, his face terribly ugly. Boom! There was a deafening explosion in the distance. It was caused by Kizaru's laser. Lord Xiaoyan. Seeing Xiaoyan being swallowed up by the explosion, Uchiha Itachi felt tight in his heart and wanted to rush over to help. But as a biting cold air hit, he couldn't help shivering. Ice Age. Summoning a lot of frost to block Uchiha Itachi's actions, Aokiji stood up from the ground with a pale face. What do you want to do? I haven't been solved by you yet. This Xiaoyan is really amazing. Katakuri, who had ended the battle long ago, clicked his tongue. It's a pity that he was besieged by Admiral Sengoku and Quasi-Admiral Kizaru. It is estimated that he will be defeated in a short time. Then let's help Xiaoyan. Smoothie said suddenly. What did you say? Katakuri looked at Smoothie with an idiot look. He's our enemy, his men just killed Snag, why should we help him? That's not the point. Smoothie hesitated. Mom wants the race in Hokage, so our relationship with Xiaoyan is either an enemy or a friend. If he doesn't have the power, that's all, but now. I know what you mean. Katakuri had a serious expression. Xiaoyan is so strong, with Uchiha Itachi helping out, and possibly even other Hokage characters following his orders. This is very likely to be an extremely terrifying force that has not been discovered by the world. Is the Big Mom Pirates an enemy or a friend? Then help. Katakuri gritted his teeth and decided, as long as Xiaoyan cooperates with the Big Mom Pirates and is willing to let the various races in Hokage marry his mother, we will not pursue Snag's death. Asterisk. Chapter 49, Attack on Naval Headquarters. Just when Katakuri and Smoothie decided to help Xiaoyan. Naval Headquarters is already a mess. Kill. Kill all these Marines. Who? FKU bastards. Kill all the Marines. Rescue Kaido boss. The first person to rescue Kaido boss is rewarded with 100 million Bailey. Led by the 3 plagues of the Beast's pirates, thousands of pirates under the command of the Beast's pirates rushed into the naval headquarters. Damn! How did these pirates emerge from the bottom of the sea? Surprised by the sudden appearance of the pirates, Marine, who was in charge of the guard, immediately picked up guns and was about to fight back. But a burning toothless pterosaur descended from the sky with extreme speed. Boom! A piece of Marine's fortress was smashed into pieces by the toothless pterosaur, and the dozen or so marines inside were directly smashed into flesh. "It's the plague of beasts pirates!" Marines shouted in horror. "Fire! Fire!" Boom! Boom! Countless marine guards fired dozens of shells in an instant. Roar! With a roar, a huge mammoth appeared out of thin air and rushed forward. Boom! The dense shells exploded on the mammoth, but there was no way to leave even the slightest scar. Instead, a large group of marines were either knocked off by mammoths or trampled to pieces, and the scene was tragic. "Jack the drill! Jack the beasts pirates!" The marines fled like crazy, recognizing the mammoth as Jack the Drow, the famous New World pirate. "Damn pirates! How dare you act recklessly in naval headquarters!" A giantess vice admiral rushed out angrily, jabbing the giant mammoth with a spear in his hand. Click! The mammoth didn't move at all. The spear in the hand of the giantess vice admiral broke directly. "What?" The giantess vice admiral turned pale in shock, but the mammoth in front of her had already rushed towards her. Boom! Jack the Drow's huge body slammed into the giantess vice admiral. Accompanied by terrifying vibrations and shrill screams, the body of the female giant vice admiral was directly distorted and deformed, flew several hundred meters away, and hit the ground heavily. Giant vice admiral was killed in seconds. "Fire! Keep firing!" Seeing that even the giant vice admiral was instantly killed by the enemy, the marines were terrified, and at the same time, they gathered a bunch of cannons again. But another behemoth fell from the sky. Brachiosaurus bomb! The massive Brachiosaurus fell from the sky, smashing its head into the center of marines gathering. Boom! The ground collapsed, and the dense cracks spread rapidly in all directions with the Brachiosaurus as the center, and countless marines screamed and lost their lives. "It's as terrifying as a natural disaster. Ha 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 ha! Garbage marine! Vulnerable!" Epidemic Quinn looked up to the sky and laughed loudly, dangling around with a complacent and comical look. "It won't be the three major disasters, this strength is too terrifying." Marines' outermost guards couldn't hold on for even a minute. "It looks like we can really break through naval headquarters this time. Kill! Kill all these virtuous marines!" The extremely excited pirates who were stimulated by the three disasters rushed forward one by one excitedly, hacking to death when they saw a marine along the way. The three disasters followed them leisurely, as if waiting for someone to arrive. Far away. Because the position is only Colonel Kakashi, who was unable to follow Garp and others to support the underwater prison, happened to see this hellish scene. Even though he has experienced the Ninja World War, he still has to admit that the war in the pirate world is much crueler than that in the Hokage world. In the Hokage world, the total number of participants in a war is no more than 10,000 people. And in just less than a minute, at least thousands of marines died. However, this has nothing to do with me. Although a little unbearable, Kakashi did not do anything irrational. He is a ninja and is a subordinate of Lord Xiaoyan. Even if marine dies, what does it have to do with him? But the pirates don't think so. All marines in the headquarters are their enemies, and Kakashi is no exception. "There's a marine here." An ability pirate finds Kakashi hiding his figure. Not good. Kakaxin was shocked and immediately dodged to another location. Boom! The place where he was standing was smashed into ruins by a boulder. "What?" The pirate looked at Kakashi in surprise. "This marine is so fast." "So what? Hurry up and kill him." Another pirate was impatient. "Hey, good." The pirate smiled wretchedly and walked towards Kakashi step by step. "I don't know if your meat is delicious, you." Laugh. Blood splattered, and the pirate's words were interrupted. The two pirates stared blankly at their necks that were spewing blood, full of doubts. Boom! Kakashi in front of the two pirates suddenly turned into a pile of smoke and disappeared. And the real Kakashi is standing behind them. "Although I don't want to provoke you, I won't be afraid." Kakashi said softly, cutting off the heads of the two pirates. Okay. Jack the Drow, who was walking inside naval headquarters, suddenly looked in the direction of Kakashi in surprise. What's wrong? Quinn asked. Two of my men are dead. Jack answered honestly and respectfully. Oh? It's normal. There must be quite a few powerful Marines at naval headquarters. Quinn didn't care too much about the lives of a few of his men. They came out in a hurry this time. The cotters such as Ling Kong Liuzi and other officials of the Kaido pirates did not bring them out, and only a group of trash fish and cannon fodder followed. These trash fish cannon fodder were originally intended to attract Marines' attention and rescue the boss Kaido. Even if you die, it doesn't hurt. But Jack was a little unhappy. Those people call Liuzi the boss. Of course, their lives are not important. The important thing is that killing them is tantamount to provoking Liuzi. So Jack walked in Kakashi's direction and said, I can deal with that BD Marine in half a minute at the most, and I'll be back soon. Chapter 50, Kakashi's Jack the Drow. Quinn didn't say anything about Jack the Drill trying to kill the Marine alone. He already knew that this guy was a lunatic, very upright, and he didn't need to care at all. It's just a mere Marine officer anyway. Jack can stomp it to death with one foot, and it won't waste much time. Let's go. Let's go save Boss Kaido first. Quinn rode. Okay. Yin nodded, his voice very serious. Be careful, naval headquarters doesn't know how many strong people are left, the strength of Marshal Guang is very terrifying. Hey, Liuzi is not afraid of him. Hearing Sora's name, Quinn's chubby neck shrank slightly. But he still said stubbornly, as long as the boss Kaido is rescued, what is the Marshal Kong? Get out of Liuzi. The huge mammoth stomped more than a dozen Marine soldiers into flesh with one foot, roaring in anger. Kakashi stepped out of the shadows and looked at him with an expressionless expression. The one who dared to kill me, your kid. Looking at Kakashi's somewhat familiar appearance, a look of confusion flashed across Jack's eyes. Liuzi, why does it sound familiar to you? Have we met before? No. Kakashi shook his head. But he had already guessed in his heart that the monster in front of him should have seen him in the Hokage comics. After all, he's back to what he was now, not the fake Marine. Forget it, don't think so much, you have to die anyway. It's just a dead person, there's nothing to ask about. Shaking his head vigorously, Jack suddenly raised his elephant leg and stomped hard on Kakashi. Boom! The ground smashed into large pieces, and Kakashi was smashed into flesh by Jack's foot. Hey, trash! Seeing Kakashi being dealt with by himself, a deep contempt flashed in Jack's eyes. But the next second, a sharp pain made his eyes widen. Laugh! The sharp kunai pierced Jack's skin. Although it was only a skin injury, the pain was still severe. Roar! Jack roared angrily, damn! What's going on? He saw that Kakashi, who had turned into flesh in his eyes, was standing on his back, unscathed. Lightning-style ground walk. Ignoring Jack's anger, Kakashi made a seal directly on Jack's back. Tsitsaizi! A violent thunderbolt fell on Jack's back, scorching his skin. Roar! Damn it! Jack growled angrily and slammed his nose against him. Swish! Kakashi a body flicker technique off Jack. Snapped! Jack slapped himself hard. The strength of this nose is enough to smash a small mountain. But Jack was rough and fleshy, as if nothing was wrong, and immediately attacked Kakashi again. Boom! 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 Stepping, hitting, bumping, all kinds of moves that mammoths can use, Jack used them all over and over again. But Kakashi managed to dodge it all with his ninjutsu skills, and from time to time he could give Jack a ninjutsu. Even though the ninjutsu only caused a little skin trauma to Jack, the pain was real. Damn it! Liuzi finally remembers who you are. Looking at the lightning style and fire style ninjutsu, Jack roared angrily, "Hitaki Kakashi? Isn't you BD from the Hokage comics? How could it possibly appear here?" Kakashi didn't speak, but the corner of his mouth twitched involuntarily. He didn't expect that his popularity would be so high. Even the pirates who came to attack naval headquarters actually knew themselves. Damn it! Watch Lao Z take you. Interrogate more carefully. Seeing that Kakashi was completely ignoring him, Jack was even more furious. At the same time, he was also secretly shocked. Why do characters from comics appear in reality? Fake? No, not possible. Lightning style, fire style, and those weird abilities are, without a doubt, the only abilities in the Hokage manga. This guy is Hitaki Kakashi, that's right. Comic characters come back to life? Or did Konoha and ninjas already exist in this world, and the manga Hokage just drew their stories? Jack fell into the same thoughts as everyone else. At this time, Kakashi suddenly hit Jack with a water style. Jack was caught off guard and was smashed, and suddenly felt a little weak. FK, bad. Jack screamed badly in his heart, "It's actually water style? I forgot that this guy can use water style." There is no doubt that the most terrifying means of ninjas to the pirate world is the water style that can control the sea. This is a lore for demon fruit power. Zhang. The white fang from Kakashi's waist was cut out, forming a perfect crescent-shaped arc in mid-air. Laugh. Jack's body spurted blood, spraying the ground. Roar. Jack was furious, and two tusks slammed down on Kakashi. Kakashi made another seal, water-style water dragon bomb technique. Roar. A huge water dragon appeared out of nowhere and rammed straight towards Jack. In mammoth form, Jack is like a target. Whoa! The water dragon hit Jack again. Different from before, this time Jack was staggered, his limbs were weak, and he almost fell. Laugh. Kakashi slashed again, leaving a bloody opening on Jack. What? Jack screamed in pain. Although Kakashi's slashes could only inflict flesh wounds on him, the passive feeling of being beaten still made him angry and resentful. I can't continue, so I'll just be beaten passively. Jack clenched his teeth hard, and returned directly from the mammoth form to his original form. Kakashi's eyes lit up. Finally got this guy back to his original form. Hitaki Kakashi. You're finished. Lao Z must FK you today. Feeling the power in his body starting to recover, Jack roared and charged directly at Kakashi. Out of the mammoth mode, his speed is almost the same as that of a monster, and his flexibility is not known by how much. Jack was confident that one move would knock Kakashi out. Although he had been shriveled in the battle just now, he had actually figured out Kakashi's strength. Movements and ninjutsu are very flexible, and the ability to use is very powerful, but the power is really weak. Jack was even confident that even if he stood up and let Kakashi play for half an hour, there would be no problem. But the next second, the slap came too fast and too hard. Kamui. Facing Jack, who was charging towards him, Kakashi suddenly lifted his blindfold to reveal his Mangeki Sharingan. Asterisk.